Hmm. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is currently 10:12 a.m. and today's date is the 25th of March, 2025. How are you doing this beautiful morning? How was your night? Let me know in the comment section. All right, with that being said, today is a special day. DNI, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, of course, FBI, Director Kash Patel, and the CIA Director John Ratcliffe. They are currently testifying right now as we speak before the Senate Intel Committee. You know why? Because there's been a leak of war between those agencies to, I guess, the American people and and also to other parties that those information should not have been leaked to because these are confidential informations. But yes, so that's the hearing today. It's because there was a leak and the House wants to get to the bottom of it. So we're gonna check that out. And then it should be pretty interesting. Are you guys ready? Let me know, let me know, let me know. Double tap your screen, subscribe to the channel. I'm so excited about this because I know for a fact that Tulsi Gabbard, Cash, and Mike definitely know what they're doing and um they know how this goes. They are very much aware of the uh, threat, and they are also very much aware of their responsibility and how important it is to be very um, secretive when it comes to stuff like this. Because we heard their first hearing before they were uh, confirmed. So this is something that's going to be interesting. Let's hear what they have to say. Anyway, with that being said, let's get straight to the point. All right, here we go.
Good morning. Welcome to the Senate Intelligence Committee Annual Worldwide Threats Hearing. I'd like to begin by welcoming our esteemed panel of witnesses, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, the CIA Director, John Ratcliffe, the FBI Director, Kash Patel, the Director of the National Security Agency and Commander of U.S. Cyber Command, General Tim Hawk, and the Defense Intelligence Agency Director, Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz. Thank you all for your appearance. Thank you for your leadership. I also want to recognize the hard work and dedication of the thousands of men and women in our intelligence community whom you're here to represent today. Their successes are seldom celebrated. Their accomplishments are often unseen. But our nation is grateful to each one for the vital work they do to keep our nation safe, prosperous, and free. Our annual Worldwide Threats hearing allows for the American people to receive an unvarnished and unbiased account of the real and present dangers that our nation faces. As we will hear from our witnesses, many of the threats we face are truly existential. Communist China is actively working to replace the United States as the world's dominant superpower. China uses coercive military, economic, and influence operations, short of war, to shape a world favorable to its interests and hostile to ours. These methods include the biggest peacetime military buildup in history, rapidly expanding its nuclear forces, providing critical assistance to help Russia withstand U.S. sanctions, obscuring its role in accelerating the spread of COVID-19 beyond Wuhan, turning a blind eye to Chinese companies that enable the production of fentanyl flooding into the United States, and putting space weapons on orbit, among other tactics. Iran, despite setbacks inflicted on its so-called axis of resistance by Israel over the last year, still aims to destroy what it calls the little Satan, the state of Israel, and what it calls the great Satan, the United States. It continues to arm Yemeni rebels to attack global shipping, though these outlaws have suffered terrible losses over the last 2 weeks, thanks to decisive action by President Trump and our brave troops. I commend the President, Mike Waltz, Pete Hegseth, and his entire national security team for these actions. Iran also continues its decades-long effort to develop surrogate networks inside the United States to threaten U.S. citizens. Furthermore, Iran's nuclear program continues apace. It's actively developing multiple space launch vehicles, which are little more than flimsy cover for an intercontinental ballistic missile program that could hit the United States in a matter of years. But all this will soon come to an end. The supreme leader of Iran now faces a stark choice, thanks to President Trump. The supreme leader can fully dismantle his nuclear program, or he can have it dismantled for him. Finally, today's report also acknowledges that illicit drug production endangers the health and safety of millions of Americans. For the first time, the annual threat assessment lists foreign illicit drug actors as the very first threat to our country. As the report highlights, Mexican-based cartels using precursors produced in China continue to smuggle fentanyl and synthetic opioids into the United States. Last year alone, these deadly drugs tragically killed more than 52,000 Americans, more than the number killed in attacks by foreign terrorists or foreign nations. Given these threats, we have to ask, are our intelligence agencies well postured against these threats? I'm afraid the answer is no, at least not yet. As the world became more dangerous in recent years, our intelligence agencies got more politicized, more bureaucratic, and more focused on promulgating opinions rather than gathering facts. As a result of these misplaced priorities, we've been caught off guard and left in the dark too often. I know that all of you agree that the core mission of the intelligence community is to steal our adversaries' secrets and convey them to policymakers to protect the United States. At the same time, it's not the role of intelligence agencies to make policy, to justify presidential action, or to operate like other federal agencies. After years of drift, the intelligence community must recommit to its core mission of collecting clandestine intelligence from adversaries whose main objective is to destroy our nation and our way of life. The reason is not that our intelligence community lacks dedicated patriots who show up to work every day to protect the American people. On the contrary, it has an abundance of them. The reasons are a misuse of resources, bureaucratic bloat, a default to play it safe, and a past administration that prioritized social engineering over espionage. Coupled with recent failures, the finding in today's Worldwide Threat Report should be a wake-up call to all of us to get our house in order. The status quo is proving inadequate to provide the President and Congress with the intelligence needed to protect the American people. As more storms gather, America's intelligence capabilities require urgent reform and revitalization. As the chairman of this committee, I look forward to working with each of you to strengthen America's intelligence edge and refocus our intelligence community on its core mission, stealing secrets. The American people deserve nothing less. We've assembled an impressive team to get this done, and I look forward to hearing your comments. Now I recognize the Vice Chairman for opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everybody. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here. I got to say, I've been on the committee now for 14 years, and this year's assessment is clearly one of the most complicated and challenging in my tenure on the committee. And I want to get into that in a moment, but I want to first of all address the recent story that has broken in the news. Yesterday, we stunningly learned that senior members of this administration, and according to reports, two of our witnesses here today were members of a group chat that discussed highly sensitive and likely classified information that supposedly even included weapons packages, targets, and timing, and included the name of an active CIA agent. putting aside for a moment that classified information should never be discussed over an unclassified system. It's also just mind-boggling to me that all these senior folks were on this line and nobody bothered to even check Security Hygiene 101. Who are all the names? Who are they? Well, it apparently included a journalist. And no matter how much the Secretary of Defense or others want to disparage him, this journalist had at least the ethics to not report, I think, everything he heard. Question I raise is like, everybody on this committee gets briefed on security protocols. We're told you don't make calls outside of SCIFs of this kind of classified nature. We don't know, and I'm going to ask, obviously. Director Gabbard is the executive in charge of all, keeping our secrets safe. Were these government devices? Were they personal devices? Had the devices been collected to make sure there's no malware? There's plenty of declassified information that shows that our adversaries, China and Russia, are trying to break in to encrypted systems like Signal. I can just say this, if this was the case of a military officer or an intelligence officer and they had this kind of behavior, they would be fired. As I think this is one more example of the kind of sloppy, careless, incompetent behavior, particularly towards classified information, that this is not a one-off or a first-time error. Let me take a couple minutes and review some of the other reckless choices that this administration has made regarding our national security. We all recall, it seems like it wasn't that long ago, but less than 2 months ago, in the first 2 weeks, the administration canceled all U.S. foreign assistance. Now, some may say, how bad can that be? It's foreign assistance. Well, U.S. foreign assistance paid for the units in Ukraine that provide air defense to civilian cities being attacked by Russia. Foreign assistance paid for guarding camps in Syria where ISIS fighters are detained. Foreign assistance paid for programs abroad that ensure that diseases like Ebola don't come home. And until recently, it paid for the construction of a railway in Africa that would have helped given the United States much needed access to critical minerals in Congo. Now that project, China's going to try to finance it. As well, in the first 2 weeks, Director Patel, the administration fired several of our most experienced FBI agents, including the head of the Criminal Investigative Division, the head of the Intelligence Division, the head of the Counterterrorism Division, the heads of the New York, Washington, and Miami field office, all individuals who were distinctly and directly responsible for helping to keep America safe. The irony in a little bit was the recently dismissed head of the Counterterrorism Division was involved in disrupting the ISIS attacks planned for Oklahoma City and Philadelphia, and helped lead the effort to bring to justice the key planner of the Abbey Gate bombing in Afghanistan that killed 13 U.S. servicemen and 150 civilians. That very Abbey Gate effort was actually praised by the president in his State of the Union address. Yet the administration's response to these agents, I believe, good works and years of service, was to force these folks out. It's hard to imagine how that makes our country safer. Nor can I understand how Americans are made more secure by firing more than 300 staff at the National Nuclear Security Administration, including those responsible for overseeing the security and safety of the nuclear stockpile. Or by ousting 130 employees at CISA, the agency directly responsible for trying to take on China's Salt Typhoon attack. Again, after Salt Typhoon, I would have thought folks on that group chat might have thought twice. Or how we made safer by sacking 1,000 employees at the CDC and NIH We're actually directly working on trying to keep our country safe from disease by pushing out hundreds of intelligence officers. The amazing thing is that our intelligence officers, they're not interchangeable like a Twitter coder. These intelligence officers, our country makes $20,000 to $40,000 of an investment just in getting a security clearance. Literally goes into six figures when you take the training involved. Can anyone tell how firing probationary individuals without any consideration for merit or expertise is an efficient use of taxpayer dollars? And just to make clear that yesterday's story in The Atlantic was not this rookie one-off, it's a pattern. And I want to acknowledge Director Ratcliffe was not here in his position when this took place. But again, earlier in the administration, when a non-classified network was used, thereby exposing literally hundreds of CIA officers' identities, those folks can't go into the field now. How does that make our government more efficient? You know, again, this pattern of an amazing cavalier attitude towards classified information is reckless, sloppy, and stunning. And perhaps what troubles me most is the way the administration has decided that we can take on all of our problems by ourselves without any needs for friends or allies. I agree that we've got to put America's priorities first. But America first cannot mean America alone. The intelligence we gather to keep Americans safe depends on a lot of allies around the world who have access to sources we don't have. That sharing of information saves lives, and it's not hypothetical. We all remember, because it was declassified last year when Austria worked with our community to make sure to expose a plot against Taylor Swift in Vienna. That could have killed literally hundreds of individuals. However, these relationships are not built in stone. They're not dictated by law. Things like the Five Eyes are based on trust, built on decades. But so often that trust is now breaking literally overnight. Yet suddenly, and for no reason that I can understand, the United States is starting to act like our adversaries are our friends, voting in the UN with Russia, Belarus, and North Korea. That's a rogues gallery if I've ever heard of them. Treating our allies like adversaries, whether it's threats to take over Greenland or over the Panama Canal, destructive trade war with Canada, or literally threatening to kick Canada out of the Five Eyes. I feel our credibility is being enormously undermined with our allies, who I believe, and I think most of us on this committee, regardless of party, believes makes our country safer and stronger. But how can our allies ever trust us as the kind of partner we used to be when we, without consultation or notice, for example, stop sharing information to Ukraine in its war for survival against Russia? Or how can our allies not only not trust our government, but potentially not our businesses with such arbitrary political decisions? Let me give you a few examples. You know, as a result of a lot of work from this committee and others in Congress, we made sure America's commercial space industry is second to none. From space to launch to commercial sensing and communications, the United States has taken a record lead. Yet overnight, this administration called into question the reliability of American commercial tech industry when Maxar and other commercial space companies were directed to stop sharing intelligence with Ukraine. I got to tell you, I've been a business guy, I can't say longer than being an elected official, but pretty close. That shockwave across all of commercial space, and frankly, not just commercial space, I've heard it from some of our hyperscalers in the tech community, has sent an enormous chill. Who's going to hire an American commercial space company, government or foreign business, with the ability to have that taken down so arbitrarily? And it's not just in the case of commercial space. We've seen that Canada, Germany, Portugal have all been saying they're rethinking buying F-35s. I've heard from Microsoft and Google directly and Amazon that they're having questions about whether they can still sell their services. We've also seen foreign adversaries and friends take advantage of this rift in our national security areas and our scientists. Germany has already put out ads trying to attract some of our best scientists who've been rifted. And the Chinese intelligence agencies are posting on social media sites in the hopes of luring individuals with that national security clearance who've been pushed out, perhaps arbitrarily, to come into their service. So no, the signal fiasco is not a one-off. It is unfortunately a pattern we're seeing too often repeated. I fear that we feel the erosion of trust from our workplace, from our companies, and from our allies and partners can't be put back in the bottle overnight. Make no mistake, these actions make America less safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before I turn to the witnesses' hearing, I want to welcome everyone in our large audience today. I also want to note that we will not tolerate any disruptions of the witnesses' testimony or senators' questions and the witnesses' answers. You'll note that we have a large contingent of Capitol Police in the room. Any disruptions, either opposed or in favor to the witnesses, will result in prompt removal from the hearing room, and my encouragement to the U.S. Attorney to throw the book at the person disrupting the hearing. No offense, but we all came to hear the witnesses, no one else in the room. Director Gabbard, I understand you'll make a statement for the panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity for us to be here to present you the intelligence community's 2025 annual threat assessment. I'm joined here this morning by my colleagues from the CIA, DIA, FBI, and NSA. Our testimony offers the collective assessment of the 18 U.S. intelligence elements making up the U.S. Intel community and draws on intelligence collection and information available to the IC from open source and private sector and the expertise of our analysts. This report evaluates what the IC assesses most threatens our people and our nation's ability to live in a peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous society. As you know, we face an increasingly complex threat environment that is threatening us here at home and our interests abroad. I'll begin by focusing on what most immediately and directly threatens the United States and the well-being of the American people: non-state criminal groups and terrorists putting American lives and livelihood at risk. Then I'll focus on the key nation states who have the capability to threaten the interests of the United States. In this complex environment, non-state and state actors are able to exploit or take advantage of the effects of each other's activities. Conventional and asymmetrical capabilities, even the traditionally weakest of actors are able to acquire from available advanced technologies, creates an even more complex and serious threat landscape. First, I'll highlight the threats presented by several non-state actors. Cartels, gangs, and other transnational criminal organizations in our part of the world are engaging in a wide array of illicit activity, from narcotics trafficking to money laundering to smuggling of illegal immigrants and human trafficking, which endanger the health, welfare, and safety of everyday Americans. Based on the latest reporting available for a year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 U.S. citizens from synthetic opioids. Mexico-based transnational criminal organizations, or TCOs, are the main suppliers of illicit fentanyl to the U.S. market and are adapting to enforcement and regulatory pressures by using multiple sources and methods to procure precursor chemicals and equipment, primarily from China and India, many of which are dual-use chemicals used in legitimate industries. Independent fentanyl producers are also increasingly fragmenting the drug trade in Mexico. The availability of precursor chemicals and ease of making illicit fentanyl have enabled independent actors to increase illicit fentanyl production and smuggling operations in Mexico. Cartels are profiting from human trafficking and have likely facilitated more than 2 million illegal immigrants encountered by law enforcement at the U.S. southwest border in 2024 alone, straining our vital resources and putting the American people at risk. Criminal groups drive much of the unrest and lawlessness in the Western Hemisphere. They also engage in extortion, weapons and human smuggling, and other illicit and dangerous revenue-seeking operations, including kidnappings for ransom, forced labor, and sex trafficking. These and other human traffickers exploit vulnerable individuals and groups by promising well-paying jobs while confiscating their identification documents. They operate in the shadows, exploiting lawlessness in various areas and using coercion and intimidation to control their victims. While these key drivers of migrants are expected to persist, heightened U.S. border security enforcement and deportations under the Trump administration are proving to serve as a deterrent for migrants seeking to illegally cross U.S. borders. U.S. Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border in January 2025 dropped 85% from the same period in 2024. Transnational Islamist extremists such as ISIS and al-Qaeda and affiliated jihadi groups continue to pursue, enable, or inspire attacks against the United States and our citizens abroad and within the homeland to advance their ultimate objective of establishing a global Islamist caliphate. This includes heightened efforts to spread their ideology to recruit and radicalize individuals in the U.S. and the West. While the New Year's Day attacker in New Orleans had no known direct contact with ISIS terrorists, he was influenced and radicalized by ISIS ideological propaganda, as one example. Al-Qaeda and its affiliates continue to call for attacks against the United States as they conduct attacks overseas. These jihadist groups have shown their ability to adapt and evolve, including using new technologies and tactics to spread their ideology and recruit new followers. A range of non-state cyber criminals are also targeting our economic interests, critical infrastructure, and advanced commercial capability for extortion, other coercive pursuits, and financial gain. These actors use a variety of tactics, including phishing, ransomware, and denial of service attacks, to disrupt our systems and steal sensitive and lucrative information using available technologies and U.S. cyber vulnerabilities. Ransomware actors last year, for example, attacked the largest payment processor for U.S. healthcare institutions. And another set of criminal actors conducted cyber attacks against U.S. water utilities. Some of these non-state cyber actors also operate as proxies for or emulate similar activities carried out by major state actors. While these non-state cyber actors often seek financial and intellectual property gains, they also carry out cyber operations for espionage purposes, targeting our critical infrastructure. Turning to key state actors, the IC sees China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea engaging in activities that could challenge U.S. capabilities and interests, especially related to our security and economy. These actors are in some cases working together in different areas to target U.S. interests and to protect themselves from U.S. sanctions. At this point, the IC assesses that China is our most capable strategic competitor. Under the leadership of President Xi Jinping, the People's Republic of China seeks to position itself as a leading power on the world stage, economically, technologically, and militarily. Beijing is driven in part by a belief that Washington is pursuing a broad effort to contain China's rise and undermine CCP rule. China's most serious domestic challenge is probably China's slowing economy and potential instability if socioeconomic grievances lead to large-scale unrest. Growing economic tensions with the United States and other countries could also weigh on China's plans for economic growth and domestic job creation. China's military is fielding advanced capabilities, including hypersonic weapons, stealth aircraft, advanced submarines, stronger space and cyber warfare assets, and a larger arsenal of nuclear weapons. While it would like to develop and maintain positive ties with the United States and the Trump administration to advance its interests and avoid conflict, China is building its military capability in part to gain advantage in the event of a military conflict with the United States around the issue of China's efforts toward unification with the Republic of China, or Taiwan. China's military is also expanding its presence in the Asia-Pacific region with a focus on disputed territorial claims in both the East China and South China Seas. Beijing is advancing its cyber capabilities for sophisticated operations aimed at stealing sensitive U.S. government and private sector information and pre-positioning additional asymmetric attack options that may be deployed in a conflict. China's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including last year's massive compromise of U.S. telecom infrastructure, commonly referred to as Salt Typhoon. Beijing currently dominates global markets and strategically important supply chains, for example, with the mining and processing of several critical minerals. In December, China imposed an export ban to the United States on gallium, germanium, and antimony, all of which are important to the production of semiconductors and our defense technologies. This was in direct response to U.S. export controls on chips designed to broadly limit PRC access to advanced chips and chip-making equipment. China also aims to compete in other critical global industries, including AI, legacy semiconductor chip production, biomanufacturing and genetic sequencing, and medical and pharmaceutical supply production. Leveraging often heavily state-subsidized production at greater scale, lower costs, and weaker regulatory standards than required in the West, Beijing's strategy has given it a leading position in many parts of these sectors and supply chains that support them. In 2023, for example, China had 5 first-in-class domestic drug approvals and 3 FDA approvals. Turning to Russia. Russia's nuclear and conventional military capabilities, along with its demonstrated economic and military resilience, make it a formidable competitor. Moscow has more nuclear weapons than any other nation that could inflict catastrophic damage on the United States and the world in the event of a major war that Russian leaders feared put them and their regime at serious risk. In late 2024, Russia announced updates to its public nuclear doctrine, expanding the conditions under which Russia would consider using nuclear weapons. Russia is building a more modern and survivable nuclear force designed to circumvent U.S. missile defense through reliable retaliatory strike potential. Russia intends to deter the U.S. by holding both the U.S. homeland at risk and by having the capabilities to threaten nuclear war in a conflict. Russia's developed advanced cyber capabilities and has attempted to pre-position access to U.S. critical infrastructure for asymmetric options, including the 2023 hack of Microsoft. Russia is also fielding new capabilities in anti-satellite weapons meant to degrade U.S. and allied space infrastructure. Among Russia's most concerning developments is a new satellite intended to carry a nuclear weapon as an anti-satellite weapon, violating long-standing international law against such activity and putting the U.S. and global economy at risk. Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024. Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is pursuing stronger strategic and conventional capabilities that can target U.S. forces and allies in the region, as well as the U.S. homeland, to bolster North Korea's leverage and stature, defend its regime, and achieve at least tacit recognition as a nuclear weapons power. Kim's recently cemented strategic partnership with Russia supports these goals by providing him greater financial, military, and diplomatic support, reduced reliance on China, and providing North Korean forces and weapons systems authentic warfighting experience. Kim views his strategic weapons advances since 2019, its deepening ties with Russia, and North Korea's economic durability as strengthening his negotiating position against Washington's demands for denuclearization and lessening his need for sanctions relief. North Korea is probably prepared to conduct another nuclear test on short notice and continues to flight test its ICBMs to demonstrate their increasing capabilities as leverage in future negotiations. Since 2022, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have grown closer. Removing the accelerant of the war in Ukraine is unlikely to revert these bilateral relationships to a pre-war 2021 baseline, leaving room for new strategic priorities and world events to create new incentives or challenges to their currently high levels of cooperation. Russia has been a catalyst for much of this expanded cooperation, driven heavily by the support it has needed for its war effort against Ukraine, including protection from U.S. and Western sanctions. In addition to its exchange of military and other resource capabilities with North Korea, Russia has relied more heavily on China's financial and defense industry backing, and also has increased combined military exercises with China to signal shared fortitude against the United States and U.S. allies in the Asia-Pacific region. With Iran, Russia has also expanded financial ties to mitigate sanctions. Iran has become a critical military supplier to Russia, especially of UAVs, in exchange for Russian technical support for Iranian weapons, intelligence, and advanced cyber capabilities. In conclusion, the threats that we see to U.S. national security are both complex and multifaceted and put the lives, safety, and well-being of the American people at serious risk. As the heads of the American people's intelligence community, we will continue to provide the President, Congress, and our warfighters with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to keep the United States secure, free, prosperous, and at peace. To the American people specifically, our intelligence community exists to serve you and to ensure your safety, security, and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gabbard. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the annual threat assessment for the first time lists cartels and traffickers as the very first threat. Director Patel, I'm pleased to say that the FBI's Little Rock field office has been doing its part in addressing this threat. The field office, along with other federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, have arrested nearly 300 immigrants in my state in 2025 so far. Could you provide some color about the nature of the threat these illegal immigrants have posed, not just to Arkansas, but our nation, perhaps including some of the details of the horrific offenses they've committed against the American people?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice Chairman.
The witness will suspend. So that protester was a code pink lunatic saying the greatest threat to world peace is funding Israel. I will observe, for the benefit of the audience here on television, that Code Pink is funded by Communist China as well, which simply illustrates, speak up now if you want to be removed as well, whoever's saying that. If anyone else would like to join them, speak now, please, so we don't have any more disruptions. As I was saying, the fact that Communist China funds Code Pink, which interrupts a hearing like this about Israel, simply illustrate Director Gabbard's point that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other American adversaries are working in concert to a greater degree than they ever have before. Director Patel, back to my question, could you give us some color about the threat that illegal migrants have posed, not only to my state, which has resulted in nearly 300 arrests in 2025, but also to the nation at large?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I appreciate the time to address you all. Specifically to Arkansas, Senator, the priorities at the FBI, which I identified during my confirmation hearing and since, is attacking violent crime along with national security. And every single state in this country is a border state. Arkansas is no exception. Allow me to highlight the work of the men and women in the FBI and state and local law enforcement in the state of Arkansas. Since February 5th alone, we've had 220 illegal immigrants arrested on charges varying from violent offenses, weapons offenses, narcotics offenses, and serious violent felonies. 253 separate individuals have been charged related to those offenses. And here's something I want the American people to hear about narcotics and countering narcotics. Thousands of pounds of narcotics were seized in these 3 weeks in the state of Arkansas. Thousands, worth tens of millions of dollars. Everything from fentanyl to meth to cocaine to heroin to marijuana and more. And also including manufactured drugs. The FBI does have the biggest footprint in Arkansas, but we could not achieve this mission without our state and local law enforcement partners, which has been one of the priorities since I took the helm at the FBI. They provide the greatest ground level intelligence to conduct these operations in Arkansas and in every single state across the union. Since February 5th, we've assisted with the arrest of 8, and that was just a 3-week operation. Prior to that, Senator, there was a bust of 17 federal indictments relating to a meth lab in the state of Arkansas in the southwest corner of your state. All of those individuals are now facing prosecution for hundreds of pounds of illegal opioids, guns, and other illicit material. So we will continue to do that work. We will work it 7 days a week, 365 days a year, not just in your state, Mr. Chairman, but in every state.
Thank you, Director Patel. As Director Gabbard highlighted from the annual threat report, Director Ratcliffe, many, if not most, of the chemical precursors for deadly fentanyl produced by Mexican drug cartels originates in China. China, of course, is a techno-totalitarian police state. They have technology to monitor their own people that Soviet Russia could have only imagined. Is there any reason, Director Ratcliffe, to believe that China could not monitor and crack down on this flow of chemical precursors to Mexico if it chose to do so?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. No, there's nothing that prevent China, the People's Republic of China, from cracking down on fentanyl precursors. As you well know, Senator, one of the reasons that they don't is that there are more than 600 PRC-related companies that produce those precursor chemicals in an industry that generates $1.5 trillion. That is one of the reasons that we see the Chinese efforts to affect the fentanyl precursors are really limited in nature and intermittent in nature, and not a dedicated effort to enforce their own laws and regulations to crack down on this.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. I have many more questions I could ask, but I'm going to try to lead by example and stay within the 5-minute limit for the benefit of senators. I remind everyone there is a vote scheduled at noon. I hope to finish the open portion of this hearing before that vote closes, after which time we'll move to the closed portion. The Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to take your extra 13 seconds, but I want to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. The Houthis had this information, could reposition their defensive systems. So I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address? So you're not, are you denying? Matt, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat?
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the
Why
specifics.
are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because it's
Council.
all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
Is it
stated,
classified or non-classified
I can
information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Radcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Ratcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
Yes, but I've got a series of questions.
Well,
Director,
but I think it's
please.
important because at the outset, you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Ratcliffe, I've got a series of questions. If you're making the statement,
point, well,
if you're making the statement, the signal is a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is
I've got a series of
end-to-end encryption. So
It is,
to finish,
I understand encryption.
it is permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels.
Right.
So those were procedures that were implemented.
Dr. Ratcliffe.
My staff implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with
So are
those
you saying
processes,
that-
and finally, just please, so my communications, to be clear, in a signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
Well, we will make
clear.
that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee. Let me go on. Director Gabbard, you are the security executive and set access guidelines for classified information. Did you contact the defense secretary or others after this specific military planning was put out and say, hey, we should be doing this in a SCIF?
There was no classified material that was shared in that
So then,
signal
if there was no
chat.
classified material, share it with the committee. You can't have it both ways. These are important jobs. This is our national security. Bobbing and weaving and trying to, filibuster your answer. So please answer the question. If this was Director Gabbard, if this was a rank and file intelligence officer who did this kind of careless behavior, what would you do with them?
Senator, I'll reiterate that there was no classified material that was shared in that
Ma'am, if there's
signal
no classified materials, share. And then if there's no classified materials, then you can't even answer the question whether you're on the chat. This is strangely familiar, and I think my colleagues will remember, when you couldn't answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Ma'am, I have serious doubts about anyway. Director Gabbard, I'm going to give you this. Tweeted just 11 days ago, and I'm quoting you. Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. So if this information is classified, what are you going to do?
Senator, 2 points here. First of all, there's a difference between inadvertent release versus
Careless and sloppy.
malicious leaks of classified information. The second point is there was no classified information that was on
This
signal
committee
group
should get
chat.
that information. Director
And the
Patel,
National Security
Director
Council
Patel,
is
my time's about out,
how
and I'm
this
going to use
occurred.
my 12 seconds up the chairman came. Director Patel, has the FBI launched any investigation of this?
Senator, I was just briefed about it late last night, this morning. I don't have an update.
I would like to get an answer by the end of the day.
At this point in the ordinary course of affairs, I would recognize Senator Collins. She asked me to express to you that she is under the weather this morning. She regrets her absence, but anticipates submitting written questions to which I would request your prompt replies for the senator. Senator Cornyn.
Director Gabbard, I applaud President Trump's efforts to try to bring an end to the war between Russia and Ukraine. I want to read a statement out of the annual threat assessment and just confirm that you agree with this. It says, Russia views its ongoing war with Ukraine as a proxy conflict with the West, and its objective to restore Russian strength and security in its near abroad against perceived U.S. and Western encroachment has increased the risks of unintended escalation between Russia and NATO. Do you agree with that statement? And that is in the annual threat assessment, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to refer to an AP story, Associated Press, dated March 21st, 2025. The title of the article is Western Officials Say Russia is Behind a Campaign of Sabotage Across Europe. This AP map shows it. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that it's being made part of the record.
Without objection.
The document that AP compiled, and I presume this is through open sources, documented 59 incidents, including cyber attacks, spreading propaganda, plotting killings, or committing acts of vandalism, arson, sabotage, or espionage. Is that consistent with your understanding and impression of what Russia's currently engaged in Europe?
Senator, I haven't seen that specific article, but I can confirm that we assess Russia's attempts to conduct such sabotage activities in Europe.
Thank you. One of the things that I'm most concerned about following some of the discussions between Russia and Ukraine and the United States and our other allies. Obviously, as I said, peace between Ukraine and Russia is the desirable end state. I think you'd have to be crazy to say otherwise. But I also want to talk a little bit about the unexpected or maybe unintended consequences of European insecurity. I know the incoming Chancellor of Germany has talked about the possibility that Germany might share its nuclear weapons with Ukraine and suggested that the UK would be part of that. I know that Poland has talked about acquiring nuclear weapons and perhaps other European countries to make up for what they view as a receding of the American umbrella of protection. General Krause, what would be the result of a proliferation of nuclear weapon-armed countries in Europe if, in fact, that would occur as a result of the perception of European insecurity?
Senator, thank you for the question. One of the things that the intelligence community works very hard on is to understand who has nuclear weapons throughout the planet. And as discussed in the opening statements, both by the chair and by Director Gabbard, the proliferation and the increase in the types and the lethality of nuclear weapons is one of the things that we have to track and we as a nation are going to have to face. It has changed dramatically in the last 5 years and will continue to change over the next 5 years. The addition of additional countries which have their own deterrence policies and will act in a nuclear dialogue, or the presence of those weapons, the security of those weapons, the movement and the threat of use of those weapons complicates the environment by which all of us will operate and will complicate all of the decisions by which all future conflict and the political decisions that we support are the decision makers.
It makes the world a more dangerous place, does it not?
Senator, yes, it does.
And just by way of history, Ukraine used to have the third largest arsenal of nuclear weapons on the planet. But as a result of negotiations between Russia and Ukraine and the United Kingdom, the Budapest Memorandum documented a commitment by Russia and the United States to protect the territorial integrity of Ukraine in exchange for them giving up their nuclear weapons. Did I correctly summarize the content of the Budapest Memorandum back in 1994?
Yes, Senator, you did, and Ukraine willingly gave up its weapons for the protection of others.
Thank you very much.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And obviously, my colleagues and I feel very strongly about the war planning meeting over unclassified phones. Obviously reckless, obviously dangerous, both the mishandling of classified information and the deliberate destruction of federal records are potential crimes that ought to be investigated immediately. And I want to make clear that I'm of the view that there ought to be resignation, starting with the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense. Director Ratcliffe and Director Gabbard, have you participated in any other group chats with senior Trump administration officials in which classified information was shared using phones that weren't cleared for such information? Question for the two of you.
Senator, thank you for the question. I haven't, your question was, have I participated in any other group chats sharing classified information? To be clear, I haven't participated in any signal group messaging that relates to any classified information at all.
Okay. Director Gabbard?
Senator, I have the same answer. I have not participated in any signal group chat or any other chat on another app that contained any classified information.
Yeah, and I just think it's important to follow through here. Would the two of you cooperate with an audit to confirm that that is that is the case?
I have no objection.
Senator, I'll certainly comply with any follow-up that the National Security Council would deem appropriate. But again, to be clear, the use of signal message end-to-end encryption applications is permissible and was, in this case, used permissibly, at least to my understanding, and in a lawful manner.
The seriousness of this is so clear. That's why I want to have an audit, and both of you gave me an answer indicating that you would be open to that, and I appreciate it. Director Patel, you weren't in this particular group chat, but have you participated in any chats on unclassified phones with other administration officials relating to national security? And if so, on what other topics?
Thank you for your question, Senator, and not that I can recall.
Okay. Question I have for you, Director Gabbard, involves this question of Elon Musk wasn't going to see the military's China war plans because he said he, quote, has business in China and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. That was his comment. So as DNI, you're responsible for security clearance policies across the government. Under your watch, how are you going to go about carrying out this obligation? Because I think it obviously is a very significant one in terms of American national security.
Thank you, Senator. As you know, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence provides oversight over these different 18 intelligence elements. Leaders within those elements are empowered with that responsibility to uphold the trust that the American people have placed in them. In this example that you've cited, both Secretary Hegseth as well as President Trump completely denied the assertion that Elon Musk was going to receive any kind of classified war plan brief pertaining to China or any other country.
So on the question of whether the president has the prerogative to get clearances is really the area that I want to touch on because you're formally responsible for security clearance policies, and that's why I'm asking about it. So can a president decide who gets the clearance?
Yes.
So what about your role? You're formally responsible for security clearance policies.
That is also true.
So how do we resolve it? President just gets his way.
The elected president and commander-in-chief has the authority to provide a security clearance to those who he deems necessary.
Mr. Chairman and to the ranking member, I think we have to have a further discussion on this and figure out what the ground rules are. I think it's clear what the director says. I just think we need more clarity because I think you have the formal responsibility for security clearances, and now we've heard that this somehow is going to be the president's project, and I think we ought to have further discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Langford.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you to all of you and your service to the country. It matters. There are a lot of citizens of our country right now that have much greater security in their life because of the work that you do and the people that are working around you do. So I just want to say I appreciate that. For the folks in Oklahoma, they would definitely want me to be able to say thank you for your service. Let me ask a couple of questions on this. Director Gabbard, let me start with you on this. Iran has been listed as one of the top sponsors of terrorism for a very long time. They are the primary armors of Hezbollah, of Hamas, of the Houthis. They're arming the Russians to be able to kill Ukrainians. They continue to be able to destabilize the region. And just in the recent days, when many nations in the Gulf region have talked about how to provide greater stability, Iranian leadership stepped out and made very clear statements. They want a one-state solution for Israel, and it's to drive out all Jews. So this continues to be an issue, not just for the region, but for Americans in particular. So my question is on this is the sanctions and the effect of sanctions, what we know about the Iranian response. Under the Biden administration, those sanctions will turn down, where, quite frankly, Iran has been able to sell $90 billion in oil on the global market to be able to rearm itself and all the others around the region. Now sanctions are now going back on to Iran again. What do we know about the effect of those sanctions?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. These sanctions have just begun to be reinstated, so the full effects have not yet borne fruit. But the message that the president has sent with his maximum pressure campaign is certainly heard. As the chairman mentioned in his opening remarks, President Trump recently sent a letter to the leader of Iran expressing his interest in direct talks in order to try to de-escalate and to prevent war, prevent Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon, but also stated that there would be military consequences if there was no direct negotiations. So President Trump is continuing to carry out his vision and mission of peace through strength, acting in the best interests of the American people. We will see what choices are made from here.
Okay, thank you. Director Patel, during the last administration and the very open border policy that they had, we had some years, including 2022 and 2023, where there were 70,000 individuals that were released into the country that were identified as special interest aliens. This is something this committee and the Homeland Security Committee tried over and over again to get details on. The Biden administration was unwilling to be able to share any of the details on the special interest aliens, led to a great amount of frustration. The comment came often back to us is that FBI is going to track all these individuals and to be able to identify them, even though it was 70,000 a year that were coming into the country. You just walked into this position and trying to get your feet on the ground in so many different issues that are outstanding on that. I raised to you the issue of individuals that are currently illegally present in the country going through a process, but are listed as special interest aliens. By definition from the administration, those are individuals that we don't know their level of risk, but they're considered a national security risk, but we don't know anything else about them from there. So how are you trying to get on top of the number of people that are criminal aliens in the country, but also these special interest aliens that come from terrorist areas?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your question. As far as the FBI is concerned, you hit on it, criminal. So we are focused across our interagency partners at DHS, ICE, CBP, CIS, and elsewhere to identify through our information sharing networks that we have stood up with state and local law enforcement to provide us the details on any criminal evidence relating to any of the individuals you highlighted. And if there's a nexus there, a case will be opened, by the line agents who predicated lawful and factual basis to do so. And we will further refer that matter to the Department of Justice for prosecution. We are reviewing all of these cases anew, and we will report back to you, Senator, with some fidelity on the outcome of that process.
Okay, thank you. Are you getting good feedback from social media technology companies and cooperation from them on illegal activities that are promoted on their site? All the different sites have rules and standards for what can and can't be done on that. But for instance, in the border areas, many of the sites are allowing child trafficking, or they're allowing basically the hiring of Americans to come be drivers and such, and they know this is being circumvented. Are they working with you on that to be able to take illegal content off their sites?
Thank you, Senator. And we have engaged directly at the top levels of all the private sector software communities and social media companies, and they have been very helpful because they have been told that this is a priority for me at the FBI to work with them because they have so much information to share back with us. Now, that's, of course, just on the public systems. We're not talking about the dark net.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, I want to start with you. Who determined that the content of this discussion on Signal was not classified?
Senator, I guess I'm not.
Well, for example,
I can speak to my personal knowledge. There was no classified
agent mentioned as part of this story. Normally, that would be classified information. So I guess what I'm asking is, did you just determine it was not classified, or was there any declassification after the fact?
So to be clear, so everyone understands the process, as we talked about, Signal is a permissible use.
I understand
has been used
that.
at the CIA, has been approved by the White House for senior officials.
And appropriate for many conversations.
And recommended by CISA for high-level officials who would be targeted by foreign adversaries to use end-to-end encrypted apps whenever possible, like Signal. In this case, what the National Security Advisor did was to request through a Signal message that there be coordination. So you mentioned the name of a CIA active officer, correct? So
I didn't mention the name.
You didn't mention the name.
Existence of that.
And in the article, the implication was that somehow that was improper. That was not the case. So a CIA officer was not operating undercover. So the request for coordination was for a staff member to coordinate on the high side. So I communicated the name of a CIA officer not operating undercover, completely appropriate, who does openly and routinely coordinate with the White House as a member of my staff. So the intimation there that there was something inappropriate was clearly incorrect.
Director, did it occur to you that given the sensitive nature of this discussion, that it could just move to the high side?
So that was clearly, Senator, I think the intent was that this was initially set up by the National Security Advisor with the instruction that send a point of contact, and then you will be provided with information further on the high side for high side communication. So I think clearly it reflects that the National Security Advisor intended this to be, as it should have been, a mechanism for coordinating between senior level officials, but not a substitute for using high side or classified communications for anything that would be classified. And I think that that is exactly what did happen.
So I'm curious, did this conversation at some point include information on weapons packages, targets, or timing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Director Gabbard, same question.
Same answer, and defer to the Department of Defense on that question.
Well, those are two different answers, but you're saying that was not part of the conversation?
That's my knowledge.
The precise operational issues were not part of this conversation?
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, Director Gabbard, something on a very different track here, which is I very much agree with the conclusion of the ATA that foreign illicit drug actors are a major threat in the United States, and many of you have spoken to this today. Is the IC wrong in its omission of Canada as a source of illicit fentanyl in the ATA? I was surprised, given some of the rhetoric, that there is no mention of Canada in the ATA.
Senator, the focus in my opening and the ATA was really to focus on the most extreme threats in that area. And our assessment is that the most extreme threat related to fentanyl continues to come from and through Mexico.
So the president has stated that the fentanyl coming through Canada is massive, and actually said it was an unusual and extraordinary threat. And that was the language that was used to justify putting tariffs on Canada. I'm just trying to reconcile those two issues. Is it an unusual and extraordinary threat, or is it a minor threat that doesn't even merit mention in the annual threat assessment?
Senator, I don't have the numbers related to Canada in front of me at this time. I'd like to get back to you on the specifics of that answer.
It's less than 1% of the fentanyl that we are able to interdict. But if you have different information, I would very much welcome that.
Senator Budd.
Thank you all for being here. And Director Gabbard, prior to your role here, we had a big storm in western North Carolina, and you were among those first from outside our state to show up. So thank you for your work there. Thank you for your ongoing work there and that of your family as well. It was good to see them when out in western North Carolina last week, so thank you. Director Hawk, so what do we need to do in regards to Volt Typhoon? There's a lot of pre-positioning that went on there. So where are we with that? And what do we need to do in regards to our power companies, whether it's generation or distribution, Duke Energy in my home state, or even the rural electric co-ops? What do we need? What have we learned? And what can I tell them?
Senator, 99% of the critical infrastructure in the United States is controlled by private companies. So that really drives us to talk about how do we partner with industry and with the commercial sector, in this case, with power sector. Volt Typhoon began when industry came to the intelligence community and said, we're seeing anomalous activity, can you help us gain context? And we were able to bring context to that to be able to understand what the threat was and then to ultimately be able to identify who was behind that threat. Since that time, we've continued to work very closely with industry to be able to determine what are the right ways for us to be able to pursue these threats within networks to enable the interagency, to enable our partners and industry to be able to pursue them. That's the approach we have to take. It is a collaboration between the government and industry to be able to eradicate these threats, and we have continued to pursue them together since our first identification and notification that we did related to this particular threat.
Thank you. What have you done on the offensive side here in regards to, I think there were three, Salt Typhoon, Volt Typhoon, and even Flax Typhoon. Maybe there were others, but those are the three that are known.
Senator, I've been given really clear guidance in terms of what the Secretary of Defense expects in terms of our aggressive approach to be able to restore deterrence, and I look forward to talking with you about that in the closed hearing.
Look forward to that. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe and Patel, thank you all again for being here. So as you're all keenly aware, Section 702 of FISA is an extremely useful authority to help keep our nation safe. I also know that we need to rebuild American people's trust and confidence that such authorities are not being misused by the intelligence community to unlawfully target Americans. So since taking over your respective agencies, can you tell me and tell the American people how effective the recent changes have been in protecting privacy and civil liberties of each and every Americans? And then, if you will, comment on how useful the authority is in generating intelligence that actually protects the homeland. We'll start with you, Director Gabbard.
Senator, Section 702, which authorizes the foreign collection of non-U.S. persons outside of the United States, continues to be one of our most effective collection tools to ensure our national security. There are a number of reforms that the Senate passed, that Congress passed last year that have proven to strengthen the protections of Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. In the short time that I've been in the seat, I've seen a few examples of that directly, most recently through the FISA court, calling in an amici to come in and weigh in on a dispute regarding provisions that would further protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. I'll be visiting our friends at the NSA next week and doing a quote-unquote ride-along to observe directly how those reforms that Congress passed are being implemented to protect Americans' civil liberties, and look forward to reporting back after I've had that opportunity.
Thank you. Director Patel.
Thank you, Senator. With my background in FISA and 702, I just want to clearly delineate between FISA Title 1.3 and 702 collection. We need to both ardently defend its use, but also ardently support reforms that allow the American public to entrust that those charged with those capabilities are not violating the Fourth Amendment or any other violation. Speaking to Title I, Title III, when it comes to U.S. persons, I have already included an amendment in terms of FBI language to make sure that when a U.S. person is targeted, that the FBI specifically is responsible for culling through all exculpatory information that is reasonably known and satisfying that burden and stating it in the application. When it comes to 702, Senator, some of the biggest enterprise efforts we have had to thwart national security risk would not have occurred if 702 collection had gone dark. And the FBI continues to use that information to protect the homeland. We've had multiple takedowns in the last 6 months based on 702 and interagency collection processes, but we just need to ensure the American public, and I'm working with my team, that even in the 702 sphere, American citizens' information is protected.
Thank you all. I look forward to the discussion in the closed session.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, I didn't intend to get into the Jeffrey Goldberg story, but something you said has sort of puzzled me. According to open source reporting at 11:44 on the morning of March 15th, Secretary Hegseth put into this group text a detailed operation plan, including targets, the weapons we were going to be using, attack sequences, and timing. And yet you've testified that nothing in that chain was classified. Wouldn't that be classified? What if that had been made public that morning before the attack took place?
Senator, I can attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group at any time. And I
so
defer,
the attack sequencing and timing and weapons and targets you don't consider should have been classified?
I defer to the Secretary of Defense, the National Security Council on that question.
Well, you're the head of you're the head of the intelligence community. You're supposed to know about classifications. So your testimony very clearly today is that nothing was in that set of texts that were classified. I'll follow up on Senator Wyden's question. If that's the case, please release that whole text stream so that the public can have a view of what actually transpired on this discussion. It's hard for me to believe that targets and timing and weapons would not have been classified. Well, let me move on. You approved this report, this annual report, prepared by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Is this submitted to the White House routinely in anticipation of its public release?
I don't know what you mean by submitted routinely.
Was this report submitted to the White House before its release today?
It was submitted to them once it was completed. I think probably around the same time it was sent to all of you.
I want to move on. One note that surprised me, I've been on this committee now this is my 13th year. Every single one of these reports that we have had has mentioned global climate change as a significant national security threat, except this one. Has something happened? Has global climate change been solved? Why is that not in this report? And who made the decision that it should not be in the report when it's been in every one of the 11 prior reports?
I can't speak to the decisions made previously, but this annual threat assessment has been focused very directly on the threats that we deem most critical to the United States and our national security. Obviously, we're aware of occurrences within the environment and how they may impact operations, but we're focused on the direct threats to Americans' safety, well-being, and security.
How about how they will impact mass migration, famine, dislocation, political violence, which is the finding, by the way, of the 2019 annual threat assessment under the first Trump administration? You don't consider that a significant national security threat?
For the intelligence community, being aware of the environment that we're operating in is a given. What I focused this annual threat assessment on, and the IC focused this threat assessment on, are the most extreme and critical direct threats to our national security.
Let me ask a direct question. Who decided climate change should be left out of this report after it's been in the prior 11? Where was that decision
I
made?
gave direction to our team at ODNI to focus on the most extreme and critical national security threats
Your
that we
direction
face.
include no comments on climate change?
Senator, as I said, I focused on the most extreme and direct national
That's not a
security
response
threats
to my question.
that we face.
Did you instruct that there be no finding in terms of climate change in this report?
I don't recall giving that instruction.
Final questions in a few short seconds that I have left. You all concede, and it's in the report repeatedly, about the cyber danger from China, from Russia, from Iran. Why then is the administration deconstructing CISA? 130 people fired. The General Hawk talked about the importance of public-private cooperation. That section of CISA seems to have been disestablished. What possible policy reason is there for undermining CISA's relationship to the states with regard to elections and to the private sector with regard to cybersecurity when the cybersecurity threat is only growing? Anybody want to tackle that?
I won't speak for all of my colleagues here, but I don't believe any of us have any insight into those specific staffing decisions that have been made.
Well, let me ask you this question. You've all found, the report has found explicitly growing cyber threats, including to elections from Russia, China, Iran. Do you believe that it's in the national interest to diminish our capacity to deal with those cyber issues? Yes or no?
President Trump is focused on effects and making sure that the people that we have and the resources that we have are focused on our national security. He and his team recognize that more people doesn't necessarily always mean better effects. Those are some of the things that are driving the changes that we're seeing across the administration, is getting all of our agencies back and focused on their core mission.
General Hawk, do you agree that? Sorry.
Senator King, your time has expired.
Time is up. Thank you.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you to all of you for your service to our country. With regard to the issues surrounding Signal, I'm going to address it, but I'm going to address it in the closed session so that we can get more in depth into that issue. In the meantime, I want to direct my first question to Director Ratcliffe. As the debate continues in Washington regarding spectrum, what can you share in this unclassified setting regarding the critical nature of spectrum to national security interests generally?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I know this is an issue of great interest to the Senate, and the potential auction of commercial space on spectrum. Those, as you correctly point out, the discussions about spectrum, I will start out by saying there are national security implications from such an auction were to take place to both the DoD and the IC. I think the discussions that we need to have in a classified setting, I can relate to you that the direction from early meetings that we've had is that the discussion about where that might take place would not affect specifically CIA or IC equities, and I hope that's the case and where the discussion goes. But I think we need to be concerned that a public auction at bands at certain levels would have an impact on our ability to deliver an accurate intelligence picture.
In other words, there are parts of the spectrum which simply cannot be shared with the commercial.
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
And we can talk about the specific reasons about why in a classified setting that would cause a diminishment of our ability to deliver a good threat picture to the Commander-in-Chief.
And in some cases, life or death consequences
Absolutely.
involved. Thank you. Director Patel, first of all, I just want to thank you for what you are doing, and I know that there's a number of items that in your previous life you did that simply can't be discussed, but nonetheless, we've appreciated what you have done for your country already. Today, I just wanted to talk to you about, we've seen a series of public news reports about ISIS threats within the United States. And there have been several successful interdictions, Oklahoma City, Philadelphia, New York. Although the question remains as to the total number of ISIS operatives who were able to breach porous borders
in the months and years before policy changes in this January of 2025, to what extent is the FBI tracking operatives who remain in the United States today, and what is the FBI doing to track them down?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your question and your comments. So the priorities at the FBI since I took over have been violent crime and national security, and this speaks directly to national security. The direction for the FBI is to track down any individuals with any terrorist ties whatsoever, whether it be ISIS or another foreign terrorist organization, and now to include the new designations of the cartels down south and elsewhere. So the FBI is utilizing our Joint Terrorism Task Force, which are situated in all 55 field offices. But the key to success there is our partnership with state and local law enforcement who have the ground level intelligence on some of these operatives. And as you've highlighted, we've already shut down numerous threats, and we've identified publicly where permissible these threats and individuals and where they're coming from. And I think the FBI is doing a very good job right now in collecting this information through our interagency process. And we will continue to thwart every bad actor affiliated with a terrorist organization or otherwise.
Thank you. And Director Hawk, first of all, look, you've talked a little bit already about Salt Typhoon, but what I want to really get into is the things that are moving right now that you haven't had a chance to address, and in particular, Cybercom 2.0 and the need to accelerate that particular plan moving forward. Can you talk just briefly? I've got 40 seconds left. Talk to us a little bit about how critical 2.0 is in terms of countering the cyber activity that's going on through nefarious actors.
Senator, what we were asked to do by Congress was to look at what's the force generation model for the Department of Defense to be able to generate cyber forces. Based off of that request, I produced a recommendation for the Secretary that outlined 3 critical things, which is really how we manage the talent, how we develop the talent in the department, and also how we equip that talent underpinned by compute and AI. We've brought that plan initially back to Secretary Hegseth. He told us to go faster. We've delivered him that plan. And now, based off of his guidance, we will now begin to move forward with the rest of the department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for holding this hearing, and thank you for being here. Mr. Director Ratcliffe, it sounds to me like your testimony today and the Secretary and the DNI's testimony is that there was nothing wrong at all with the signal thread that you were on, that it didn't include any targeting information or battle sequence. That is your testimony. That's your testimony. And I'm a little staggered that that is your view, Director Ratcliffe. Does the CIA have any rules about handling of classified information? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. Do you agree, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said this morning when asked by members of the press what had happened, he said this morning in Hawaii that Atlantic Editor-in-Chief Jeff Goldberg is a, quote, deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of providing hoaxes time and time again. Do you share that evaluation, the Secretary of Defense's evaluation of Jeff Goldberg as a journalist?
Senator, I didn't see those comments. I don't know Jeff Goldberg.
So do you share that view of the Secretary of Defense?
Well, I don't have a view on.
Okay. Assuming that he has that view, I'm curious about whether you are the CIA director. Okay, this has happened. We know it's happened. Did Jeff Goldberg somehow, did he create a hoax that allowed him to become part of this signal thread? Please answer the question. You don't insult the intelligence of the American people. Did he invite himself to the signal thread?
I don't know how he was invited, but clearly he was added.
Clearly it was. Finish your sentence, please.
Clearly he was added to the signal group. Your question is,
you don't know that the president's national security advisor invited him to join the signal thread? Everybody in America knows that. Does the CIA director not know that?
I've seen conflicting reports about who added the reporter to the signal
You think
messaging
that it's
group.
perfectly appropriate that there was a reporter added, especially one that the Secretary of Defense says is deceitful, highly discredited, a so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes over and over again. Is your testimony that it was appropriate that he was added to this signal thread?
No, of course not. And
why
Senator,
did you not call?
Hold on,
you,
Senator.
You're
mischaracterizing my testimony.
Good. You answered the question. Let me ask you: when he was added to the thread, you're the CIA director. Why didn't you call out that he was present on the signal thread?
I don't know if you use signal messaging app.
I do. Not for classified information, not for targeting.
Well, neither
not
do I,
for
Senator.
Remote.
Neither do I, Senator.
Well, that's what your testimony is today.
It absolutely is not, Senator. Were you not listening at the beginning?
No.
When I said that I was using it as permitted, it is permissible to use.
I agree that's your testimony.
Yeah.
I agree that's your testimony. You asked me if I use it, and I said not for targeting, not for classified information.
And I said I don't either.
I also know Jeff Goldberg. I don't use it to communicate with him, but you thought it was appropriate. By the way, I think he's one of the more outstanding journalists in America, but I'm shocked to find him on a thread that he's reading in the parking lot of a grocery store in Washington, D.C., and your testimony as the director of the CIA is that it's totally appropriate. No. Is it appropriate that the president?
That is not what I.
Okay,
when did I say it was?
Please.
When did I use the word appropriate?
Well, go ahead, please.
Well, I didn't.
That everybody in America.
So clearly,
there's nothing to
Senator,
see here is what your testimony is.
No, I never said that.
This is just a normal day at the CIA where we chat about this kind of stuff over signal. In fact, it's so normal that the last administration left it here for us. That's your testimony today.
That's your testimony.
No, that's
Senator.
not my testimony. That's what you said.
I didn't say any of those things that you just related, Senator.
I heard you say it. We'll let the American people decide. Let me ask you one final point.
Mischaracterized
I'm out of time.
it. Well, are you going to give me a chance?
Is it appropriate? Did you know that the president's Middle East advisor was in Moscow on this thread while you were, as director of the CIA, participating in this thread? Were you aware of that? Are you aware of that today?
I'm not aware of that today.
This sloppiness, this incompetence, this disrespect for our intelligence agencies and the personnel who work for them is entirely unacceptable. It's an embarrassment.
Senator?
You need to do better. You need to do better. Thank you. I'm being gavelled by the chairman, and I apologize for going over my time.
Senator Young.
Thank you all for being here. I'll be asking some follow-up questions, clarifications about this signal episode in a closed setting, and try and work with all of you to bring clarity to that situation. It appears to me there's some unanswered questions. It'll take some time, I think, to get there in a more dispassionate setting. Director Gabbard, I'm going to begin today asking you some questions about emerging technology. It's been a real point of emphasis, I know, of our broader national security community for a period of time. We know that PRC is making generational investments in certain emerging tech, AI, biotech, and other areas of technology to reduce their vulnerability against any supply chain disruptions and to lead the world in some areas. As the IC assesses, the PRC is seeking to, quote, become a global S&T superpower, surpass the United States, promote self-reliance, and achieve further economic, political, and military gain. So, Director Gabbard, can you describe the actions China is taking to operationalize that IC assessment in ways that directly target the security and prosperity of everyday Americans?
Senator, what we know is that they are trying to use these capabilities as a means to continue to exploit vulnerabilities within our own critical infrastructure and our cyber technology. The critical infrastructure is a key area of concern given what we know has already been exploited, these asymmetric attacks that have been placed within our critical infrastructure that are of serious concern given how they could be exploited, especially during a time of conflict. We know that they are experiencing a boom in their generative AI capability and are competing very heavily against our own AI capabilities. Obviously, AI can and will be used across a multitude of every sector of our society, both here as we are in our own country, and we expect China to be able to continue to do the same there.
So two key areas of vulnerability to the United States conceivably, susceptibility to cyber attacks and China's leveraging of AI towards misinformation, increasingly into the physical realm. They can pose threats to us as well. As follow-up, Director Ratcliffe, you know, we've had Huawei, we've had TikTok. What do you believe will be the next point of technological friction and competition between the U.S. and China? What should members of Congress be looking for?
Senator, I think I can answer this question more fully in the classified setting. What I would say is it relates to the issue of emerging technologies and matters of quantum computing and quantum sensing, and our ability to stay ahead of China on the technological curve with respect to those issues. I'd be happy to get into that in further detail in a classified setting.
Excellent. We'll dive into that. Director Haw, General, how do you see biotech playing into this broader competition?
I think it's an area that, from our perspective, has increasingly been a priority as we want to understand the approach that China's taken, and also to ensure that as we think about the president's priorities in terms of both economic and technology security, we are certainly, as a community, following DNI's guidance, that we are increasingly putting our resources to be able to ensure that we understand where China is investing in those resources and how that will impact our economy and overall the overall health of our national security.
Thank you, General. Director Gabbard, not a lot of time left on this end, but I do have a little crypto interest I wanted to communicate to you. Can you share with this committee how we're positioned to disrupt foreign cyber efforts to steal cryptocurrency, such as the North Koreans have successfully done? If others would like to pull this thread and weigh in on this question very briefly, that would be great.
Senator, we're obviously aware of North Korea's revenue generating by stealing cryptocurrency has had a significant effect on North Korea's capabilities. I defer to our technical experts on the actions that are being taken.
Senator, I think this would be a great topic when we go to closed session.
It's going to be a busy closed
Agreed.
setting. Yes. Director Patel?
I agree with the general. In closed session, I can provide some details.
It's what you get when you visit with a bunch of spies. All right, Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to come back to the topic of the day here, the signal chain as reported by The Atlantic. Ms. Gabbard and Mr. Ratcliffe, you each testified that there was no information operational in nature, no classified information. So I want to ask each of you just a series of, just respond yes or no. I'll start with Ms. Gabbard. In the signal chain that we have been talking about, was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
I don't remember mention of specific targets.
Any generic target?
I believe there was discussion around targets in general.
Mr. Ratcliffe?
I think that's consistent with my recollection. Again, I don't have access to that. But
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons system?
I don't recall specific weapons systems being named.
I'm not talking about specific, any weapon or weapon system.
I don't recall specific names of systems or weapons being used or named within the
Well, I'm
chat.
not asking whether, I don't want you to tell me what the specific weapon was, but any weapon at all. Mr. Ratcliffe, same question.
I don't recall.
How about anything about timing? Ms. Gabbard?
I don't recall specific timing.
Was there any
I
mention?
won't get into the detail of the conversation, but obviously there was a significant amount of planning and internal discussions that had occurred prior to and outside of this Signal chat.
Mr. Ratcliffe, you're nodding your head. Any mention of any military unit whatsoever? Mr. Ratcliffe?
Not that I recall.
Ms. Gabbard?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so I understand that DoD policy prohibits discussion of even what is called controlled unclassified information, or CUI, on unsecured devices. Are both of you aware of that DoD policy?
I haven't read that policy.
Not familiar with the DoD policy, but I would say that the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for DoD in deciding what would be classified information.
Ms. Gabbard, does the intelligence community have a policy that prohibits discussion of controlled unclassified information?
Yes.
It does. Okay. Controlled unclassified information, according to DoD, includes information that is information that has not been approved for public release. Would you, of what's been disclosed publicly of the signal chain, would either of you feel that that would be approved for public release? Ms. Gabbard.
The discussion that took place in that Signal chat group was a conversation reflecting national security leaders and the vice president around the president's objectives.
So yes or no, would you approve that for public release?
I don't feel I can answer that question here.
Because of the nature of this hearing?
Because of the nature of a private discussion that took place between individual leaders in our government.
It would make sense that you would not approve it for public release, wouldn't it?
There are other factors that would go into that consideration.
Mr. Ratcliffe, yes or no?
I wouldn't approve the release of classified information. Again, as I've said, my
I'm not talking about
understanding is
classified information, Mr. Ratcliffe. I'm talking about information that has not been approved for public release. That is information that is considered controlled, unclassified information.
The principles that would have been on that would have been individuals capable of approving that for public release.
Do you, I got 20 seconds. The deliberation as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country, would you consider that classified information, Ms. Gabbard?
Well, the information was not classified.
This is not, I'm not talking about this. I'm just talking about deliberation as from principles as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country. Would you consider that classified information? I'm not talking about what happened this week.
There are other factors that would go into determining that classification.
Mr. Ratcliffe, the deliberation between principals in our national security apparatus about whether or not to strike another country, would you consider that to be classified information?
Pre-decisional strike deliberation should be conducted through classified channels.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, I just want to return, Mr. Ratcliffe, to your answer there in part, Senator Kelly. It's been raised at several occasions now in this hearing about whether classified information was discussed in this chat. And you mentioned about the Secretary of Defense being what you called, I think, the original classification authority.
Correct. Correct.
I think it's important for the public to understand that although you and Director Gabbard are original classification authorities on many matters, you're not that for all matters that might be classified in the government. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if the Secretary of State has classified sensitive diplomatic details, that's his authority. If the Secretary of Energy has sensitive classified information about our national laboratories, that's his authority. And the two of you can't speak to other departments who have their own original classification authority, and which, of course, as Director Gabbard said, ultimately rested with one person, the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. It looks like the Vice Chairman wants to weigh in as well.
Just very briefly. I mean, I think it strains the audience and the watching public's credibility if we're talking about timing, packages, that somehow this would be okay to put out, or just, frankly, senior American officials trashing Europe. I've been around this for a while. This is not information you generally put out. And the notion there's not even acknowledgement of, hey, gosh, we screwed up, is stunning to me. And the idea somehow, well, none of this was classified, but we can't talk about it here. You can't have it both ways.
I think the witness's point is that they can't speak for every official in the government who has original classification authority.
Chairman, I don't, that's not what I'm not trying to litigate that. I'm trying to litigate on the face unless, as Senator Bennett said, this reporter is somehow making this all up. And I think the White House has acknowledged that the text chain that he submitted was authentic. It strains my mind to think, again, it strains my mind if the shoe had been on the other foot, what my colleagues would be saying about this. And again, we're going to get to the bottom of it. And I appreciate your comments, but you guys have both testified under law. There's nothing classified in that information. And there's nothing, in a sense, I've not heard either one of you say, gosh, we screwed up. So we'll find out. This is too important to our national security. And again, I know we've got more members to close.
They testified, is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's no intelligence community classified information. Is that correct?
That's
Director
correct.
Ratcliffe, is that correct? Director Gabbard?
Yes, Chairman.
Well, again.
That's not correct. She said repeatedly there's nothing classified, period.
Right, period. You can't have it both. And again, we'll see. I cannot believe this is not going to come out. And if it's not classified, again, we'd ask you to give it to the public today. I'm sure one of your aides back there probably got it on paper. If you got it here, it's not classified, stand by your position. Or is this just one more example of a careless approach to how we keep our secrets in this administration?
With apologies to Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here. I want to explore a little bit about Ukraine, and I'll direct this to Director Ratcliffe or Director Cruz. The ATA assesses that, quote, the grinding war of attrition in Ukraine, quote, will lead to a gradual but steady erosion of Kyiv's positions on the battlefield. Are Ukrainian forces at any significant risk of collapse this year?
Before I turn it over to Director Ratcliffe, I think both sides are working through the equipment that they need, the industrial base they need to support that, and the personnel that are required to man all of that equipment and man the front lines. And as we see the battle space in the various portions, whether it's in Kursk, whether it's in any of the 4 oblasts, we see areas where Kyiv will struggle to prevent the slow attritional grind. We do not see an imminent collapse in any of the line of control battle spaces at this point.
And then vice versa. That answers my question, unless you want to add something, Director. Whatever advantages in manpower and material they have, can Russia maintain its operational tempo without significant changes to how it's conducting the war?
I think our assessment from a military perspective is that Russia has the ability to sustain its campaign longer than Kyiv would. Now, when that timeline hits, we do not have an assessment of, but I believe that if this were to go on for more than the remainder of this year, both sides would have a significant challenge maintaining their defense industrial base as well as their operational ops tempo.
Longer than this year?
That is correct, and they will each have difficulty at various points throughout the spring, summer, and fall as well.
Thank you. Director Ratcliffe, ATA says continuing the Russia-Ukraine war perpetuates strategic risks to the United States of unintended escalation to large-scale war and heightened insecurity among NATO allies. What are the strategic risks to the United States if Russia were to achieve its maximalist objectives via peace agreement?
Achieve via peace agreement?
Yes.
Well, I think that clearly the negotiations that are going on reflect that President Trump is seeking a cessation of the war on terms that will end the war permanently. From an intelligence community standpoint, and specifically with regard to CIA assets, we've taken steps to support that, the president's goal of an enduring peace. To General Cruz's comments, I agree with his assessment and generally the public assessment that Russia has the battlefield advantage, is grinding forward slowly. I want to comment on that, however, to say that with regard to the Ukrainian resistance, the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian military have been underestimated for a period of several years now. And ultimately, I'm convinced from my reflections in observing from an intelligence standpoint that they will fight with their bare hands if they have to, if they don't have terms that are acceptable to an enduring peace. Obviously, to the point of maximalist goals, President Trump has communicated that he is aware of the dangers of that, of Russia getting what they want. And I think that the peace talks that are taking place would reflect, if successful, and they are making progress, that both sides would not get everything that they want and no one's maximalist goals would be achieved.
Thank you both. In the short time I have, I'm going to skip a question and ask that I intended to ask, but ask the director of the FBI. Director, I chair the subcommittee that appropriates money for the Department of Justice, including the FBI. It has been our practice that the FBI director as well as the Attorney General appear before our committee each year. And I want to make certain that you do not foresee any challenges that I will have in your presence when you come to speak when we invite you to come speak about your budget. I think when we visited in the office, you made yourself often available, pleased to talk to Congress. We're getting ready for the appropriations process to begin. The budget that the president intends to submit is seemingly months away, weeks away, long weeks away. And we may ask you to come testify about your priorities now or sooner than that. Is that a challenge for you that I'd be aware of?
From the FBI, no, as long as the Department of Justice and the Attorney General are good with it.
Thank you.
Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, you have repeatedly made the point that there was no classified information contained in any of these discussions that were reported in the Atlantic Monthly. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. So, Senator, what I've related is that any information that was related from my perspective or that I observed from the intelligence perspective was not classified information. With respect to the assertions and the allegations that there was strike packages or targeting information or things that relate to DOD, as I've pointed out, the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for determining whether something's classified or not. And as I've understood from media reports, the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
Are you aware that the Secretary of Defense declassified this information prior to the discussion?
I'm not.
Director Gabbard, same question. You've indicated, at least the impression I got, was that there was no classified information discussed. Is that correct?
Senator, my answer is the same as the director of the CIA's.
So the question has to be posed to Secretary Hegseth whether he declassified the information and at what point he did declassify it. Do you agree?
Yes, I defer questions to the Secretary of Defense.
Okay. Director Patel, are you conducting an investigation of these discussions and activities?
Thank you, Senator. As I informed the vice chairman on the same question, I found out about this late last night, early this morning, so I don't have an update for you on that.
Well, thank you. When you get an update, we'd appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir.
Director Gabbard, were you overseas during any parts of these discussions?
Yes, Senator, I was.
Were you using your private phone or a public phone for the signal discussions?
I won't speak to this because it's under review by the National Security Council. Once that review is complete, I'm sure we'll share the results with the committee.
What is under review? It's a very simple question. Are you your private phone or an officially issued phone? What could be under review?
National Security Council is reviewing all aspects of how this came to be, how the journalist was inadvertently added to the group chat, and what occurred within that chat across the board.
But so you were not going to disclose anything about whether you use the phone. Director Ratcliffe, there's been indication that the CIA has warned recently retired personnel about the vulnerabilities of Signal and other encrypted messaging applications. If that's the case, why were you discussing these issues on Signal?
Senator, signal use, as I've said repeatedly, is permissible for work purposes. I've never said that end-to-end encryption apps like Signal are a substitute for classified systems. And I was not discussing classified information in this setting.
But as you've indicated previously, perhaps the Secretary of Defense was discussing classified information, and only he can be held accountable in terms of whether it was classified or declassified at the point when he spoke. Is that accurate?
Well, I didn't say it that way. I said the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority, and my understanding is that his comments are that any information that he shared was not classified.
But you have no way to verify that?
I don't.
Again, this is a very troubling example and a great lapse in our intelligence and our discussion. One further point, if you are not aware of any classified information on the discussions back and forth, would it be appropriate for the author to release the entire text of what he heard or transcribed?
I think the author has released, my understanding, essentially almost all of the information as it's been related to me. I don't know what calculation the author made with regard to what information would be released or not.
Well,
but again, I can again confirm that with respect to the communications that were related, as to me, there was no classified information.
According to the article, quote, the message contained information that might be interpreted as related to actual and current intelligence operations, and the author did not disclose that information. So the question would be, if he disclosed everything he heard, in your view.
That wouldn't be classified information. I know the context of what that is, and I think the author said might be interpreted as related to intelligence information. It was not classified information.
So it goes back to my point. If he released all this information he did not release, he could do so without any liability at the federal level.
I think you're asking for a legal answer that I'm not able to give you, but.
Mr. Patel, can you opine? You're a lawyer and you're the director of the FBI. Would he face any legal liability if he released the information?
Because of the questions you and the vice chairman have put to me, I'm not going to prejudge the situation, and that legal call is ultimately for the Department of Justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for joining us and for your service. Just to make sure I understand some of the basics here, so Director Ratcliffe, you were a member of the Houthi PC small group signal chain, correct?
I was.
Yeah, and so were the Vice President, the Secretaries of State and Defense, the National Security Advisor, and Ms. Gabbard, correct?
I believe so. I don't have a list of who was invited to be on.
And so was national political reporter Jeffrey Goldberg, correct?
I don't know that.
Yes, you do.
I don't know Jeffrey Goldberg, and I've already testified. I don't know whether or how he was added.
Okay, well, he was a member of the signal chain, and the discussion included the Vice President's private opinion on the wisdom of proposed U.S. strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Vance, quote, "I think we are making a mistake. I am not sure the President is aware of how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There was a strong argument for delaying this a month." You don't recall?
I don't, as you
You don't recall seeing that?
read that, I don't.
It included the private opinions of the Secretary of Defense on the timing of strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Director Ratcliffe, surely you prepared for this hearing today. You were part of a group of principals, senior echelons of the U.S. government, in now a widely publicized breach of sensitive information. You don't recall whether the Vice President opined on the wisdom of the strikes? That's your testimony today under oath?
In that setting, I don't recall.
Here's what Secretary Hegseth said, quote, "Waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. Two immediate risks on waiting. One, this leaks and we look indecisive. Two, Israel takes an action first or Gaza ceasefire falls apart and we don't get to start this on our own terms." Your testimony is you don't recall the Secretary of Defense sending that message or reading it?
I recall there being an exchange. I don't recall the specifics as you're reading it.
Well, let's put it this way, Director Ratcliffe, a discussion by senior U.S. officials on the timing and risks of a proposed military campaign and disagreements between the President and the Vice President about U.S. plans and intentions would be of obvious interest to foreign intelligence services, would it not?
Yes.
And they were discussing the timing of sending U.S. air crews into enemy airspace where they faced an air defense threat, correct?
I'm going to, Senator, defer to the other principles that you're referring to about what the meaning and the context of
They're
what they
talking
were
about
auditing.
the timing of U.S. airstrikes, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and therefore the timing of sending U.S. air crews into hostile airspace, correct?
Yes.
And therefore the time period during which enemy air defenses could target U.S. air crews flying in enemy airspace, correct?
I don't know that.
You do know that. Let me ask this question, General Hawk. You lead America's signals intelligence collection. Would the private deliberation of foreign senior officials about the wisdom and timing of potential military action be a collection priority for you and the U.S. intelligence community?
Senator, it's our job to do indications and warning for both the plans and intentions of adversary leaders and for military commanders.
And would not information about the timing of airstrikes allow a military to pre-position or cue air defense systems to shoot down enemy aircraft?
I think, Senator, from our perspective, any advance warning is something that we certainly are trying to protect.
Yeah. Director Ratcliffe, this was a huge mistake, correct?
No.
A national political...
Hold on.
No, you
Let me
hold
answer.
on. No,
The
Director
answer- the
Ratcliffe,
reason
I
I
asked you
say
a yes or
no-
no question, and now you'll hold on. A national political reporter
you can characterize it how you want.
Was made privy
The White
to
House has
sensitive
made
information
clear
about
that there
imminent
was an
military
inadvertent
operations against a
mistake,
foreign terrorist
an inadvertent
organization.
mistake of adding a reporter.
And that wasn't a huge
to a
mistake?
seal.
That wasn't a huge mistake?
Well, I think they characterize
This is
it
an
as a
embarrassment.
mistake.
This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error. And by the way, we will get the full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the witnesses again for their appearance today. I sense the Vice Chairman has something to add.
I do.
So I will recognize him briefly.
Well, again, I thank the witnesses. But what you're saying doesn't make sense on the face of it. Everybody knows, at least Director Ratcliffe, you had the courtesy of acknowledging you were on the chain. Director Gabbard wouldn't even touch that, even though we've got our initials. And if you want a comparison, think back to the beginning of the Ukraine war, when the United States, in concert with our then ally, the United Kingdom, declassified a lot of Putin's battle plans that allowed the Ukrainians to push back successfully on the Russian invasion. How was that? That was gone through a real process of declassification. As Senator Ossoff so clearly made the point, this information out, potentially where our adversary could reposition its defenses, in the unwillingness of the individuals on this panel who are on the chat to even apologize or acknowledging what a colossal screw-up this is, speaks volumes.
Thank you to our witnesses for your appearance. A few administrative matters. As I mentioned earlier, Senator Collins is under the weather. She regrets that she could not be here for your testimony. Senator Risch, likewise, had to preside over a hearing of the Foreign Relations Committee to include the nomination of my former governor, Mike Huckabee, a great American and a great friend of Israel, to be the next ambassador to Israel. He also regrets that he could not be here. I anticipate he may have written questions as well. I would urge you all to respond to those promptly. Now, the audience will remain seated while our witnesses and their aides depart the hearing room. The Capitol Police will ensure this occurs. I want to commend the Capitol Police and our committee security staff for running an orderly hearing today. For the benefit of members, the vote on the floor has been called. We will adjourn this open hearing and we will reconvene in closed setting at 12:40 p.m. The hearing is adjourned.
Thank you for tuning into the live show. You know what time it is. All right. There has been I think they're done. Actually.
Staff for running an orderly hearing today. For the benefit of members, the vote on the floor has been called. We will adjourn this open hearing and we will reconvene in closed setting at 12:40 p.m. The hearing is adjourned.
The hearing is adjourned. All right. All right. With that being said, let's see what's going on right now.
Brian Goodman is with me now, legal analyst here out front and former special counsel at the Department of Defense. So, Brian, you just heard Senator Gallego saying one or more of there needs to go. I mean, Walz is the one who invited the reporter into the group. Hegseth is the one who posted the targets and weapons used to target. Obviously, at this moment, it doesn't seem like anyone's going to resign. We'll see. But, I mean, when we say an extraordinary breach, is that the right word?
Absolutely. Don't know of any analog in history that's like this. And when these kinds of war plans are discussed at the Pentagon, there are many rooms that you can't even have the discussion in the Pentagon. You have to go to highly secure rooms. Oftentimes they're windowless because they need to be that secure from U.S. adversaries being able to eavesdrop. If there's a window, then it has to be a highly secured window. You can't bring your device into that room. So they aren't even just like bringing their device into the room. They're using their personal devices to communicate over this commercial messaging app. I've never heard anything like it.
So could anyone in it be in legal trouble? Anyone who was in this group, if they are not in actual chain of command getting fired or resigning trouble?
Absolutely. If we had an independent Justice Department, I'm sure they'd be looking into this. If these were lower level officials, I'm sure they'd be looking into this. The statute is actually one that many Americans can be familiar with. It's the Espionage Act. And there's a particular
Gallego said
provision.
he'd be court-martialed if he'd
That resonated with me when he said that. I was like, yes, that's very likely. That would have been the result. Or when Hillary Clinton used a private server, the investigation by the Justice Department and the FBI was whether or not she was grossly negligent. I think if you hear some of what the members of the Hill are saying, Republicans and Democrats alike, that this was grossly negligent. And that's actually the terms of the criminal statute for having gross negligence in mishandling classified information. And in fact, if it's disclosed to somebody who's unauthorized, and on their call is a journalist, that means there was in fact a disclosure.
Right, right. And of course, the Secretary of Defense's response was to deny what he did and to disparage the journalist.
Yeah. Let's talk about the story that has exploded over the last 24 hours. Jeffrey Goldberg in The Atlantic writing about this signal group text chain he was invited to discussing war plans, attack plans on Yemen. There have been people suggesting that a law could have been broken here, Ellie. What law is in play, and what are the right questions to ask pertaining that law?
So there is a federal law that people often look at in situations like this, and it's a rare one because it actually does not require intentionality. Most of our criminal laws require some intentional violation of the law. This one actually applies to gross negligence. What it says, it's section 793, if anyone wants to look it up, but it says that it is a crime to remove sensitive information from its proper place of custody grossly negligently. So I think in terms of the question you asked, what else would we need to know? First of all, is this information sensitive enough that it qualifies? It certainly seems the answer there is yes. It seems this information related to a planned military strike. Second of all, was it removed from or kept outside of its proper place of custody? Signal chat, I'm not a super expert on this, but seems to me to be not the place where this information is supposed to be stored. And then the trickiest question is, was it grossly negligent of the players to do this? And I want to be clear, the gross negligence part wouldn't necessarily be the inadvertently inviting Jeffrey Goldberg, the journalist, into this. I mean, that certainly would be one of the aspects of it. But I think the real question about negligence is just maintaining this signal chat among top U.S. officials. Would that itself be grossly negligent? So there's a lot of facts we still need to know, but that's the law that people usually look at in situations like this.
You know, to get those answers, someone would have to investigate. Who would be the body investigating here?
Well, that could be the big catch-22 here. Ordinarily, the Justice Department would take a look at this. There's a National Security Division. I think there's a 0% chance Pam Bondi authorizes an investigation, a criminal investigation of this case. You'd then look to Congress. You saw Lauren Fox reporting in the last segment about how that might go. I mean, the Republicans control both houses. They certainly have the authority to launch a robust investigation. They have subpoena power, but that's the Republican Party. They're the majority now. There's really not a whole heck of a lot the Democrats can do as the minority party. For example, they can't issue subpoenas for the most part as the minority party. So I think that's the big question. Who's going to be in position to meaningfully dig down and investigate this? I certainly would not look at the Justice Department, given what we know already about leadership there.
Joining me now to talk about all of this is CNN military analyst and retired Air Force Colonel Cedric Leighton.
So, of course, that is the hearing, which is the first half of it we just heard. And that's what CNN is talking about the leak in war chat. And they're saying, is it gross negligence? In my opinion, absolutely. But let's see how that pans out.
And Sabrina Singh, a former deputy Pentagon press secretary. I'm going to start with you, Colonel. All right, every Republican we just heard Manu Raju talk to said this was a mistake. It was a mistake. Everybody makes mistakes. So, Colonel, if you were still serving and you were responsible for an intelligence leaks like this, could this also be a crime or at least something to be court-martialed over?
Yes, absolutely, Sarah. Good morning. There is a very clear provision within the UCMJ, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, as well as under the Espionage Act. So in those particular cases, if I were to do something like that, I would have not only been lost my job, I would have been court-martialed probably, or at the very least disciplined in such a way that I probably would have had to leave the service, or at least potentially be reduced in rank. There's even the potential for prison time for this kind of thing. So careless behavior like this does create a lot of problems, and it certainly does create problems for those who serve in the military if they engage in behavior that is as careless as this.
Yeah, so you're sort of saying the way the military would see this is not just as a mistake, but as something that should never have been able to happen in the first place. Let me ask you this. In your estimation, when you look at all the things that happened, who was on the chat, how the reporter was added, should heads roll over this obvious intelligence breach?
I think absolutely there has to be accountability. And you're not just talking about some government employees. You're talking about the entire national security apparatus, from senior cabinet officials, including the Secretary of State and Secretary Hegseth, being on this chat, talking about classified details on an unclassified text app. And, I know there's a lot of focus on Mike Walls right now, but I think it's important to remember that it is Secretary of Defense Hegseth who allegedly shared details of an ongoing operation in the chat, including, leadership names of who was going to be targeted, the timing and the locations. If any adversary had intercepted these text messages, we have fighters up in the air that were about to conduct those operations. Their lives are absolutely put at risk with messages like this being disclosed in an unclassified setting. So absolutely, not only should there be accountability, there should be hearings looking into what exactly happened here so this doesn't ever happen again.
We will see whether or not that happens with Republicans having control of both houses. I do want to ask you, Colonel Leighton, how is this supposed to work? How are plans like this supposed to be shared?
Yeah, Sarah, that always happens in a very secure space. And basically what you're looking at is a secure room known as a SCIF, a secure compartmented information facility. That is the area where these things are supposed to happen in face-to-face meetings. In terms of communications, there are classified systems. On the secret side, the SIPRNet is what it's called. On the even higher classification side, there's a system known as JWICS, in which these kinds of discussions take place. And any type of contingency operation plan, any of those kinds of things would have to be conducted on what they call the high side, which is one of those two systems. And in this particular case, all of those discussions should have been held on those particular systems and not on a commercially available encrypted app like Signal.
Sabrina, saying to you now, Hegseth has said, publicly, oh, there were no war plans leaked, when literally the reporter who was on this particular chat shows that there were war plans leaked. And Hegseth is doubling down and not only doing so, but attacking the reporter who didn't ask to be on the chain, but was added to the chain. What do you make of the way that they're trying to, Hegseth himself is trying to spin this?
I mean, I think it's exactly that. They're going to try and spin this. They're going to try and throw, they're going to try and throw insults at this reporter. The reality is the signal thread was set up. The reporter was added. Obviously, that was a reckless way of not only just conducting a normal business, but to add a reporter and no one on the chat even checking who was on it. But I think the larger question here as well is this is clearly not the first time. I mean, the fact that the reporter did get added to this thread, how many more threads are there like this out there? And so, for Hegseth to go out there and deny and try and, denigrate this reporter, the reality is that the NSC stood by these text messages and said they are authentic. So I think right now what really needs to happen is there needs to be an investigation into this. Certainly if it were any other.
There's already a hearing about it, so thank you. Next. Tom Holman.
The police commissioner of Boston.
There we go.
You said you doubled down on not helping the law enforcement officers of ICE. I'm coming to Boston. I'm bringing hell with me.
It's a promise made, promise kept. A month after that promise, Border Czar Tom Holman announced a multi-agency operation in Boston that arrested nearly 400 illegal immigrants, a majority of them criminal migrants. This, as a local news investigation revealed that multiple illegals were rounded up by ICE, were charged with, and you just look at it, you got 3 counts of child rape. You got aggravated child rape of a victim under the age of 9. Then you look right here, assault to rape and a mass armed robbery. This person was released on 0 bail. Then you got 2 illegal aliens charged with child rape. They released $500 each. And then finally, 2 illegal aliens charged with cocaine and fentanyl trafficking released on $504,000 when it comes to the bail. Let's bring in the big man himself, Border Czar Tom Holman. Tom, tell me exactly what's happening on the ground. How are you able to accomplish this?
Well, look, we're keeping President Trump's promise. President Trump has promised we're going to secure the border, which we've done to a large extent. We're still working on it, but we're at 96% decline on the border. And he promised we're going to prioritize public safety threats and national security threats, illegal aliens in this country, and that's what we're doing.
So, Tom,
Boston, I said at CPAC they're a sanctuary state, and we're going to come, and despite their sanctuary status, we're going to bring agents there, and we're going to take these worst of the worst off the streets.
So, Tom, just to get into some of the specifics here. So you got these folks that had already been charged with this. What your agents were asking, keep these guys behind bars, and we'll go pick them up. But many of these criminals got charged, and they were released back on the street, right?
You're absolutely right. In one case, I looked at, Lawrence, one case, there was a child rape. He was released 2 years ago without honoring our detainer. It took us 2 years to find this person. So how many children did he attack in the last 2 years? All we're asking for is let our agents in the jail where you lock somebody up and let us arrest them there when you're done with them rather than release them back in the public and making a public safety issue out of it.
Tom, now that you have these guys in custody, where are they going?
They're going to be deported. They're in detention now, and we'll deport each and every one of them. We're going to stand by the president's promise to decrease illegal alien crime in this country. We're not going to rest till every illegal alien public safety threat, every illegal alien national security threat is eradicated from this country. That is what we're doing. We're going to get it done.
This is what the governor of Massachusetts had to say. Governor Healy said this. Massachusetts is not a sanctuary state, and Massachusetts law enforcement regularly partner with the federal agencies and federal law enforcement to keep people safe. We are ranked as one of the safest states in the country. So, Tom, is it a sanctuary state or not?
Yeah, it is, and we just proved them wrong. The mayor Wu in Boston said I was lying under oath, that I was lying about her city. Well, we went to that city. We went to the surrounding counties around that city, and you look what we did in 5 days. We got a lot of work to do. We're not done. We're going back. And I said we're going to keep going back until every illegal alien public safety threat's removed, not from Massachusetts, from the country. We're going to make this country safer. President Trump made a promise, and we're going to keep President Trump's promise.
Tom, there's been some pushback about the flights going overseas. Will the flights continue? Will these people go back?
Well, the Alien Enemies Act, we're going to let that play out in court. I'm not an attorney, but DOJ's taking that out in court. But in the meantime, I've said, we're not going to stop arresting Venezuelan TDA members in this country. And if we can't remove them through Title 8, then we're going to detain them until this case is over. But we're going to arrest them. We're going to take them off the streets. We're going to keep our promise. TDA has been verified as terrorist organizations. Them and MS-13. They're designated terrorist organizations. Those two flights carried terrorists out of this country. We're not going to apologize for it. We think we did the right thing. We followed the Aliens Enemies Act. The president simply invoked the authorities he has in a statute of federal law, and that's what we did. This administration is following the law. We're using the law to make this country safer, unlike the last administration, who not only ignored the law, Lawrence, they violated the law with misuse of parole. We're making this country safe again, one illegal alien at a time. We're going to keep doing it.
Tom, I know you've been doing this job over 30 years. Amongst Democrats and Republican presidents. There was a judge that talked about the treatment, and they said something that I think you're going to take great umbrage with. This is what the judge said. Watch.
The point here was that there were plane loads of people. I mean, it's a class action. There were plane loads of people. There were no procedures in place to notify people. Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemy Act than has happened here.
Is that true, Tom?
Is that true, Tom?
No, we follow every procedure within the Aliens Enemy Act. Maybe we just need to read that act. We did the right thing. I'm not aware of every single case, but I've been told by highest levels in ICE that every one of those Venezuelans on that plane was TDA based on hours of investigations, anywhere from criminal investigations to wiretaps to witnesses' statement. They put a lot of effort in this, and I've been guaranteed that every one of those Venezuelans will member TDA. And again, they're a designated terrorist organization. And I'm sick of these radical judges. Why don't they talk to Laken Riley's family? What due process does she have? Talk to the other young women that were raped and murdered in this country by TDA members. Talk to the family of the young lady that was burned alive on a subway. We did the right thing. We're keeping President Trump's promise. We're going to arrest every one of these people. And again, we're not going to arrest every one of them is out of this country. This is what the President Trump promised American people. We're going to do this every day, 24/7 across this country without apology. We're going to keep doing what we're doing.
Yeah. Tom, I only got a few seconds left, but before I go, I just want you to make it clear to our audience why you guys don't release all the information that you gathered through intelligence. You put the law enforcement as well as the sources at risk when you release that, right?
You're exactly right. We got to protect our confidential sources. We also have to protect our law enforcement methods. We can't tell everybody how we do this because it's law enforcement sensitive information. We need the element of surprise. We need to find the most dangerous people in the world that are walking the streets of the United States. There are a lot of law enforcement sensitive methods we use. We got to protect our sources. We got to protect the confidential informants that have given up statements to us. So this is what we do. We do it well, and we're going to keep doing it, Lawrence.
Yeah, it's an entire criminal enterprise that's paying for these guys to get out. When you start talking, then the criminal knows what you're going to do, and people die as a result of that. You guys are doing a great job. Tom, thanks so much for joining the program. All right, now to this. The Trump administration is invoking the state secrets privilege as it refuses to give a judge more information on the migrant deportation flights to El Salvador.
Griff Jenkins is live in Washington with more.
Good morning, guys. And late yesterday, here's what happened. Attorney General Pam Bondi signed a document formally announcing the administration is invoking the state secrets privilege to prevent the government from having to disclose national security information in open court after declarations from Secretary of State Rubio and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem were made to Bondi. But District Judge James Boasberg wants answers about these flights to El Salvador after rejecting a request to lift a temporary block on those deportations under the Alien Enemies Act. He wrote this: because the named plaintiffs dispute that they are members of Tren de Aragua, they may not be deported until a court has been able to decide the merits of their challenge. Now, at issue is whether Judge Boasberg overstepped his authority when ordering the government to return more than 250 suspected TDA gang members back to the U.S., even as military planes carrying those migrants were already outside U.S. airspace. Tuesday. So now this 3-judge D.C. appeals court panel will make that determination, and they appeared split on whether the flights should continue, with Obama-appointed Judge Patricia Millett blasting the use of the wartime authority.
The point here was that there were plane loads of people. I mean, it's a class action. There were plane loads of people. There were no procedures in place to notify people. Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemy Act than has happened here.
But Judge Justin Walker, a Trump appointee, seemed more empathetic to the DOJ's arguments in his questioning, while that third judge, appointed by President George H.W. Bush, Karen Henderson, asked no questions. So we really aren't sure, guys, where she'll come down. They can rule any time, and they could rule narrowly or more broadly. We just have to wait and find out. And don't forget, the losing side could also try and fast-track this to the Supreme Court. Guys?
Right.
They certainly will.
Yeah, it's almost a given, whoever loses.
Yeah.
Although, you know who is it, Griff, is it true that they've already picked the Supreme Court justice that would hear it? And it's Elena Kagan?
We do not know that. There's some speculation. And look, we also don't know, Brian, really whether we could get a one-sentence order today or whether or not we will get in coming days a much broader ruling that will instruct perhaps future judges hearing cases like this in these circumstances. So a lot of unknowns right now.
Yeah, could be broad, could be narrow. Griff, thank you. You know, I must say, Judge Mallet, I don't think we've expressed an appropriate level of rage for what she said. Yes, you are entitled to a hearing unless it's the Alien Enemies Act, where it's special wartime powers that mean the alien does not get a hearing. But Nazis got better treatment, okay?
That was despicable.
Homan said Laken Riley didn't get due process. Rachel Morton, a mother of 4, did not get a modicum of due process when she was slaughtered out for a run. Nor did Nungari, that little girl who went to a convenience store. So when the judge talks about Nazis and TDA, I can tell you the average American hears the young girls and mothers who have lost their lives who didn't get any due process.
Well, right. And to that point, Kaylee, they're still in the country right now. I take you to this operation that Tom Homan just did in Boston. Look at the wall right here. You got 3 counts of aggravated rape against a child right here, a victim under 9, assault rape, a mass armed robbery, child rape again. By the way, released on bail for $500. Then you got cocaine and fentanyl trafficking across the country. This is just one city in the country that has a mayor that wants to defend them. The governor claims that it's not a sanctuary city. A sanctuary state. But obviously, these people found a sanctuary there.
Yep.
Right. And one of the things that the administration has done is they're trying to figure out, okay, how can we get the people out of the country as quickly as possible? And we had heard that from Tom Homan from the get-go, even before he assumed the position. And so they're using this Enemies and Aliens Act from the 1700s to try to do it. They knew, from my sources in the administration, they knew it was going to get adjudicated. It was going to go through the courts. They just want finality. They want the American judicial system to say, okay, you can do it this way or you can do it that way. And then they're going to do it that way, whatever it is, in a big way.
So yesterday, over the weekend, they just wanted to stress how Donald Trump is threatening to ignore the courts, which he has never done.
Not true.
Every single Sunday show focused on that, except for Shannon's. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, in action big time in Boston. He announced the arrest of 370 in the surrounding areas. He said on X that he traveled to Boston on Tuesday, as promised, kicking off a 5-day operation. It was pointed out by the governor. Pleased to work with ICE. We're not a sanctuary state. We have sanctuary cities in our state. Here's Tom Homan.
One case, there was a child rape. He was released 2 years ago without honorary detainer. It took us 2 years to find this person. So how many children did he attack in the last 2 years? All we're asking for is let our agents in the jail where you lock somebody up and let us arrest them there when you're done with them, rather than release them back in the public and making a public safety issue out of it. Mary Wu in Boston said I was lying under oath, that I was lying about her city. Well, we went to that city. We went to the surrounding counties around that city, and you look what we did in 5 days. We got a lot of work to do. We're not done. We're going back. And I said we're going to keep going back until every illegal alien public safety threat's removed, not from Massachusetts, from the country. We're going to make this country safer. President Trump made a promise, and we're going to keep President Trump's promise.
You know, and one of the things that ICE and Tom Homan is doing is the fact that when they sweep up 370 criminals, alien criminals, and the people of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts say, why exactly doesn't our state or why doesn't our city cooperate with ICE to get these people off the streets? Why don't they do that? The people, you know, they don't have a good answer.
Yeah, you know, Tom Homan, if you look at the data Bill Maloogian put out, I just did some like rough calculator math of the 33,000 that they've apprehended illegal immigrants. And you look at those who have pending criminal charges or are convicted of crimes, 73.4% of people Tom Homan has wrapped up around the country have pending criminal charges or criminal convictions.
And if you notice
that
now,
is pretty good.
If you notice now, the administration with that bus, you didn't see the names of them. It's because there's too much coordination been going on. You release the names, you get all the information out there, the criminals are on to you. So now the administration, they tried to be transparent, but leaks were happening all over the place, and they're coordinating with the criminals. So now they're holding it until they wrap up everybody, and then maybe we'll start hearing some names. I just want our community to be safe.
Yeah, I just said President Trump, the Massachusetts State Police were brought to the White House and recognized by Trump and Attorney General Bondi for their partnership. So Governor Maura Healey trying to go out of her way to say, don't think we're all like Boston, which is interesting because she's a Democrat.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm
Here we go again. Here we go again. This is going to be dragged for a long time in the media. Of course, Fox is not going to really talk about it, but I know CNN and MSNBC, they will sit on the war leak chat. But I think Fox just posted some. Let me see about it.
Morning, everybody. Got a major leak now rippling through the White House. Questions swirling on how a journalist was added to a sensitive text thread. So sensitive, it detailed plans to bomb Yemen. Also, we are learning more from the National Security Advisor, Michael Waltz, this morning, who had a conversation with Peter Ducey. So good morning. It's a Tuesday. I'm Bill Hemmer. We'll work through this today and figure out where it goes. Hello to you.
Yes, good morning. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. Happened once when I was press secretary. One of my staffers meant to send me something and sent it to Dana Milbank at the Washington Post. It wasn't as serious.
That was before you had the device where you undo send, right?
Yes.
Just blow it up.
At least it wasn't fatal, indeed. All right. Well, Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg writing, quote, the Trump administration accidentally texted me its war plans. Among those included in the group chat referenced in the article were Tulsi Gabbard and John Ratcliffe.
So they are testifying, in fact, this morning, and we're waiting for that at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, Senate Intel hearing. We expect all the lawmakers, they will not only be there, but we expect a conversation regarding this.
And loaded for bear, indeed. Yeah. So meanwhile, lawmakers are weighing in, Republicans calling it an honest mistake, and Democrats, they are a little less forgiving, as you might imagine.
I'm not a technology expert, and I don't know all the details, but somebody made a mistake, and it happens. I think most Americans understand that.
That's the type of information that we need to get at to hopefully, reassure our allies and partners that we know how to handle this type of classified information.
It's not the first time that members of the press have been on meetings or chats before, but obviously that was not that was a problem.
Peter Ducey is at the White House this morning. Hi, Peter. Good morning.
Dana, good morning. Mike Waltz, the National Security Advisor, is not resigning. He's on the phone this morning with his Russian counterpart. They are trying to get to a ceasefire deal in the Black Sea. And President Trump is not, as of this morning at 9 a.m., going to fire Waltz. The president's thinking is this was a mistake. There was nothing important in the thread, and he thinks Waltz is a good guy. He also thinks, the president, that Democrats had nothing to complain about the White House until this story broke. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, just wrote this about the author. She said, Jeffrey Goldberg is well known for his sensationalist spin. Here are the facts about his latest story. No war plans were discussed. No classified material was sent to the thread. The White House counsel's office has provided guidance on a number of different platforms for President Trump's top officials to communicate as safely and efficiently as possible. As the National Security Council stated, the White House is looking into how Goldberg's number was inadvertently added to the thread. And the initial thinking is that his number was added to the contact card of a staffer who was supposed to be there.
I was invited a couple of weeks ago to connect with Michael Waltz, the National Security Advisor. That didn't strike me as particularly strange, given my job. On Saturday, the 15th of March, when I was shared on a text in this group from somebody purporting to be Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, and this text contained operational military information.
And that point, the centerpiece of the story, is directly refuted by the defense secretary.
I've heard I was characterized, nobody was texting war plans, and that's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
And we do expect to hear from the CIA Director John Ratcliffe later on today that Signal, this commercial-free encrypted messaging app, is something that intelligence agencies rely on and that it lives on systems and servers used by the CIA, among others. Dana?
All right, that's why I don't use it.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
That's why I don't use it. But look, the media is going to talk about this for a long time. A lot of people are already saying, well, that's what happens when you hire a DEA. Look, it is what it is, okay? A mistake was made, but I think for a fact it's a mistake. I get it. But with the way we already know the Democrat, okay, they don't want this man to win. They don't want this man to win from the gate. So now this type of mistake happens, it is going to be dragged for a long time. Especially, people that are involved. Pete Hegseth. You knew the entire story behind his confirmation hearing, how his mom's conversations with him came out in the media, allegedly, and all that stuff. So now it's like with this leak, it's like, okay, I don't know. But I just think I support Trump. I like his policies. I voted for him. I think he's smart. I think he's done a great job with the border, foreign policy, bringing back the hostages, peace deals, and all that stuff. He's done a great job. Okay, and it's just barely 3 months in, barely 3 months, ladies and gentlemen. And now look how great of a job he's done. But then again, he has a cabinet that I think is great too. However, this just happened. So let's see how the media plays it out today. Is going to be a very interesting day, especially on CNN and MSNBC for a fact. But with that being said, you guys are the best. Thank you for tuning into the live stream. You know what time it is. Your boy got to go. Your boy. Okay, wait. Let's do one more. Let's see if we can do one more.
You were a decorated Army veteran.
All right.
And you're hearing this news about Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth using a messaging app for sensitive information. And as it happens, they ended up putting a reporter on this group chat where they laid out war plans on Yemen and accidentally added this reporter. And then hours later, they carried out those very war plans bombing Yemen. As a decorated Army veteran, how would the Army handle an intelligence breach of this kind?
I mean, this is astonishing. And I think about, we always, in Afghanistan, we always took things like OPSEC very seriously. And OPSEC is operational security. And there are 19-year-olds who I served with in Afghanistan who are seemingly taking OPSEC more seriously than what we're seeing from senior leaders in the U.S. government right now. And so at a time, specifically right now, at a time when we are having public servants who are losing their jobs when all they were doing was making sure our food was safe. At a time when we have public servants who are losing their job and all they were doing.
Exactly. This is what I'm talking about. If you have a mistake like that and you're firing people for not coming to work or not doing a great job, then it's like the Democrat, they're going to say, somebody has to get fired for this mistake. Like somebody has to take responsibility for these mistakes. I think so too,
was making sure they were protecting critical infrastructure, that they were losing their jobs, and all they were doing were making sure that we were supporting our veterans. My question is, who's going to lose their job for this? Who is going to lose their job to know that we have violated serious and significant national security operational secrets?
There we go.
And I'm still wondering who is going to be held accountable for what we saw.
Do you think it should be the top of the chain, which is the Department of Defense Secretary, Pete Hegseth?
I mean, I believe in accountability. And I think they have to figure out who is responsible for this and under whose watch did this happen and was it allowed to be tolerated. But I know that, when I was leading soldiers in Afghanistan, we took operational security very, very seriously. And it's my hope that the federal government is doing the same thing.
That is the Democratic governor of Maryland speaking to Sarah just this morning on the show. And the questions he is asking is why the president's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, for one, is in the headlines this morning, to say the least, for all the wrong reasons, after the White House says he is the official who added a journalist to a group chat sharing Yemen battle plans. That chat playing out in...
He's probably going to take the fall. I don't know. But Trump has said great things about this guy and doesn't seem to have any consequences for him yet. But let's see how it plays out, because if the heat gets hotter, then somebody will have to take the fall.
Wild fashion on an unclassified messaging app. To state the obvious, that is not protocol. And yes, there are many easily accessible and established ways for national security officials to communicate safely. But what happens now? Where will the fallout go? Joining us right now is the Democratic Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, a member of the House Intelligence Committee. Congressman, thank you for coming in. You have said that you are demanding a full accounting from the agencies on how this happened. What do you think should happen here?
Well, there needs to be an investigation. I think the fact that if you read that Signal conversation, the fact that nobody said, hey, maybe we shouldn't be doing this. Should we take this offline to the SCIF? A classified space to discuss this in person. Nobody asked, who is this guy JG on the chat? Suggests to me that perhaps this is happening in other instances. They're using Signal to transmit classified information in other conversations. So we need to figure out the full extent of that and whether there's been any damage done through that particular potential pattern of communication and who needs to be held accountable.
If this is investigated, who should be doing the investigating, considering who all was involved in the chat? The White House, State, Defense, DNI, CIA. I mean, even Treasury was on there, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, ordinarily you'd think the inspectors general of the different agencies would collaborate on this. But as you know, a lot of these inspectors general were fired. There aren't truly independent people to investigate. And that's one of the reasons why Congress, at least many of us in Congress, are very upset about that. All that being said, now there has to be some independent investigation, whether it's by the acting inspectors general or committees of Congress. Tomorrow, we're having a worldwide threats hearing in the Intelligence Committee in the House. I'm sure this is going to come up today in the Senate as well in their analogous hearing, but we need to have answers quickly.
I mean, this started playing out yesterday afternoonish. Have you heard anything? You can't obviously speak about classified matters. We definitely know that from this from how this played out. But is there a conversation among Intelligence Committee members? Yes, that also not funny at this point. Is there a conversation amongst Intelligence Committee members on pulling people to the Hill in a classified setting to get some of these answers? That can be quick and easily done.
Yes, there's extensive conversation, and that's actually going to happen tomorrow. We're going to have this hearing that I call the worldwide threats hearing in a classified setting along with an open setting. So in the classified setting, I'm sure that all of us are going to be asking very pointed questions of the new DNI as well as others about this particular situation, basically because they were part of this chat. as well.
They were. I have seen some reporting that some of the conversations now underway among White House officials are over whether the president's national security advisor, Mike Waltz, should be forced to resign or should lose his job over this. Do you think he should?
Potentially, yes. I'd like to see this investigation, though. I think I have a feeling that this isn't the only signal conversation that happened involving classified information. Just before I came on air, I got this text from the mom of a sailor who showed a bulletin informing the sailor and all of his colleagues that Signal is not an appropriate place to be having a transmission of classified or even in some cases confidential information or top secret information. And so the fact that an average enlisted person knows this, and the fact that if they had engaged in the same behavior, they would be court-martialed or forced to resign, means that whether it's Mike Waltz or Pete Hegseth or anyone else, they need to face similar consequences if they're responsible.
Well, let's see what happens in this Senate hearing today, and also very interested to happen what happens in the House hearing tomorrow before your committee. Congressman, thank you for coming in.
Kim, let's start with this massive national security blunder by top Trump officials. I want to play a little bit more of what Jeff Goldberg told CNN about being added to this Signal chat group. Have a listen.
Nobody raised the question, why are we talking about this over Signal? And nobody said, hey, who is JG? Because you show up in a little bubble as your initials. And no one at any point said, who's JG? And when I withdrew from the group, you formally remove yourself. You hit a button. It says JG has removed himself from the group. I assumed that somebody would say, hey, who just removed himself from the group? Nothing.
Well, all of this, Kim, does seem to paint a picture of an administration that is extremely cavalier. That's true of using Signal, of adding in a journalist. They apparently didn't even know he was there. But also just of how serious, or unserious, sorry, they seem to take carrying out these bombings. I just want to show our viewers this. Mike Waltz replying with a fist and an American flag, almost like this is just, I don't know, just a big game. What do you make of all of this?
Well, I've been trying to think about how it happened.
Okay, that's it. Thank you. They're going to drag this out for like 2 months.
Partner?
Well, partner, I like it. We got to have Florida Fridays.
What is this? Is the Rifleman with Chuck Connors?
Rifleman. I like your style, Lawrence Jones.
Really? Thank you. Okay, Haas.
All right. Well, DOJ is still chipping away at government waste, and Attorney General Pam Bondi has a message for anyone caught committing government fraud. You will be prosecuted.
So Peter Ducey is live at the White House. Peter, your day started early.
Yeah, good morning. And officials here have been dozing long enough that they are starting to distinguish between government waste and government fraud.
There is a tremendous amount of fraud, and Elon, thank you for your partnership. Thank you for your team. You have uncovered so much fraud in our government, and we will prosecute you. We have an internal task force now working with every agency sitting here at this table, and if you've committed fraud, we're coming after you.
And not everything is fraud. Some of these big government contracts are real head scratchers, though.
EA has now canceled over $22 billion worth of contracts. $2 billion going to this NGO that Stacey Abrams was tied to. They received only $100 in 2023. And then the Biden administration gave them $2 billion. The director of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund saw his former employer get $5 billion. So $20 billion went to just 8 NGOs.
We didn't even know there was going to be a cabinet meeting yesterday, but it wound up being a chance for the gathered secretaries to brag about cuts they're making in front of the big boss, President Trump.
The case of fraud was with the Small Business Administration, where they were handing out loans, $330 million worth of loans to people under the age of 11. I think the youngest, Kelly, was a 9-month-old who got a $100,000 loan. That's a very precocious baby we're talking about here.
Babies getting small business loans that is something the current president is trying to wind down.
Yeah, my baby better get
Hey,
100,000.
Peter, before you go, the number one story everybody's talking about from the White House is, and it's a headline in the New York Post, Trump team accidentally added lefty editor to secret text group planning Yemeni raids. What are people saying? Do you have any scoop today?
Well, they did promise to be the most transparent White House ever, right? I guess adding a journalist to a group chat like that would be consistent with that promise. But,
I don't think that's what they meant.
Right. But I have heard that Mike Waltz is telling people that he has no idea how this happened. He has never met Jeffrey Goldberg. He has never spoken to Jeffrey Goldberg. So if the story is that Jeffrey Goldberg is invited by Michael Waltz to this group that the NSC says is a real chat group, they looked at it. They said this is a thread that they think is all legitimate. Pete Hegseth, though, claims that there were no war plans shared. But Mike Waltz says he has no idea how this happened. And he is saying that Signal, the encrypted messaging app, is allowed at various government agencies. And we looked it up. There is guidance for highly targeted individuals to use end-to-end encrypted software like this, free apps, Signal, WhatsApp, to try to avoid being hacked.
Right. So wow, Peter, that's fascinating. So you're saying that you have learned it's okay for government officials to be using Signal?
Yeah, we pulled a quote. If you give me 1 second, I have it in my email here from the CISA guidance, and part of it says, adopt a free messaging application for secure communications that guarantees end-to-end encryption. They want that for highly targeted individuals. And they say, while no single solution eliminates all risks, implementing these best practices significantly enhances protection. So,
okay. All right. That's interesting.
That
moving
is
the
very
story forward.
interesting.
Yeah.
And it is worth. It's also worth. We've been asking everybody about this. I have heard from a different senior administration official that they are denying these reports that Waltz is on the chopping block. So.
Well, and that's what I was going to ask you about, because the Wall Street, Politico says half the president's advisors say that Waltz is in trouble. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that President Trump is angry at him. But at the same time, a bunch of Democrats want the president to fire Waltz over this. But given the fact that Democrats want it, that's probably job security for Mike Waltz, because the last thing he wants to do is cave to Democrats.
And this reporter, Jeffrey Goldberg, is somebody that President Trump and his senior advisors do not like. They are not big fans of the reporting that he has done about President Trump over the last couple of years. And so that raised some questions last night about why would Mike Waltz have this phone number in his phone at all for Jeffrey Goldberg, because you need to have the digits in there to invite somebody to a Signal chat. But he is saying that they've never spoken and they have never met. So that is the story on the first day of this probe, which
Peter, I totally hear you on Jeffrey Goldberg. I mean, I was press secretary with the Suckers and Losers story. I immediately found a dozen sources to discredit his reporting. I was sitting here with you guys with the Vanessa Guillen reporting, which was discredited by Ben Williamson, Mark Meadows, among others. NSC, though, to their credit, they own this, Peter. They said this is an authentic chain. They did not try to deny it. But my question here, I mean, Jeffrey Goldberg, I watched him last night. He intimates that his name popped up as JG in the Signal chat. I would think, and Lawrence Jones is like a Signal expert over here, JG, if it pops up as such in the chat, you got to be in someone's phone.
Who is that?
Yeah, JG, I don't know. Do you know JG at the White House?
Well, there's speculation that it was meant to be Jameson Greer, the U.S. trade representative, but that at this point is just speculation.
That would explain.
There's no way to know. But what I kind of am curious about, why did JG leave the chat? I guess everybody that was on there got an alert. Oh, JG has left the group chat on Signal.
Oh, I didn't know that. I missed that. Okay, wow.
Yeah, and so, you got to stick around a little bit, see what else they're going to talk about. And I do think there's probably some level of, from the reporting about this, there's probably some level of jealousy from everybody else writing about this that they were not added
Without question.
Well, that's interesting. Peter, thank you for moving the story.
Somebody's comparing, like, why would you compare this to Hillary Clinton's situation? These, like, two different, this, for Hillary, we know what she did, okay? And for this situation, this is bad as well. I'm not saying this is like, okay, but they're still going through their back and forth. I don't know what's going to take the fall, but it's most likely somebody will.
So Mike Waltz says, in speaking to him, he said, I have no idea how my phone number got into the contact info. If this is a government phone, so you're the national security advisor, and they say, hey, here's your phone. Guys, welcome to your first day. This is going to be the dress code. This is where the halls are. This is where this is what you're going to do. Here's where the men's room is. Do they hand you the government phone? And could someone else be loading your contacts? Like, I'm obviously loading my Signal contacts, but is somebody else, like a staffer, loading your contacts? And was that person confused? So maybe the trade rep. Why would the trade rep be in that? Well, just looking at the substance, kind of makes sense. Because what do they say? Only 3%. J.D. Vance, in pushing back, says only 3% of our commerce goes through there. Europe's got 40%. Why are we doing the work for Europe? So that's maybe why a trade rep might be in there. But I'm not making excuses, just trying to piece it together.
And I said, first of all, I said from the very beginning, in the first hour, the Signal thing doesn't bother me. Them using Signal because they all use it. They do, and I'm glad. I didn't know there was official guidance to use Signal. I just know that this is the platform they do it because they find it to be secure. Number two, as it relates to the intelligence being shared back and forth, my question is, what is he talking about? Is he talking about just conversations? Because in order for maps and stuff, that stuff doesn't leave. And with Signal, you would have to download that on your phone.
You can't get a map on.
You could, but you can't get a military map unless you have a secretary or someone at a high level downloading stuff to their phone. They don't download.
Look at the rapidity of that exchange.
They don't do that. That's on. You can't even have the phone and that parts of the Pentagon. That's all on.
Like, look, I get it. Okay, everybody makes mistake, but come on, man. You know, they've been waiting for this type of story to break. Like, oh, we told you, Pete Exet, he wasn't capable. They've been waiting for something like this. Now, if I was like Pete Exet, I would be doing precautionary checks, okay? Because I know people are waiting for me to fail. Well, moving forward now, everybody would watch themselves like more often because. Come on, man. You know they want you to fail, bro. You know they want you to fail, so you got to do excellent job.
Hardwire and all that type of stuff. So I'm just not buying, maps and stuff of attacks. Now, maybe they were having conversation to that point. The last point I'm going to make, and I just put a bow on it, I think Mike Waltz is known as a trusted ally of the president. I think if the president is furious this morning, he's furious about it being sloppy.
This is probably going to be like J6. The media is going to talk about this for the next 4 years. You better trust CNN. They're going to talk about this for the next 4 years, bro. They're going to say, well, remember when they leaked the war chat? And they'll say, when was it? Was it yesterday? They'll say March 24th would never happen again. March 24th. Start making banners. March 24th, just like J6. Look, oh my goodness.
He doesn't like sloppiness. He doesn't like giving the enemy more ammunition. I don't think there was anything that was high level that was disclosed. A lot of the back and forth that we saw that was revealed there, it's what we kind of expected in the public.
And Jeffrey Goldberg was very vague on that. He said operational details. Well, Jeffrey, we have a reason not to trust your reporting. I'd like to see hard footnotes to all of your reporting.
Well, the one thing that he did that was the right thing, he did not report on any of the stuff until way after it happened. So, he didn't want to screw up the operational success of it, and apparently he did not. But now... and this is, it'll be interesting to see where we are 24 hours from now, because there are going to be hearings up on Capitol Hill today where a number of Trump cabinet members are just going to get pummeled over this. And, about it being sloppy and how did it happen. And they're going to say, I don't know. And it's not a good thing.
No,
Right.
it's not.
I would say this. A source close to the president said Michael Waltz is safe. So that's, I think, important because you're looking at the Daily Mail and you're looking at Politico. You have people have a different story. And I just think that this is a story. It's also overwhelming. Don't overwhelm the fact that regardless of what you think, the operation was overwhelmingly successful. The message is also a message needs to be sent to Iran, and it also has to show Israel we got your back because they're lobbing rockets in there. So the process, the pushback, we shouldn't have seen it, obviously. But as we rip the cover off, I like the exchange between all sides. They're not all singing from the same hymn book. I like the push and pull.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Just like, of course, folks would, you know how it goes. Folks definitely wouldn't want to do all that. But this ain't good. This isn't good at all. All right, moving forward.
So, as you know, there are numerous judges, numerous courtrooms where the White House is vowing to push back as President Trump faces mounting legal challenges. These cases stretching out before several different courts across the country. So we thought today to help us wade through all the legal aspects for this, we welcome back the former Attorney General, Bill Barr. Sir, good morning to you and welcome to our program today. Thanks for coming on.
Hi, Bill. Hi, Dana.
Hi. So in the last century now, you had 27 injunctions over 100 years. You've had 15 now in 2 months. What is the resolution when you have 650 some odd district judges who weigh in on national issues as they affect the executive branch? What would be your position from a very high level as to how this should be handled?
Yeah, I think there are two things going on, and the president is absolutely right to be frustrated and concerned about the way the courts are handling this. First, there's a pattern whereby these district court judges are trying to usurp the responsibility of the president in the national security area. The Constitution gives the president the power to make the judgments about how we deal with foreign nationals when we are animated by national security concerns. It's his call, not a district court judge's call. The second phenomenon that's occurring is even where it's appropriate for the court to play its traditional role of safeguarding the liberties of American citizens, we have this phenomenon of nationwide injunctions where the lowest level judge, district judges, try to bind the entire nation and bind the president in their initial decision. And that is not what we have meant by the judicial power under our Constitution. And it leads to a lot of instability in government and a lot of instability within the court system. It's something the court has to deal with. The Chief Justice has to deal with the problem of nationwide injunctions.
Speaking of the Supreme Court, Justice Elena Kagan back in 2022, she said this can't be right. Watch here.
It can't be right that one district judge can stop a nationwide policy in its tracks and leave it stopped for the years that it takes to go through a normal process.
From your read and understanding of the current makeup of the Supreme Court, if one of these cases does get up there and they are able to take on this issue, do you think it will come down in favor of the executive branch being able to execute what it wants to do?
Yes, if they finally stand up and decide a case instead of, hanging back from these decisions, I think it'll come out the right way. I think most of the justices appreciate how absurd this is. Look, when a district court judge decides a case, even the judge down the hall in the same building is not bound by that result. They can find differently in a similar case or a same kind of case. The only time it becomes binding on someone other than the parties, the precise parties, is when it's appealed to the circuit court, and then it becomes the rule in a certain number of states, and it doesn't become the national rule until it's adopted by the Supreme Court, and that all takes time. It's a preposterous situation that we have now.
Okay, well, I'm going to get into two cases in a moment here, but I'm going to ask you another 35,000-foot question here. Then we'll get to Venezuela, and we'll get to this student, former student at Columbia University. Through all of this, it appears like Judge Boasberg's arguing that essentially due process was not given to those who were deported, let's say, or who are now in detention. What does the law say about those who are not American citizens when it comes to appealing their process or being given due process in their case?
Right. The fundamental problem here is that judges are like carpenters. Everything looks like a nail to them, and they, apply the same kind of rules they do in our criminal justice system when American citizens are involved, and trial-like hearings and adversarial hearings and all kinds of rules of evidence and trying to prove something beyond a reasonable doubt or some high standard of proof. That applies in our criminal justice system where the courts are playing their traditional role of protecting the rights of American citizens. That is not the rule, and it shouldn't be the regime when we're dealing with external threats and the president is trying to make judgment calls as the best way to protect the country. And what's happening here is they're trying to reduce all decisions to these trial-like hearings, which essentially gives the judge the power to overrule and second-guess the executive. Now, there are two decisions here. First decision, is this a predatory incursion by a foreign nation or government? And I think the president's right, and I think it is eminently defensible position that this is. When I was Attorney General, we indicted the Maduro government in Venezuela because they were directly involved in drug trafficking to the United States, and we determined that they were doing it to hurt the United States. It was a hostile act to weaken our country. So I think the assessment of the current situation does support handling these TDA members under the Alien Enemies Act.
Okay, so let's come back to that, okay? Take this Columbia University student or former student. He's got a green card. He's married to an American woman. Apparently, she's 8 months pregnant. What rights or argument does he have to fight deportation?
Again, the key question there, he is entitled to some kind of hearing and process under the statutory law. But the key issue there is not something that the judges can second guess. He is being removed because the Secretary of State made a determination that his continued presence and activities in the United States pose a serious consequence for American foreign policy, adverse consequence. That's a determination that the Secretary of State makes. Due process only requires that decision be made by the Secretary of State, and it's a defensible position. It doesn't allow for judges to come in and have a trial as to whether they think it's serious consequences. And it's the same thing, by the way, with these Venezuelans. They had process. They had a process in the executive branch where there was a review of their situation, investigation, and their determination made that they were members of TDA. Now, if one of them has evidence that they're not, the proper approach is to go for a writ of habeas corpus and put forward your evidence and have a response to that by the court, some specific showing. But to say that, as this judge has said, is that if the act requires individualized trial-like hearings for every single one, then it just makes a mockery of the statute. The reason the statute is there is to provide, as the Supreme Court has said, a summary way of quickly removing a large number of people.
Yesterday, Judge Millett, she's an Obama appointee. She was part of this 3-judge panel. This is what she said about these Venezuelan gang members. Watch.
There were plane loads of people. There were no procedures in place to notify people. Nazis got better treatment under the Alien Enemy Act than has happened here.
Is that going a little too far?
Well, yeah, I think it definitely goes too far. I'm not sure what she's speaking about. Nazis captured by the United States did not get into the courtroom. I can tell you that. Even ones who were born in the United States and went to Germany to fight for Germany. So again, they're trying to have a trial as to whether or not they're a member is wrong. They have an opportunity to raise that. They were interviewed. Determinations were made. If they have evidence, they can come forward with it under habeas corpus. But think about it. How could you ever prove this. It would take, beyond a reasonable doubt for any of these people. We're trying to show that they're members of a gang, a Venezuelan gang. It's ultimately a judgment call that has to take into account the need for speed, the risk to the American people. These people are not American citizens. They don't have the same due process rights in this situation as Americans have in law enforcement.
One more just to follow up on that. In the hearing yesterday at the appellate level, one of the judges, Judge Walker, Justin Walker, said, can you name me a case where this has survived on appeal? And I don't know, maybe you can off the top of your head. I'm not a lawyer, and I can't find one when I was looking. But this Alien Enemies Act, it appears, based on law, even though it's been barely used in the history of the country, that it is the most efficient way for deportation. And one must think that the Trump administration had a plan here, especially for the 250 some odd who went to El Salvador, that this is what they were going to do and they were going to move with efficiency. Now, a court stepped in and tried to stop that. I don't know what the timeline was specifically, but the judge is asking for that information. Would that change your mind if there was something in there that suggested, well, that was illegal?
Well, I mean, if there was something that showed it was illegal, but it's hard for me to see. It may show that they were, moving very quickly and wanted to avoid judicial review, but that doesn't affect the question of whether or not it was legal or not.
Okay, maybe the better question is, was it done by the book? Maybe that's a better way to phrase it.
Well, I think they were trying to do it by the book. You remember the judge first ordered that none of the individual defendants be moved. And that's really what he has jurisdiction over, if he has jurisdiction. I question whether he actually has jurisdiction under the APA, which he says. Okay. But then a verbal order at the last minute saying, I don't want those planes leaving. My understanding is these are not Justice Department planes. These are military or other agency planes. So it may have taken time to figure out what was going on.
Got it. Really appreciate your time. We hope you come back.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian.
Hey, thank you for tuning into the live show. A lot is going on this morning. Well, this afternoon, really.
Trump border czar Tom Homan in a war of words with Boston's mayor after ICE arrested nearly 400 migrants in Massachusetts. This is part of a multi-day operation involving several different agencies. Molly Lyon picks the story up. What happened, Molly, and where are we now on this side of it? Hello.
Good morning, Bill. Well, infuriated by the sanctuary city policies of Boston and many of the communities here in Massachusetts, Tom Homan, remember this promise, he promised to come to Boston. He revealed that he has now done it. That famous promise was to bring hell to this city, and he arrived last Tuesday, kicking off a 5-day operation, including multiple agencies, the FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and the Drug Enforcement Agency.
And in 5 days, we arrested 370 illegal aliens, the majority of them public safety threats, including murderers, child rapists, armed robbers, and TDA members. So, the men and women of ICE made Boston and Massachusetts safer from the operation they did there last week. And we're going to go back again.
He also relayed his frustrations on X, writing of numerous child rapists. Quote, ICE had to find and arrest these illegal alien rapists because Massachusetts and Boston are sanctuaries that refuse to cooperate with ICE. Homan slammed the Bay State's Democratic leadership, saying Governor Maura Healey and Boston Mayor Michelle Wu should be ashamed of supporting sanctuary policies. Healey promptly pushed back, highlighting her work as a former prosecutor, writing, Massachusetts is not a sanctuary state, and Massachusetts law enforcement regularly partners with federal agencies and federal law enforcement to keep people safe. In fact, just 2 weeks ago, The Massachusetts State Police were brought to the White House and recognized by President Trump and Attorney General Bondi for our partnership in arresting 24 members of a violent gang and fentanyl trafficking ring in Lawrence. And we also reached out to the mayor's office. The response from the city came from a spokesperson who questioned ICE actions. A spokesperson writing, "We cannot confirm whether every individual was lawfully detained. We strongly urge ICE to release information on all the individuals detained in order to ensure transparency." Bill?
Okay, Molly, more to come on this. Certainly, Molly Line, thanks in Boston. Dana's got more.
And Amy Carnevale is the Massachusetts Republican chair, and you've got your work cut out for you up there, and this issue might help. And here's another thing Maura Healey said to Tom Homan, that Massachusetts isn't just doing this public safety work. We are a model for it. We are ranked as one of the safest states in the country for a reason, and we are going to stay that way. Do you get the sense that that's how people of Boston or Massachusetts feel?
Thank you, Dana. The fact of the matter is our governor and our mayor of Boston are not cooperating with ICE on detainer requests. And the fact that Massachusetts is far safer today than it was just 1 week ago, thanks to President Trump and Tom Homan, means that our families in Massachusetts are safer. And our progressive governor and our progressive mayor of Boston have refused to cooperate on detainer requests. So for them to talk about the fact that they intend to cooperate is just nonsense and completely false. And Massachusetts residents see that every day on the streets of Boston.
The Boston mayor, Michelle Wu, say this for her. She sticks to her guns. This is what she said on Sunday.
This narrative that cities where more immigrants live are less safe is just simply not true. Our city is the safest major city in the country because we are safe for everyone, and also because we collaborate every day with the federal government. We're doing everything we can every day to keep people safe.
And yet you read some of the crimes that these illegal immigrants were accused of, and it doesn't feel like that would be somebody that you want to leave in your city.
Not at all. These criminal illegal aliens were accused of murder, rape, trafficking of drugs. And in fact, there was 44 kilos of methamphetamine, 5 kilos of fentanyl, 1 kilo of cocaine, 3 firearms seized over the weekend, along with these raids of the illegal criminal migrants. And again, these are individuals who are posing public safety threats. Nearly 400 individuals were seized over the weekend.
Wow.
And we are grateful in Massachusetts, families and citizens, that the federal government has stepped in where our progressive governor and progressive mayor have refused to do so.
This was from January, but just to give everybody a sense, just to remind you, Bill Maloogian went on a ride-along in January with ICE. Watch here.
We are targeting very violent threats to our community.
I'm not going back to Haiti.
One of those threats is this illegal alien from Haiti. ICE says he's a gang member with 17 criminal convictions in recent years.
So, you feel me? Yo, Biden forever, bro. Thank Obama for everything that he did for me, bro.
Amy, the other thing is that there's a report out of Massachusetts that illegals charged with horrific crimes are being released with stunningly low bail requirements. Is that all just part and parcel of what Wu wants?
Yeah, in some cases, the bail requirements are set as low as $500 or released on their own recognizance. And these are for incidences of child rape. So these are judicial officials appointed by Democratic administrations who are beholden to the far progressive left. And again, we are so thankful, the residents of Massachusetts, for this federal action because we are seeing these criminals released on the streets and offending again and again without consequence.
Amy, do you see any Democrats or maybe more independent voters coming towards the Republican side that they might change their vote next time around?
Absolutely. So in fact, 64% in Massachusetts are actually unenrolled, and we are seeing more and more unenrolled voters become Republicans. We've seen an uptick in voter registration. We saw an increase in the vote for President Trump in last November. And so we are seeing residents enroll in the Republican Party and more wanting to run for office in our municipal elections this spring.
All right, Amy, thank you for joining us. You got your work cut out for you up there. We appreciate you coming on.
All right, thank you for tuning in to the live show. You know what time it is. It is your boy, Genesis. All right, with that being said, You want to keep going, or let's see if we could do 2 more. I can already see Jasmine Parker talking about PXF and this whole debacle this morning. It's definitely going to happen, that's for sure.
Major news coming out of a major city after promising to bring safety back to Boston. Border czar Tom
Homan has been doing a great job, that's for sure. Like 100%. ICE is all over everywhere. People are like making content on TikTok, on Instagram. That's how you know it's like it's going viral.
Homan is already seeing results. Homan announcing that 370 illegal immigrants were recently arrested, with a majority of them being, quote, significant criminals with charges including murder, drug trafficking, and child sex crimes. Homan writing in a lengthy X post, I made a promise at CPAC that I was going to Boston after reading about numerous illegal alien child rapists walking the streets of Boston and Massachusetts. ICE had to find and arrest these illegal alien rapists because Massachusetts and Boston are sanctuaries that refuse to cooperate with ICE. They would rather release these animals back into their community rather than honor ICE detainers or notify ICE when they are scheduled to be released. Mayor Wu later testified that I was lying. Thomas Hodgson is the former sheriff of Bristol County, Massachusetts, and he joins me now. Sheriff, good morning to you. What is it like being a sheriff, a former sheriff, in a state that allows this to happen?
Well, good morning, Carly, and thank you for having me. It makes it more difficult, obviously. In my case, I'm a Republican who served 25 and a half years, and I had an immigration detention facility for that entire 25 was housing for them for an entire 25 and a half years. I built a facility and had one of the largest in the country with regards to holding detainees at about an average of 225 a day. But that didn't mean that I wasn't going to be getting a lot of flack, which I did, from the dominant Democrat legislature, the current governor, and the former governor as well, Deval Patrick, trying to undermine my abilities to keep my community safe and uphold my oath. It's particularly difficult for any sheriff in Massachusetts that wants to do that, although I'll give credit to the Plymouth County sheriff, who is now housing detainees there and doing a good job with it. He's full speed ahead.
Yeah, well, so some people are trying to find workarounds to this, but to your point, just take a look at the people that the state of Massachusetts, the city of Boston, have allowed back onto the streets. A Guatemalan charged with 3 counts of aggravated child rape, released on $7,500 bail. Another Guatemalan charged with aggravated child rape of a victim aged 9 or younger, released on $7,500 bail. A Honduran charged with assault to rape, masked armed robbery, released on his own recognizance, 0 bail, and the list goes on and on. You know, Sheriff, I'm sure that even these criminals are thinking, wow, I'm getting off easy. I'm lucky here. Is there something that we're missing here as to why this is happening? What is your reaction to that list that I just read?
Well, that's exactly what Tom Homan's been talking about, and that's what all of us in law enforcement have understood. But not these politicians like Michelle Wu, the mayor of Boston, who frankly is more interested in her personal benefits than she is in her public service. Look, she was elected like the rest of us and took an oath to uphold the rule of law. And what they're doing is she's creating this cover for criminals to come here, illegal aliens to come here and know that they're going to have a less likely chance of being identified. And it isn't just about Boston's crime. What about all the neighboring communities? They're going to lay low in Boston because they're going to get the cover they need, but then they go to these neighboring communities and commit more crimes.
Yeah, that's a great point. It just doesn't stay in the city. It also spills out to other areas as well. So if you remember a couple weeks ago, Mayor Michelle Wu, she was up on Capitol Hill testifying about sanctuary cities. She was asked a very pointed question about illegal immigrant rapists and whether or not her city allows them back out onto the streets, and she denied it. Listen.
When an illegal alien rapes a woman, do you believe you're on the right side of history? Mayor Wu, yes or no?
No, rape is obviously
Then
horrible.
why are you letting rapists back out onto the streets of Boston?
That is not true. That is not what's happening in Boston.
And yesterday, Governor Maura Healey put out a statement saying Massachusetts is not a sanctuary state. So how do you respond to that?
Look, Governor Healey has been a long-standing advocate going back to the days of her being Attorney General. She filed more lawsuits against Donald Trump than any other Attorney General in the country. She was on the other side of the Mexican border when she was Attorney General, saying that the United States was wrong for not allowing illegals to come into our country without going through the proper process. And this is a governor who has been a pro-woke, left-wing supporter of illegal immigrants. And you know what? The people of Massachusetts are getting fed up with it. And they're tired of her looking beyond their public safety, the safety of their communities, and saying, my political agenda is more important than you, the people that I swore I would protect. And that's the problem we have in Massachusetts.
Yeah, if your number one job is to protect people as an elected official, letting the people out that I just listed, child rapist on low or no bond, certainly does not fit that directive. Tom Homan is going to be on Fox and Friends this morning with more on the migrant crackdown.
Thanks.
Sheriff Hodgson, final words to you real quick.
Just quickly, that also has to do with liberal judges that we have in the Massachusetts that sort of jump into this ideology.
Yeah, it's a topic of conversation very much on the minds of many right now, especially in the Trump administration. Sheriff, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Meanwhile, Tom Homan is not slowing down at all. I could not believe this number. He said this, majority of the 370 being significant criminals. He's talking about what happened over in Massachusetts. These arrests include 8 foreign fugitives, including 4 who are wanted for murder or to serve on a criminal sentence for murder, along with drug traffickers, child sexual predators, and numerous other violent public safety threats. So this was a collection of illegals, lethal illegals, over in Massachusetts. I was encouraged to see the governor saying we're not a sanctuary state. Right. You know, it's Boston is a sanctuary city, but we're not a sanctuary state. They were proud of the way they work with us.
The administration changed up the strategy a little bit when it came down to this bus. Remember, in Boston, the mayor provoked Tom Homan. She's essentially said, you're not welcome in the city. What the administration tried to do to begin with was to...
Even if you tell Tom Homan you don't want him to come, he's still going to come. He's the border czar. He's trying to save your city, okay? He's going to come regardless, even if you say, we don't want ICE, we don't want Tom Homan here, he's not welcomed. He's going to come, okay?
Have media along on these ride-alongs to show the public what was going on. Well, leaks started to happen. So Tom Homan put a complete blackout on this, and he didn't even release this until days later. But this is what they found when they were in Boston right there. You got a Dominican alien charged and arrested with multiple drug distribution crimes and fentanyl trafficking, a Brazilian alien charged with manslaughter, DUI, homicide, breaking and entering and larceny. You got a Honduran alien convicted of child rape and assault. You got a Brazilian alien wanted for murder. You got a homicide. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. And good on Tom Homan. He captured the people, kept his officers safe, and there was no leaks on this bus.
Well, and he had said ahead of time, I'm going to bring hell to Boston. And he did indeed with this sweep, and it was coordinated, and it was very precise, and they were all armored up just in case, because a bunch of them undoubtedly had guns, were armed. It was the FBI, it was ATF, it was a CBP, and the DEA. And they did wind up, of that big number that we told you about, 370, that is to say, 200 had significant criminal convictions. And they did release details about those 14 Lawrence, that you were talking about, but there are no names associated with these criminals and no word where they are being held. And so those are the two things. And, you know, given the fact that we were talking a little bit ago about the Venezuelans, where are those people being housed? Now people are wondering, okay, they round them up. Then where do they come?
You know, a note about Mayor Michelle Wu. She gave her State of the City address, and at the very end of it, she said, God bless our people. God save whoever messes with Boston. Well, the people who are messing with Boston are who Lawrence just scrolled. Tom Homan said he found 9 examples of rapists who were in jail, who were let out before they could be taken by ICE. So who's messing with your city are these individuals.
Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Is that Tom Holman on screen? Yeah, he looks good on this picture. Okay, so I saw a show. It's like a comedy show, and they said they were giving out $1,000 if you have information about illegal immigrants. $1,000. So one illegal immigrant is $1,000. So he said he got 20 illegal immigrants. That's $20,000. Okay. He said he called ICE and said, "You better bring my $20,000 because I got 20 illegal immigrants." So if it's true that it's $1,000 per illegal immigrant, please, y'all, tell me where they at. So we go call ICE.
And Mayor Wu, I mean, look, I've got to believe there's some political calculation here, because just a reminder, she has a challenge coming up. It's from Josh Kraft, you know, the son of the famous baseball owner. And maybe she thinks this is what Boston wants. I have a different calculation. I guess Tom Homan can address that at 7:20 a.m. here on the show.
I have a question before we move on. When it comes to due process for the 370 and the 269 that were flight over, they scoop them up, they do their background, ICE takes them down, they scoop them up. What role? They're not citizens. What is due process for an illegal alien accused criminal?
Well, you are entitled to a court hearing. Right. However, if you have the Alien Enemies Act, you are allowed to go over that because it's considered a wartime act. And President Trump, the argument is there's an invasion. One of the arguments is Trinidad Aragua wants to establish territorial integrity in the country. Therefore, we're exempt from providing that due process. It's a colorful argument, has only been used 3 times, but maybe it will be used here.
And that is why it's in court right now.
Exactly.
And that's why everybody's looking at it. And we will.
Check this out. This was this morning when they were trying to grill Tulsi Gabbard, who I believe is a very strong personality human being. She's smart. And of course, she has a background in military. But I want y'all to listen to this. She was grilled like heavy this morning. Listen to this.
I want to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. The Houthis had this information, could reposition their defensive systems. So I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not. Are you denying? Ma'am, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat.
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you refuse to acknowledge whether you were on this group chat.
Let her talk.
Senator, I'm not going to get into the specifics.
Why are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security Council.
Because it's all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
stated, is it classified or non-classified information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Ratcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Ratcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you. Thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
Yes, but I've got a series of questions.
Well, but I think it's important because at the outset you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Ratcliffe, I've got a series of questions. If you're making the statement, making the statement, the signal is a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is.
I've got a series of
decryption. So to finish,
I understand encryption.
It is permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are also recorded through formal channels. Right. So those were procedures that were implemented
Ratcliffe.
My staff implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with
So are
those
you saying
processes,
that
and finally, just please, so my communications, to be clear, in a signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
Well, we will make
clear.
that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee. You know, let me go on. Director Gabbard, you are the security executive and set access guidelines for classified information. Did you contact the defense secretary or others after this specific military planning was put out and say, hey, we should be doing this in a SCIF?
There was no classified material that was shared in that
So then
signal
if there was no
check.
classified material, share it with the committee. You can't have it both ways. These are important jobs. This is our national security. Bobbing and weaving and trying to, filibuster your answer. So please answer the question. If this was Director Gabbard, if this was a rank and file intelligence officer who did this kind of careless behavior, what would you do with them?
Senator, I'll reiterate that there was no classified material that was shared in that
Ma'am, if there's no classified materials, share. And then if there's no classified materials, then you can't even answer the question whether you're on the chat. This is strangely familiar, and I think my colleagues will remember, when you couldn't answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Ma'am, I have serious doubts about anyway. Director Gabbard, I'm going to give you this. Tweeted just 11 days ago, and I'm quoting you. Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. So if this information is classified, what are you going to do?
Senator, 2 points here. First of all, there's a difference between inadvertent release versus
careless and sloppy,
malicious leaks of classified information. The second point is there was no classified information that was on
the
the
information
signal
committee
group
should get
chat.
that information. Director
And the
Patel,
National Security
Director
Council
Patel,
has
my time's
reviewed
about out,
how
and I'm
this
going to use
occurred.
my 12 seconds that the chairman gave me. Director Patel, has the FBI launched any investigation of this?
Senator, I was just briefed about it late last night, this morning. I don't have an update.
I would like to get an answer by the end of the day.
Director Gabbard, I didn't intend to get into the Jeffrey Goldberg story, but some.
Okay, Mr. President, you would like to get an answer by the end of the day. Okay, Mr. President.
Something you said has sort of puzzled me. According to open source reporting at 11:44 on the morning of March 15th, Secretary Hegseth put into this group text a detailed operation plan, including targets, the weapons we were going to be using, attack sequences, and timing. And yet you've testified that nothing in that chain was classified. Wouldn't that be classified? What if that had been made public that morning before the attack took place?
Senator, I can attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group at any time.
So,
and I
so the
defer,
attack sequencing and timing and weapons and targets you don't consider should have been classified?
I defer
or
to the Secretary of Defense, the National Security Council on that question.
Well, you're the head of you're the head of the intelligence community, and you're supposed to know about classifications. So your testimony very clearly today is that nothing was in that set of texts that were classified. I'll follow up on Senator Wyden's question. If that's the case, please release that whole text stream so that the public can have a view of what actually transpired on this discussion. It's hard for me to believe that targets and timing and weapons would not have been classified.
Does the CIA have any rules about handling of classified information? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. Do you agree, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said this morning when asked by members of the press what had happened, he said this morning in Hawaii that Atlantic Editor-in-Chief Jeff Goldberg is a, quote, deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of providing hoaxes time and time again. Do you share that evaluation, the Secretary of Defense's evaluation of Jeff Goldberg as a journalist?
Senator, I didn't see those comments. I don't know Jeff Goldberg.
So do you share that view of the Secretary of Defense?
Well, I don't have a view on.
Okay. Assuming that he has that view, I'm curious about whether you are the CIA director. Okay, this has happened. We know it's happened. Did Jeff Goldberg somehow, did he create a hoax that allowed him to become part of this signal thread? Please answer the question. You don't insult the intelligence of the American people. Did he invite himself to the signal thread?
I don't know how he was invited, but clearly he was added.
Clearly it was. Finish your sentence, please.
Clearly he was added to the signal group. Your question is,
you don't know that the president's national security advisor invited him to join the signal thread? Everybody in America knows that. Does the CIA director not know that?
I've seen conflicting reports about who added the reporter to the signal messaging group.
You think that it's perfectly appropriate that there was a reporter added, especially one that the Secretary of Defense says is deceitful, highly discredited, a so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes over and over again. Is your testimony that it was appropriate that he was added to this signal thread?
No, of course not. And
why did you not call?
Hold on, Senator. You're mischaracterizing my testimony.
Good. You answered the question. Let me ask you. When he was added to the thread, you're the CIA director. Why didn't you call out that he was present on the signal thread?
I don't know if you use signal messaging app.
I do. Not for classified information, not for targeting,
well, neither
not
do I,
for anything
Senator.
remote.
Neither do I, Senator.
Well, that's what your testimony is today.
It absolutely is not, Senator. Were you not listening at the beginning?
No.
When I said that I was using it as permitted, it is permissible to use.
I agree that's your testimony.
Yeah.
I agree that's your testimony. You asked me if I use it, and I said not for targeting, not for classified information.
And I said I don't either.
I also know Jeff Goldberg. I don't use it to communicate with him. But you thought it was appropriate. By the way, I think he's one of the more outstanding journalists in America. But I'm shocked to find him on a thread that he's reading in the parking lot of a grocery store in Washington, D.C. And your testimony as the director of the CIA is that it's totally appropriate.
No.
Is it appropriate?
No,
that the
Director, that is not what I.
Okay,
when did I say it was?
Please.
When did I use the word appropriate?
Well, go ahead, please.
Well, I didn't.
That everybody in America.
So clearly,
there's nothing to
Senator,
see here is what your testimony is.
No, I never said that.
This is just a normal day at the CIA where we chat about this kind of stuff over signal. In fact, it's so normal that the last administration left it here for us. That's your testimony today.
That's your testimony.
No, that's
Senator.
not my testimony. That's what you said.
I didn't say any of those things that you just related, Senator.
I heard you say it. We'll let the American people decide. Let me ask you one final point. I'm out of time.
It. Well, are you going to give me a chance?
Is it appropriate? Did you know that the president's Middle East advisor was in Moscow?
Can you let him talk?
On this thread while you were, as director of the CIA, participating in this thread? Were you aware of that? Are you aware of that today?
I'm not aware of that
today. This sloppiness, this incompetence, this disrespect for our intelligence agencies and the personnel who work for them is entirely unacceptable. It's an embarrassment.
Senator,
you need to do better. You need to do better.
Thank you all for joining us and for your service. Just to make sure I understand some of the basics here. So, Director Ratcliffe, you were a member of the Houthi PC small group signal chain, correct?
I was.
Yeah, and so were the Vice President, the Secretaries of State and Defense, the National Security Advisor, and Ms. Gabbard, correct?
I believe so. I don't have a list of who was invited to be on.
And so was national political reporter Jeffrey Goldberg, correct?
I don't know that.
Yes, you do.
I don't know Jeffrey Goldberg, and I've already testified. I don't know whether or how he was added.
Okay, well, he was a member of the signal chain, and the discussion included the vice president's private opinion on the wisdom of proposed U.S. strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Vance, quote, I think we are making a mistake. I am not sure the president is aware of how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There was a strong argument for delaying this a month. You don't recall?
I don't, as you
don't recall seeing that?
Read that. I don't.
It included the private opinions of the Secretary of Defense on the timing of strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Director Ratcliffe, surely you prepared for this hearing today. You were part of a group of principals, senior echelons of the U.S. government, in now a widely publicized breach of sensitive information. You don't recall whether the vice president opined on the wisdom of the strikes? That's your testimony today under oath?
In that setting, I don't recall.
Here's what Secretary Hegseth said, quote, waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. Two immediate risks on waiting. One, this leaks and we look indecisive. Two, Israel takes an action first or Gaza ceasefire falls apart and we don't get to start this on our own terms. Your testimony is you don't recall the Secretary of Defense sending that message or reading it?
I recall there being an exchange. I don't recall the specifics as you're reading it.
Well, let's put it this way, Director Ratcliffe, a discussion by senior U.S. officials on the timing and risks of a proposed military campaign and disagreements between the president and the vice president about U.S. plans and intentions would be of obvious interest to foreign intelligence services, would it not?
Yes.
And they were discussing the timing of sending U.S. air crews into enemy airspace where they faced an air defense threat, correct?
I'm going to, Senator, defer to the other principles that you're referring to about what the meaning and the context of what they were auditing.
They're talking about the timing of U.S. airstrikes, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and therefore the timing of sending U.S. air crews into hostile airspace, correct?
Yes.
And therefore the time period during which enemy air defenses could target U.S. air crews flying in enemy airspace, correct?
I don't know that.
You do know that. Let me ask this question, General Hawk. You lead America's signals intelligence collection. Would the private deliberation of foreign senior officials about the wisdom and timing of potential military action be a collection priority for you and the U.S. intelligence community?
Senator, it's our job to do indications and warning for both the plans and intentions of adversary leaders and for military commanders.
And would not information about the timing of airstrikes allow a military to pre-position or cue air defense systems to shoot down enemy aircraft?
I think, Senator, from our perspective, any advance warning is something that we certainly are trying to protect.
Yeah. Director Ratcliffe, this was a huge mistake, correct?
No.
A national political...
Hold on.
No, you
Let me
hold
answer.
on. No, Director Ratcliffe, I asked you a yes or
no
no question, and now you hold on. A national political reporter
you can characterize it how you want.
Was made privy
the White
to
House
sensitive information about imminent military operations against a foreign terrorist organization.
Mistake of adding a reporter.
And that wasn't a huge mistake? That wasn't a huge mistake?
Well, I think they characterize it as a mistake.
This is an embarrassment. This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error. And by the way, we will get the full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
A Senate Intelligence Committee hearing just ended, where we heard directly from the country's top intelligence officials. Now, it was scheduled weeks ago, but clearly upended by a jaw-dropping story in The Atlantic, detailing how the Trump administration discussed a pending military strike in a group chat on a messaging app. And then
I'm telling y'all, somebody said, you know, the news media wouldn't want to capitalize on this story. They will, for a long time. Promise you that CNN will. Which I'm not saying, I'm not disputing on the fact that what happened is definitely callous and shouldn't happen again. But is this a worthy story to run for months? I don't think so.
Accidentally added the magazine's editor to it. National Intelligence Director Tulsi Gabbard and CIA Director John Ratcliffe were on that chat, but told senators they did not discuss classified information. CNN's Alex Marquardt is following all the breaking developments. So, Alex, there were some stunning exchanges throughout this hearing.
Manu, this was an extraordinary hearing on a number of different levels about this incredible breach in security through this Signal chat that talked about the planning for this strike on the Houthis that the journalist Jeffrey Goldberg was a part of inadvertently. This was an extremely partisan hearing, Manu. Every single Democrat on the Senate Intelligence Committee focusing their questioning on this breach of security, on this question of what was in there, whether it was indeed classified information, and whether this conversation should have taken place on Signal. Not a single Republican focused their attention on that question at all, instead focusing on other issues that were included in what's known as the Worldwide Threats Report, which is an annual threat from the intelligence community. But the big question about whether anything was included that Jeffrey Goldberg was privy to on Signal was classified, we heard a clear no from both Tulsi Gabbard, the Director of National Intelligence, and John Ratcliffe, the CIA Director. Ratcliffe was also asked whether this was a mistake. He responded to Senator John Ossoff of Georgia, no as well. Manu, let's remind our viewers what was reported by Goldberg in The Atlantic in terms of what unfolded in this conversation. He reported that Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, on the day of the strikes in Yemen, that what he wrote contained operational details of forthcoming strikes on Yemen, including information about targets, weapons the U.S. would be deploying, and attack sequencing. Here's a bit of the exchange with Senator Mark Kelly, who was asking these intelligence officials about what was on that conversation on Signal. Take a listen.
Was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
I don't remember mention of specific targets.
Any generic target?
I believe there was discussion around targets in general.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
I think that's consistent with my recollection. Again, I don't have access to that.
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons system?
I don't recall specific weapons systems being named.
I'm not talking about specific, any weapon or weapons system.
I don't recall specific names of systems or weapons being used or named within the
Well,
chat.
I'm not asking whether, I don't want you to tell me what the specific weapon was, but any weapon at all. Mr. Ratcliffe, same question.
I don't recall.
So, Manu, they're both the two heads of the U.S. intelligence community saying they don't recall a lot of the details in there, but Gabbard admitting that there was discussion around targets in general. I would just note that Ratcliffe later on would admit that what he called pre-decisional strike deliberations, so the decisions about whether to strike somewhere, in this case Yemen, should be conducted through classified channels and therefore not through Signal. Now, there's also a part of this story, Manu, that points directly to Ratcliffe and whether he released any classified information through the identification of a CIA officer. He claims that was not classified. He also reported that what Goldberg withheld from his report because it appeared to be intelligence information, that too was not classified. But they also seem to try to split the difference between who was revealing this information and saying that what they put forward, so what Gabbard and Ratcliffe put forward, was not classified by the intelligence community. But what Hegseth might have put forward, they need to ask Pete Hegseth about. So they repeatedly deferred to Pete Hegseth and the Department of Defense. We saw other Democrats like Ron Wyden of Oregon calling for the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz, who started this chain, and Pete Hegseth, both to submit their resignations, and numerous Democrats saying, well, if this was not classified, then why not release the transcript of the.
There you go. So it's like Tulsi Gabbard and the rest of the team saying this isn't, classified. So Democrats are okay if it's not qualified, if it's not classified. Let everybody see it. But of course not, because it's most likely going to be classified. So I mean, it's a mistake. It's a very nasty mistake, really. But it happened, and they should actually do better, and move forward. All right, this right here is a hearing on Social Security.
The committee will come to order.
A lot of people are saying there will be Social Security cuts and all that stuff, which is not true. But this right here is Social Security hearing. So let's listen.
Today we will consider the nomination of Frank Bisignano to be the Commissioner of the Social Security Administration. Mr. Bisignano, congratulations on your nomination and welcome to you and your family. Thank you for your willingness to serve and for your cooperation with this committee throughout our rigorous vetting process. Both sides have generally agreed the Social Security Administration needs a confirmed commissioner to address the ongoing challenges at the agency. I commend President Trump for putting forward a commissioner nominee so early in this administration. Mr. Bisignano has more than 30 years of executive leadership experience at leading financial institutions. He's brought a focus on innovation and operational excellence to his current role as Chief Executive Officer of Fiserv, a leader in payments and financial technology that is responsible for processing more than $2.5 trillion in payments daily. Mr. Bisignano, if confirmed, you will be responsible for leading an agency with a critical mission and numerous operational and customer service challenges, as you will hear this morning. Based on your background, I'm confident you're up to the task. It's hard to overstate the importance of Social Security, which provides monthly benefits to millions of seniors, individuals with disabilities, and their families. The Social Security Administration has the responsibility of overseeing this important program, as well as the Supplemental Security Income Program, assigning Social Security numbers, and issuing Social Security cards, among other workloads. In carrying out these significant responsibilities, the Social Security Administration interacts with millions of customers each year, whether in person, by phone, or online. The public expects the agency to provide responsive service and timely decisions on their claims. However, the SSA faces many challenges in meeting these expectations. After years of implementation delays and the ultimate failure of its next-generation telephony project, SSA has made some progress with its National 800 number, including introducing a callback option. However, much more is needed. Callers to National 800 number who want to wait for a representative are still spending too long on hold, and many still struggle to actually get through to a representative when they call. Americans also continue to wait too long for an initial disability decision, particularly in certain parts of the country. SSA's shift to an appointment-focused approach for field office visits underscores the need for SSA to make it easier for customers to schedule appointments online. The Trump administration has been clear that it is focused on addressing waste, fraud, and abuse across government agencies, and I applaud its efforts to maximize government productivity. A Senate-confirmed commissioner should be leading these efficiency efforts. Mr. Bisignano, if confirmed to serve as the next Commissioner of Social Security, this responsibility will be falling to you. I urge you to take a thoughtful, measured, and data-driven approach to evaluating policy and operational changes aimed at improving SSA's efficiency and productivity. If you need additional tools that require statutory changes, I urge you to bring those changes to this committee and our House counterparts. Today's hearing will provide an opportunity to hear more about your vision for Social Security and how we can work together to help ensure that the SSA fulfills its critical mission. Thank you again for your willingness to serve, and congratulations on your nomination, which I intend to support. With that, I recognize Ranking Member Wyden for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This morning, the Finance Committee gathers to discuss the future of the Social Security Administration and its potential new leader, Frank Bisignano. Today's news brings fresh reports that it is bedlam out there in Social Security. That's what I heard last week from senior Social Security staffers at a town hall meeting I arranged in my hometown of Portland for federal employees. Senior Social Security staff told me that they were short-staffed even before DOGE arrived, how they can't respond on the phone, how the websites are crashing, and seniors are getting lost in the system. It is clear that this is happening around America today. Every day there's more hard evidence of this. So I believe it is time to bring a halt to DOGE destruction of Social Security before it goes any further. With these developments, the DOGE crowd is breaking a sacred promise to deliver Americans their earned Social Security benefits, and it is time for every member of this committee to step up and commit to rolling back these disastrous actions and bringing sanity back to Social Security. Today's hearing is going to be an opportunity for our nominee to tell the American people whose side is he on. Is he on the side of American workers who paid into Social Security and now are being whipsawed by the DOGE bureaucracy? Or is he on the side of Elon Musk and Howard Lutnick, the Donald Trump cronies who think Social Security is a pyramid scheme and that seniors looking for help when their checks don't come on time must somehow be fraudsters? The urgency for today's hearing couldn't be greater. Since Donald Trump took office, Social Security has experienced the most chaos in its history. Mass personnel layoffs, eliminating phone service for basic help, sending seniors to overcrowded and understaffed field offices that have also been put on the chopping block for closure. Political appointees poking around your most sensitive private information, creating a big risk for what I call the mother of all identity thefts. Claims of massive fraud by Donald Trump and Elon Musk. This approach is a prescription for denying earned benefits to seniors and Americans with disabilities. And I want to be clear as we begin this discussion. If Americans lose access to their Social Security because of Trump-spawned chaos, that is DOGE stealing their money. Both Donald Trump and Elon Musk have repeated claims that there are millions of Social Security numbers assigned to people over 150 years of age, and they're still drawing benefits. Elon Musk says there's a massive amount of fraud and that Social Security is, quote, the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. Donald Trump says that money is being paid to, quote, many Americans over age 100. Donald Trump thinks more than 1,000 people over 220 years of age are actually being paid by Social Security. Many Americans may be wondering if those individuals are still receiving their Revolutionary War pensions at this point. These are lies. Here are some facts. Last year, the Social Security Inspector General issued a report showing Social Security, retirement, and disability has a criminal fraud rate of, get this, 0.009%. By the way, as a percentage, that's much lower than the $1.4 billion in assets that reportedly went missing on the Tesla balance sheet just last week. Social Security itself reported 89,000 Americans aged 99 and over receiving benefits in December of last year. And Social Security automatically stops paying benefits at age 115, even if a death has not been reported. So don't take it from me. Check this sign. It says, "Why DOGE is struggling to find fraud in Social Security." So what's behind these lies on Social Security? In my view, they're deliberately misleading the public to set the stage for cuts to Social Security benefits that are going to be draped in anti-fraud rhetoric, the same way we're hearing the case being made for cutting Medicaid. Let's be clear again. Senate Democrats are going to fight attempts to cut Americans' earned benefits at every single turn. Our nominee has made a career out of taking over troubled businesses and using what I think is a pretty ominous recipe. Gut the company by firing hundreds or thousands of workers, sell off pieces of the business, and merge with another company. That resume and approach ought to concern Americans if somebody is thinking about applying that pattern to Social Security. As I've been saying for weeks now, this approach is a prelude to privatizing Social Security and handing it over to private equity. Every single member of this committee knows that there are ways to strengthen Social Security. But what Social Security does well year after year is to get the checks out the door to seniors that rely on them on time every single month. I'll close by saying improving Social Security doesn't start with shuttering the offices that handle modernization, anti-fraud activities, and civil rights violations. It doesn't start with indiscriminately firing or buying out thousands of workers. And it doesn't start with restricting customer service over the phone and drawing up plans to close field and regional offices. The Musk-Lutnick-Trump plan for Social Security is to take away earned benefits from seniors, hollow out the agency in preparation to hand it over to private equity, and give the savings over to their billionaire friends. The fact of the matter is Social Security could be fully funded for generations to come if you just cracked down on billionaire tax cheats and eliminated the payroll tax cap for millionaires and billionaires. This year alone, the Finance Committee has considered multiple Trump nominees that for one strategy or another have figured out ways to avoid paying what they owe into the programs that they are being nominated to actually run. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent paid little to no Medicare tax, and Dr. Oz managed to avoid paying both Medicare and Social Security. So this morning, our nominee has an opportunity to share his vision for improving Social Security, not dismantling it. And Americans deserve to hear this individual's vision for making customer service easier, not creating more roadblocks, which seem to get more and more strong each day. Americans deserve to hear a clear rejection of Elon Musk's view that Social Security is not a Ponzi scheme perpetrating fraud on the American people. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
In a moment, Mr. Bisignano will share his opening statement. Before doing so, I will provide a short introduction. Mr. Bisignano has more than 30 years of executive leadership experience in banks and global financial institutions. He currently serves as the chairman of the board and chief executive officer of Fiserv, Inc., a leader in payments and financial technology. Fiserv serves clients in more than 100 countries and processes $2.5 trillion in payments with over 850 million daily transactions. Fiserv has been recognized as a leading company by Fortune, Forbes, Time, and Newsweek, among others. Prior to becoming CEO and chairman of First Data Corp, which combined with Fiserv, Mr. Bisignano was co-chief operating officer for J.P. Morgan Chase and the chief executive officer of its mortgage banking unit. After the housing crisis, the mortgage banking unit reported 2012 net income of $3.3 billion, a turnaround that reversed a net loss of $2.1 billion in the prior year. Before joining J.P. Morgan Chase, Mr. Bisignano held several roles at Citigroup that included Chief Administrative Officer for the Corporate and Investment Bank and CEO of Citigroup's Global Transactions Services business. the largest securities and cash management business in the world. While CAO, he served as the firm-wide deputy head of technology and operations, a post he held during the 9/11 when he deployed and ran Citigroup's business continuity plan. Mr. Bisignano, before you give your opening statement, I have 4 obligatory questions that we ask all nominees before the Senate Finance Committee. First, is there anything that you are aware of in your background that might present a conflict of interest with the duties of the office to which you've been nominated?
No, sir.
Second, do you know of any reason, personal or otherwise, that would in any way prevent you from fully and honorably discharging the responsibilities of the office to which you've been nominated?
No, sir.
Do you agree without reservation to respond to any reasonable summons to appear and testify before any duly constituted committee of the Congress if you are confirmed?
I do agree.
And finally, do you commit to providing a prompt response in writing to any questions addressed to you by any senator of this committee?
100%.
Thank you. Mr. Bisignano, before you begin your opening statement, if you would like, you may introduce your family.
I have my wife here, Tracy, and I have 3 children at home.
All right.
Morgan, Alexa, and Henry. And they all support me very, very much, and they're very, very happy we're here today.
Thank you. We welcome them in person and at home. You may begin your statement.
Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, members of the committee, I am Frank Bisignano. I am honored to appear before you as President's nominee to serve as Commissioner of the Social Security Administration. President Trump was elected by the American people to make life better for Americans, and he has made protecting and preserving Social Security an important part of his vision. Social Security touches the lives of nearly every American, whether you're paying into it or receiving benefits. I am grateful for the faith President Trump has placed in me to lead this critical agency. I also want to thank my wife, Tracy, who is here with me today, and my 3 children, Morgan, Alexa, and Henry, whose support I rely on every day. I was born into a working-class family in Brooklyn, New York. It was a multi-generational immigrant household. My maternal grandfather naturally immigrated and was a World War I veteran. My father, who was an orphan by age 11, was a veteran of World War II. They, with my working mother, were my role models and instilled in me the virtues of service. It was also at home I learned the importance of hard work. My father, a 46-year Department of Treasury employee, worked in customs enforcement, boarding ships early in the morning and sometimes wouldn't come home for days. He took pride in his job, and he was awarded the Albert Gallatin Award. He was the hardest working person I've known. I view federal workers from that vantage point. I began my professional life on Wall Street in the late 1970s and went on to serve in multiple leadership positions at Citigroup and JP Morgan. In these roles and others, I led large organizations through challenging times. On 9/11, I never left Lower Manhattan. As Chief Administrative Officer of Citigroup, I helped ensure the world's largest banking system remained up and running in the face of the unthinkable tragedy. I had responsibility for 16,000 people in Lower Manhattan, and we managed to evacuate all but 6. I will mourn that loss for my whole life. In 2008, at JP Morgan, I played a critical role in keeping money moving through the financial crisis. And in 2011 and 12, I worked closely with the government to restart the housing market after the mortgage crisis. More recently, I was the CEO and chairman of First Data, where my team and I worked to transform the company from the world's largest traditional payment processor into a technology innovator, industry collaborator, and commerce enabler for the 21st century. In 2019, I led the merger of First Data and Fiserv, where I'm currently CEO and chairman of the board. Fiserv fundamentally serves every American household. Our company today processes more than 250 million payments, totaling more than $2.5 trillion a day. Social Security processes 74 million payments a month, totaling $1.5 trillion a year. In 2020, during COVID, I was called on by the government again and stepped up, and we served the underbanked. My friend, Cardinal Timothy Dolan, once said, "The only just government is government that serves its citizens, not itself." This is the belief I will bring to the Social Security Administration. I will make the agency a premier services organization, as I have done multiple times with other institutions throughout my career. Fundamentally, Social Security is a payments-based, customer-facing program that delivers benefits to more than 70 million Americans each month. It provides essential financial support for the retired and disabled. We will meet beneficiaries where they want to be met, whether in person, in field offices, on the web, or on the phone. On the phone, I'm committed to reducing wait times and providing beneficiaries with a better experience. Waiting 20 minutes plus to get an answer will be of yesteryear. I also believe we can significantly improve the length of the disability claim process. Importantly, I think a 1% error rate based on the Inspector General report is 5 decimal places too high. We'll get the error rate down and be more accurate in payments. Working in collaboration with the men and women of Social Security Administration and you in Congress, we will better serve the American people. Finally, at the core, this is a bipartisan job. Social Security has field offices and serves Americans in every state. In the wisdom of Congress, you made Social Security an independent agency and gave the commissioner a 6-year term. In me, you will have an accountable leader. I am thankful to President Trump for considering me for this role and entrusting me with it. I also appreciate the courtesy you have extended by holding this hearing. I'm grateful for being here with you today, and I'm happy to answer all questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bisignano. My first question is one you've pretty much already answered. I'd just like to maybe give you an opportunity to add any more completeness to what you described about how important it is to be sure that every American is served promptly and efficiently by the Social Security Administration. As you know, and as we've talked about, for years, individuals seeking assistance from SSA have faced long wait times or even inability to gain access. And the agency is now going under significant organizational changes. Could you just put a little more flavor into what you described as what your objectives are and how you will achieve them to make this agency responsible to the American people?
Yeah, I think, first of all, it's an honor to be here, and thank you for the time. This is a mission-critical function. It's a mission-critical function, and it's been 89 years where over 200 million Americans have been beneficiaries of payments. Today, over 100 million Americans pay into the system. And the ability to receive payments on time and accurately is job one. The ability to process any type of claim we receive is job one. And the ability to be available. I think we're going to focus on what we need to do to drive the 1% error rate down. That's a very high payment processing error rate. And I think the standard's more 5 decimal points to the right. I think that leads to better accuracy I believe in running an organization with a multidisciplinary look. We have to deliver great service. We have to run a pristine control environment so we do it right the first time. Efficiency will be the output of those two actions. We must put the beneficiaries first. I think management, this is, according to all the public data I've looked at, this has been one of the less satisfied workforces for many years within all the government agencies. And I think, when you're winning, you feel good. And when you're losing, you feel bad. And my objective is to come in and motivate the workforce we have, 50,000 plus, to be able to get our job right the first time for the American public. I think, we have talent all over, like any organization. And we have very dedicated people in there. But I think there's been a lot of leadership change. If you look at the history of commissioners, they've turned over quite a bit. I'm committed to a 6-year term and to do a great job for the American public and to be here for you. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And I'm sure you've noticed the daily news on President Trump's effort with the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE. You've heard about it today already, and I bet you'll hear about it some more. The Social Security Administration is one of the agencies that has received a lot of media attention regarding these efforts. For the record, are you currently at the Social Security Administration?
I'm not at the Social Security Administration, sir.
Have you been consulted by the acting commissioner about DOGE's work at the Social Security Administration?
I have not had a conversation about anything with this Social Security Commissioner who's acting right now.
Thank you. And during a February 5 interview on CNBC, you voiced your support for DOGE's work generally. Is there anything further you would like to add with respect to those comments?
I've run a quality control and efficiency program in companies my whole life. I've always been overseen by the OCC and the Fed, and control really matters a lot. So I've always considered myself an efficiency expert, but also a quality expert. If you look at my rankings when I took over the mortgage company in J.D. Power, we went from the lowest performing to the highest performing. So my comments really mean that I'm happy to work with anybody who can help us, and I believe that I'm fundamentally about efficiency myself.
Thank you. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My first question for the nominee is, in the last 2 months, DOGE has been rampaging through Social Security. And I need to know first if you're responsible for some of this current chaos. So my first question is, between the time you were nominated and today, were you involved in discussions about DOGE or any of the operations, personnel, or management decisions with those working at Social Security?
No, sir.
So that sounds like a reassuring response, but unfortunately, it's not true. Mr. Chairman, I have a statement from a senior official who worked at Social Security and recently left the agency. And the nominee told my staff, yours, and me in my office that the nominee wasn't involved with any agency operations, personnel, and management decisions. And the whistleblower statement says that the nominee insisted on personally approving several key DOGE hires at the agency, among other things, and getting frequent briefings. So, Mr. Chairman, the first thing I'd like to do is put into the record the statement from this very high-level official at Social Security, a whistleblower.
Without objection.
So, according to the whistleblower, you personally intervened to get key DOGE officials installed at the agency who have masterminded this shipwreck that we're dealing today. Did you talk to anyone at Social Security about these changes?
I have never talked to Mr. Dudek. I have talked to Mike Russo, and I've said that to your staff when they asked me. I know Mike Russo, he was the CIO of Shift 4, and he was the CIO at Oracle for Mark Hurd, and I know him for 20 years. I don't know him as a Doge person. I know him as a CIO.
So, with respect to anyone else, did you talk to any of these officials who were involved in operations? Because the whistleblower said you personally intervened to get Doge officials installed. And I understand there's one person who got basically approved in the middle of the night as a result of your insistence. Are you saying that the whistleblower is not telling the truth to the Senate Finance Committee? Because there are a number of very influential officials who have indicated that they will support the position of the whistleblower.
I was not involved in onboarding anybody in the middle of the night.
Well, we've heard some very disturbing comments with respect to some of the officials, and I think we've got to get to the bottom of it. Let me ask you about the role of ushering in key Doge officials who've been working through agency databases and feasting on the personal information of the American people, their health records, their bank account data, their tax data. Doge recklessness there has set off what could be the largest identity theft crisis in history. A federal judge ordered SSA to stop providing Doge access. In her ruling, the judge said, and I quote here, Doge's bogus reasoning akin to a fishing expedition in search of a fraud epidemic based on little more than suspicion. So my question to you here is, if you're confirmed, will you lock Doge out of Social Security databases and stop them from exposing millions of Americans who could be damaged?
Sir, I've spent my career protecting PII in the largest institutions. I think it's of the utmost importance for PII to be protected. And yes, I will ensure it's protected.
So will you lock Doge out? It's a very specific yes or no question. Will you lock Doge out of Social Security databases?
I'm going to do whatever is required to protect the information that is private information. So I don't know what lock Doge out means, but there's way more than Doge that can't have access to that information, sir.
I would like that in writing, that you will lock Doge out of the Social Security databases. Will you furnish that in writing?
I don't know what lock Doge out of the Social Security.
It's got a pretty simple concept. When you lock somebody out, you stop them.
There's lots of databases, but PII will not be exposed.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I would like you and I and the committee to follow up on what this whistleblower has told us, because your staff met with them, my staff met with them, I met with them, and I don't believe that this whistleblower would make this up. This whistleblower has said that this is a nominee who will be bad for the agency and has cited specifics, and this nominee says that the whistleblower is wrong. And I think this whistleblower throughout their career has been somebody who's told the truth, and I think we better get to the bottom of it. And they told your staff the same thing they told mine, that this nominee had nothing to do with operations, and certainly some very experienced individuals feel that that was not true.
Thank you. Senator Whitehouse.
Thanks very much. Welcome, Mr. Bisignano. Two quick questions. One, I'm concerned on behalf of constituents with Social Security disability that there are cliffs in the benefit system that create very peculiar behavior around the edge of the cliff. I think we should engage in bipartisan cliff smoothing. Is that something that you would work with us on?
I'm prepared to research it if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed as soon as I get in there.
And if you are confirmed,
report back to you, sir.
Okay, thank you. If you are confirmed, will you check and make sure that the Musk infiltration of Social Security databases has not damaged those databases or left back doors for private actors to get back into to access Social Security's data system?
There will be a total review, yes.
Thank you. So here's where I think we are. I think there's a bit of a plot afoot here. Step one is to lie about not intending to damage Social Security and to protect Social Security benefits. The president is a profligate liar. Russia didn't invade Ukraine. The election was rigged and stolen from me. I'm not a criminal. DOJ was weaponized. Climate change is a hoax. You just can't stop the lies. And I think I'm not going to attack Social Security is a lie. So that's step one, lie about it. Step two is discredit Social Security. Trump and Musk have been lying loudly about imaginary Social Security fraud, which seems to me to be an effort to lower public confidence in the program. They falsely called it a Ponzi scheme. Well, if those things aren't true, why are they saying them? What is the motive behind those lies? I think the motive is to discredit the system. Then you send in your Musk characters and you start them messing around in the operations of Social Security to damage it. And as we were sitting here, Mr. Bisignano, here comes the breaking news from the Washington Post. Headline, Social Security is breaking down amid long waits, waves of calls, and web crashes. A flood of cuts led by Elon Musk has sent the agency into meltdown as a new commissioner, prepares to take charge. So you also have the billionaire Commerce Secretary saying that an interruption of benefits would be a good way to sniff out fraud, because the only people who'd complain when their benefits were interrupted would be the fraudsters, which is idiotic, frankly, but it is part of this campaign to disrupt as well as discredit Social Security so that there is then an interruption of benefits. Once there's an interruption of benefits, then Trump can declare an emergency in Social Security and send in the tech bros and the private equity folks, some of whom are already messing around in Social Security, to say, oh, to save Social Security, we have to take it over. We got to have the tech bros and the private equity people take over Social Security. And then that's it. The long-standing Republican goal of getting rid of Social Security as a public program is achieved. And under the pretense that they've saved it, broken it in order to save it. Will you, let's just say that that turns out to be the set of facts that you determine to be the accurate case once you get over there. Will you participate in or defend against that scheme?
Well, I think my job as a commissioner is to ensure that every beneficiary receives their payments on time, that disability claims are processed in the manner they should be. So my first actions are going to be to get organized around delivering the services. And I've only been given one order, which is to run the agency in the right fashion.
And what role will privatizing Social Security, bringing in private equity and tech people, and giving Elon Musk and his little crowd a role have in all of that?
I've never thought about privatizing. It's not a word that anybody's ever talked to me about, and I don't see this institution as anything other than a government agency that gets run for the benefit of the American public.
Let's hope that that is the way this ends. Thank you.
Got my guarantee I'll make it end that way.
Thank you. Senator Cassidy.
Good to see you, sir.
Good
to
see
meet
you.
your family in New Orleans at the Super Bowl.
Thank you.
And I was struck when I asked, okay, I forget how much Social Security puts out per day. And I asked, you want to take that on? And you said, I handle 5 times that much per day right now. And I just say I was struck immediately how oh yeah, this is what I do, and I do it in a way which improves service. And then you pointed where we were eating. This is one of my machines. By the way, it took my money very quickly for the pizza I bought. So just to thank you for offering that and bringing your kind of incredible skill set to this issue.
Thank you, sir.
Part of it we talked about was was public-facing service, and particularly among older people who sometimes have a difficult time getting to an office. And they rely upon the phone because, frankly, they're homebound. How will you manage that? How will you continue to provide services to those folks who are homebound, making sure that they can still access, make changes as necessary, even if they have a difficult time coming in physically?
Yeah. Today, Social Security, according to public information, gets 80 million phone calls a year. In the organization I currently run, we do 400 million phone calls a year. I see the phone as a mandatory way for people to communicate. I see phone technology as an opportunity, but at some point people want to talk to a live agent also, so we have to provide that. I think it's mandatory. I think it's part of meeting our beneficiaries where they want to get met, whether it's in a field office, whether it's on the web, or whether it's on the phone. And I think it's ripe for enhancement always, but obviously, ultimately, people like sometimes to get reassurance from a person that they're going to get the benefits they
Now, there's chronic
require.
wait times, I'm told, chronic wait times on the 1-800 number, so much so that people sometimes give up. And there's evidence it's improved, but it's still, not where you would have it in the private sector.
Well, my belief is that if you look at the Social Security website and you look at the statistics, taking 20+ minutes to answer the phone is not really acceptable, and that's the reason why only 46% of the phone calls get answered, because people get discouraged and hang up.
Using your experience, how could that be improved? Just more people answering?
I think we could get that to under a minute. I think we can also help the people within the organization answer questions better by bringing artificial intelligence to them to prompt them with the information they need. It enhances their jobs. As I said before, Social Security ranks at the low end of employee sat in our government system today. But, I believe technology is a great enabler. We do not need to rewrite every system within Social Security. We do not have to spend, lots of money on many of these things. We could do them with basic technology that's out there.
That was one of the things that reassured me. All these things that seemed to be insurmountable in the Social Security Administration, you had done it. And so, again, thank you for bringing that expertise to us. One thing that I know is an issue is sometimes beneficiaries are overpaid, and then they're contacted later to recoup the money. Now, it's one thing for somebody who's well off to pay back, and it's another thing for someone who basically lives on cash flow, and then you're asked to repay that which is, been spent. Any thoughts about that? How do we stop, one, the overpayments? And then once it's detected, how are we fair to the people who have been overpaid, taking into account their ability to repay?
Thank you. I think there's two things there. One is, as I like to say, the Inspector General report produces a 1% error rate. I think that's way too high. I think it should be decimal points to the right, probably 5 decimal points. That will eliminate a lot of the overpayments. And then at the end of the day, we need to evaluate the ability to pay back and work it out. I know there was one way to do it. We've implemented another. I'm going to make sure that we recover all the money we should recover. But on the other hand, we have to be humans in the process, too.
I have a couple questions I'll do for the record. Thank you very much for bringing your private expertise to benefit the public. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lankford.
Chairman, thank you. Thank you for stepping into this role, stepping in with the expertise and the experience that you have in the background, what you've done on the technical sides for so many different people, quite frankly, is a real asset to Social Security to be able to step in. This is a payment system at its core, that's something that you've specialized in for a long time. Grateful that you stepped out of the private sector into the public sector to be able to do this in this season on it. So let me just run several things past you, but I did want to be able to raise one thing that has been in process for a while. My state is one of the few states that has not been able to do the My Social Security portal based on just the ID portion of that. That has been something Social Security and some of the career folks have worked on for a long time. That has finally been checked. And I've been grateful to a lot of the career folks that have been engaged in Social Security for a while to be able to work with my state to be able to get that. That's going to help a lot of the customer service issues in my state in particular on this. But as Senator Cassidy was just raising on this as well, the call times, the response time, getting an appointment, it may be surprising to some people that there are a few 85-year-olds that aren't tech savvy, that they don't like using a computer. They want to actually talk to a person. And the challenge is still, how do they get in to be able to visit with somebody, get an appointment, number one, get a time, and then get it done in a timely manner. So I know we're working a lot on the technology. That's a good thing for a lot of folks. We're working on the phone call side of it. What is your plan on the face-to-face portion of Social Security services as well?
I think we have to meet beneficiaries where they want to be, and I think that includes field offices, it includes the phone, it includes technology on the phone, and then it includes a live agent if they want to talk to somebody. And obviously, the web is a place that we can also interact. But I think it's about a multi-channel system and giving the ability to use the channel that one wants to use in order to accomplish the chore they want to get done with us.
That'd be helpful. One of the things that you and I have talked about already in my office, and thank you for stopping by so we get a chance to have a longer conversation, is about the disability determination. That process can be 2 to 3 years long. There's a lot of aspects of it that end up taking a very long time to just get an answer on it. The reconsideration process is certainly broken in the process and takes a tremendous amount of time on just the reconsideration for something they already know to be able to go through the same hoop again. There are a lot of challenges that are in this process. As you walk into this, I'm not going to ask you how you're going to fix it because you're walking in and going to look at it to see what can be done. I would raise to you this as an issue. You said you were already aware of some of those issues as well. How do you begin the process of trying to reform the disability review so that disabled individuals don't have to wait 3 years to actually get into that process, and people that are not qualified can get an answer faster?
Yes, first of all, thank you for the time in your office, and you enlightened me a lot in your dialogue with me around this process. And, my first objective would be to process engineer it from front to back, understand really what is taking what amount of time. We also talked, you were kind enough to talk to me about the jobs and the fact that, a person who maybe 30 years ago was determined to be disabled and wasn't highly motivated by the system to be able to work. Today we could do something different. So one of the first things I'm going to look at when I get there is all of those elements that we talked about in your office. And, I'm positive when you analyze something from front to back and you think about the age of today versus 30 years ago, that we could get a lot better answer for Americans.
Yeah, we can. And there are folks that have great needs that qualify for disability, that Congress has actually said, hey, that American people are going to stand alongside of them, that it takes years to be able to get through that process. And there are others that are trying to game the system that need an answer faster to say, hey, you're able to work, and we want you to be able to do that. We are Americans is what we do. 2 areas that we talked about briefly, and I'll just bring them up briefly to you. The death master file, we've got about 915,000 people still listed in a bit of limbo on that still need clarification on. That's from the Inspector General's report from 2024. And we have on the opposite side of that, multiple people using the exact same Social Security number to apply for a job that then show up just as Social Security number in the process on it. So we've got some numbers being used multiple times. We've got 915,000 in the death master file that just need to be clarified. Are they alive or not in the process? So that's, again, a technology piece that we're going to count on you to be able to go chase down, to be able to figure out how to be able to clearly identify that, make decisions, get it back out. So appreciate your time and your leadership and for your willingness to step in this role.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member Wyden. Good morning, Mr. Bisignano. It was very nice to visit with you in our office, and congratulations to you and your family for your nomination. Before turning to Social Security issues, I want to ask you a simple question that I'm asking every nominee now related to recent events. If directed by the President to take an action that would break the law, would you follow the law or follow the President's directive?
Well, I'd follow the law, but I can't ever imagine the President asking that.
Well, I'm glad you will follow the law. I challenge the notion that you can't imagine this President instructing somebody to break the law. I won't go through the litany, but there are plenty of examples of it since he took office. Now, I want to move on to Social Security. Elon Musk and President Trump have set their sights on cutting Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid to pay for tax cuts for corporate special interests and billionaires. Elon Musk has referred to Social Security as a Ponzi scheme, that's in quotes, and he recently called for cutting up to $700 billion from Social Security and Medicare. That could mean cutting 1/3 of these programs. Social Security operates, as you know, on simple math. To achieve a 1/3 cut, you'd either have to take away benefits for 1/3 of the people currently receiving them or cut the payments that they're getting by 1/3. So, Mr. Bisignano, which is it? Are you going to throw 1/3 of the people off of the program or cut their benefits by 1/3?
Neither.
That's good to hear. So if the President and the Congress decide to cut these benefits, you're going to stand up for the beneficiaries?
Well, if Congress decides, I mean, ultimately these decisions get done in the Senate Finance Committee. It's a collaboration. It's not the commissioner's job to make that decision.
So do you oppose cutting 1/3 of Social Security benefits?
I think the President has made it very clear that he has no objective, and he's made it very clear to cut any benefits from Social Security.
Yet he has Elon Musk, who until he was told he couldn't by a court, running rampant through Social Security, and he's laying off staff and making it much more difficult for people to get benefits. That's inconsistent with the President's pledge. If you are confirmed, will you commit to stand up to Elon Musk and Doge and stop them from cutting 1/3 of Social Security benefits, which Musk has already said he wants to do?
Well, I've worked for Tony Terciano. I've worked for Jamie Dimon. I've worked for Henry Kravitz. I've worked for Sandy Weil. I've worked with them. I have the ability to lead the agency in the manner that this Senate Finance Committee wants me to do that. And I don't know of any thought that I have about cutting 1/3 of the benefits of Americans or even entertaining anything of that sort.
Well, I appreciate that. I think I will echo the ranking member's request that we get a commitment from you that you will keep Doge out of Social Security, because one of the things we're seeing since this administration took over is steps that are making it harder and harder for people to apply for benefits, get benefits, and really working to slow things down, which is one way, of course, of slowing benefits, slowing benefit payments, and reducing costs at the expense of beneficiaries. Let me turn to a New Hampshire issue. 1 in 5 Granite Staters receive Social Security benefits that they paid into for their entire lives. Earlier this month, at the direction of Elon Musk and Doge, the administration announced plans to close 47 Social Security offices, including the one in Littleton, New Hampshire. Shortly thereafter, the Social Security Administration announced plans that would force more applicants and beneficiaries to go in person to offices, while at the same time laying off staff who work in those remaining offices. If the Littleton office is closed, North Country seniors would be forced to travel nearly 100 miles to the next closest New Hampshire field office. If confirmed, will you commit to keeping the Littleton Social Security office open, or will you do what Elon Musk commands you to do on this issue?
I'm going to be running the agency, and I report to the President running the agency. So I just want to be very clear on that. I will evaluate the whole situation, and I will report back to you.
And for the, Mr. Chair, I'd like, with unanimous consent, to offer into the record this archived copy of the listing by DOJ that includes the Littleton, New Hampshire Social Security Office as one that they would like to close.
Without objection.
Thank you. And last thing I will submit this for the record, but I do want to note that Commerce Secretary Lutnick has suggested that seniors wouldn't mind if the Social Security Administration didn't send out benefits 1 month and that only fraudsters would complain. And I will ask the nominee to reflect on how long he would be okay delaying Social Security checks to seniors. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Bisignano, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
For meeting with me. I appreciate it. Welcome. Congratulations on your nomination. Welcome to your family. Let me just get a couple of questions out of the way, and hopefully we just have this candid conversation and we carry it through like we did in my office. Recently, in an interview with Joe Rogan on February 28th, Elon Musk called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time. Do you believe that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme?
I believe it's a promise to pay. It's an 89-year institution so far. It will continue.
Yes or no? Do you think it's a Ponzi scheme?
It's a promise to pay.
In a podcast appearance last week, Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick suggested that only fraudsters would complain about missing a Social Security check and that most people wouldn't mind if the government simply skipped a payment. Do you agree with Secretary Lutnick that only fraudsters complain when the government fails to send Social Security checks?
I don't think anyone would appreciate not getting their Social Security check on time.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said I don't think anyone would appreciate not getting their Social Security check on time.
So you would agree they're not fraudsters?
I'm answering what you asked, so I think.
Well, that's the question is, his implication is if you're questioning whether you got your check or not, you're probably a fraudster. Would you agree with that?
It'd be hard to get to that conclusion.
Pardon me?
It'd be hard to get to that conclusion.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this as well. The current Social Security Administrator briefly ended a contract that had allowed parents of newborn babies in Maine to sign their children up for Social Security number at the hospital. Instead, he required them to do so in person at an office. The current administrator, according to a New York Times article, said he had ordered the move after watching Governor Janet Mills clash with Mr. Trump at the White House. He then quickly reversed that decision, but said he did it because he felt that the governor of Maine was not being real cordial to the president. Do you think Social Security should be used as a political weapon against individuals in the future?
As I said in my opening comments, it's the most bipartisan thing we have. I believe its job is to deliver for the American population.
I agree, but do you think it should be used as a political weapon at the whim of somebody who wants to show fealty to the president?
I don't think it should be.
Good, that's the right answer. It should not be, because everything you've said up until now has agreed that we should get the benefits out to individuals, that we should ensure that our focus is making those that need this disability benefits or who worked hard their entire lives, are entitled to these benefits, really get them. So I appreciate that comment. Let me also jump back to a couple of questions. The Social Security Administrator, let me jump to this. More than 570,000 Nevadans rely on Social Security after paying into it for decades, yet they face long wait times in inaccessible offices, problems that have only worsened under the so-called efficiency measures introduced by DOJ. DOJ has cut staff, they've closed field offices, and they've shifted services online. I'm hopeful that you are going to address this issue. And as you think about moving into this office, what are you going to do based on all of the complaints that we are hearing now? They're more so than before this administration came into office. How do you expect to, in the first 100 days, address these issues?
I'm a battle-tested executive. In the mortgage crisis, when I was asked to come in and work shoulder to shoulder with the government, we figured out how to clean up a pretty big mess.
And so would you reverse some of the DOJ decisions if you felt that they were inappropriate and they weren't getting to the beneficiaries the information, the benefits they need?
Any decision I thought was inappropriate would be looked at. All issues.
And you'd be willing to reverse it if you felt it was appropriate? And you would be willing to reverse it if you felt it was appropriate?
If something was inappropriate, it would be changed.
Thank you. And then finally, let me ask you this. There's a lot of concern, and rightfully so, about individuals who don't even work in the administration. They are actually rifling through the personal information of Americans. And I am hopeful that you are going to guard that personal information for anybody who has provided it to Social Security Administration. Are you willing to protect their private information?
I've done it my whole career.
That's yes?
I've done it my whole career. That would be yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Marshall.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Mr. Bisignano. Welcome. We appreciate you answering the call that this is a job you don't need. This is a job that you don't covet, but instead you're one of the patriots that's stepping forward to help save this nation. We heard some fear-mongering this morning. And I just want to reassure Americans that Republicans are the party that wants to save Social Security, that we want to ensure that the folks that have paid into Social Security their whole lives, who've earned these benefits, get the money that they were promised. And I also want to remind Americans that we're the party that wants to stop the taxing of Social Security benefits as well. We want Americans to keep more of their hard-earned money and not have to pay a tax on this benefit that they've paid into their whole lives. The Social Security Administration had probably $10 billion of improper payments in 2023. I think it's a lot more than that. Can you explain how you use your past experience in payments processing to bring down these improper payments?
I think my past experience is beyond payment processing, but I think in this case it's good to talk about in a broader sense. I think every error requires root cause analysis. Why did it happen? There are no one-offs. My lifetime of experience shows there's pattern recognition. And the fact that we produce an Inspector General report that talks about a 1% error rate, that is completely too high for the function we're talking about.
In your past experience, what was your error rate?
5 decimals to the right, 5 decimal points to the right, so point at .0000.
Got it.
1, and that's what the target would be. So I think and if you think about that type of error rate running through the agency, it creates the opportunity for more problems than we need. Ultimately, we're talking about quality of service to our beneficiaries. So I think it's about root cause analysis. I think it's about rigor. I know that there's lots of stats that are produced, but when I go on and look at the stats, they're not at the level that you all should accept, or that I will accept, or that the American public
Certainly one
accept.
way of saving Social Security is by eliminating or decreasing these improper payments. I don't think anyone could argue against that. Let's talk about customer experience a little bit more. How you use your background to improve processing times and customer service.
I think many of this is about what I call process engineering, understanding where we are creating backlogs, obviously with the amount of time it's taking. I don't know if our standards are appropriate yet. We have a 6-month standard on disability. It takes much longer. A lot of things we need to go analyze them, but I don't believe that this is going to take us years. I think there's many things we'll solve in year 1, and that would be my expectation. I bring a sense of urgency to, and I want the people in the agency to feel like they're winning. I want them to feel like they're winning.
Let's talk about Americans' personally identifiable information. All of us, from credit cards to banks. I mean, even this week, I got another alert from health insurance that our data has been violated. What's your experience been like in the private world to protect people's identifiable information, and how can you improve and protect that? Let me ask you, is this a priority for you?
it's job one. In this job, it's job one. And if you run a financial institution, it's job one. And if you run Fiserv, it's job one. You must have the trust. And that's something PII, as you would call it, needs the highest level of scrutiny and protection. And we need to understand who can access what information and ensure that that information is anonymized so they're not getting data that they could use in a bad way.
My last question, let's talk about the IT systems that you've used in the past. What can you do from an IT standpoint to improve Social Security's efficiency and improve customer experience?
Well, I think technology is a great enabler. You don't have to throw a system out. You have to figure out how to make it work better. You have to understand how to make yourself more efficient. I think, one of the greatest efficiency opportunities we have is using artificial intelligence. That doesn't mean we use it for answering the phone. It means we use it to learn how to do our work better. And I don't think these are monumental economic spends. I think we can do them within the plan.
Thank you, Mr. Bisignano. You're hired. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Bisignano, thank you for your willingness to serve. I have to compliment President Trump and his team. I can't imagine them finding a more qualified individual for this position. I mean, I'm not kidding. I think it's pretty remarkable. First of all, did President Trump or anybody on his team in interviewing you and deciding to make this nomination, did any of them ever talk about cutting benefits for Social Security?
No, as a matter of fact, always talked about it's something we wouldn't do.
It's doing everything we can to protect Social Security, correct?
Yes.
You mentioned in previous answer to the question here that the 1% error rate is too high. I want you to compare the IT systems, the processing, the payment processing that you've done at Fiserv and other companies to Social Security. Just give the committee some sense of your depth of experience in dealing with these things versus Social Security.
Well, we have 13,000 software engineers today at Fiserv. I like to believe we're fundamentally a tech company, that provides payments, 100% of the American households. A lot I've heard is about the old COBOL system at Social Security. I actually believe that's the system we have, and we know how to build around it.
By the way, you have that at Fiserv?
It's all over the world.
So you'll be able to adapt from that.
Yeah, it can be dealt with. It's not the problem. I think one of the things I'd say is there's no substitute for experience. I believe that, and I think I'm the first commissioner that's actually been a technologist, an operator, understands payments, has run call centers, has done settlements, understood how to deal in crises, whether it was 9/11 or whether it was 08 or the mortgage crisis. So I come with a depth of experience in how to make systems work for the people inside the agency and for our users.
So as you're aware, I'm an accountant, so I like numbers. I mean, do you have off the top of your head just the annual number of payments, for example, Fiserv makes to virtually every household in America versus Social Security?
We do 250 million payments a day for $2.5 trillion versus 74 million a month at Social Security.
So a lot more.
Yes, sir.
A lot more. So talk about that 1% error rate. What is the error rate within Fiserv?
I think you got to go. I think you think about it 5 decimal points to the right. I think about it 5 decimal points to the right. And we're always trying to strive to get that better. I think about answering the phone in less than a minute. We do it in 22 minutes right now at Social Security.
Again, I know you're not commissioner, so you don't necessarily have this answer. What do you think drives the much higher error rate in Social Security? I mean, is it the complexity of the tax code? Is it just inefficiency of the system? I mean, what?
I think it's that we accept it.
Pardon?
I think we've accepted it.
Oh, okay. So something you think you could, with your experience, you can fix?
Yes, sir.
I do want, I don't know that anybody else has done this. I hate to open up, the can of worms again, but do you have any idea what Senator Wyden and Senator Whitehouse were talking about in terms of these whistleblowers? And I mean, do you want to take an opportunity to just, address what allegations they were throwing your way?
I don't really. I don't know about the whistleblowers. I know that, I brought, Mike Russo sent me a note and he came in as the CIO. I know Mike Russo for a long time, and that's really kind of it.
So obviously the folks on the other side of the aisle have a real problem in trying to make government more efficient and trying to root out waste, fraud, and abuse. Again, I'm a huge supporter of what Elon Musk and his Doge group are doing. I don't understand why they're not, quite honestly. So again, I think somebody like Elon Musk, somebody like yourself, these are accomplished individuals that have a depth of experience, and they're asking questions of government that have never been asked before. Here in Congress, we ask those, we don't give access, we're not given access to this information. So you have to be inside the administration to actually ask these questions, get the answers, but you have a response.
Well, I think, first of all, it's a multidimensional issue. We need to deliver service, we need to deliver quality, we need to deliver control, and we need to deliver efficiency. And, if you're battle tested, I believe I'm battle tested, you know how to do all of those. And I view Doge as an input. The president's been very clear, the agency heads are in charge of the agency.
Well, again, I can't imagine somebody more qualified for this position. So, again, you got my support, and again, thanks for your willingness to serve. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Daines.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Congratulations on your nomination, your willingness to serve. Since the Social Security Administration was first established as an independent agency, the importance of the public trust has always been integral to that core mission. I want to cut to the chase, though, on customer service for a moment, if I might. Like Senator Johnson, I spent most of my career in the private sector. Customer service is paramount. In fact, after I left Procter & Gamble, I went to work for a customer experience CRM solution. We worked with call centers to make sure the customer was getting a great experience. And so as we prepared for this hearing yesterday, I asked my team, let's just see what it's like to call the Social Security Administration. So we went online, and there's a nice little box that says, we are here to help. Now, I realize you're going to be coming in here to fix some of the problems. This is not happening on your watch, but I want to make you aware of the customer experience my staff member experienced when they called the 800 number, we are here to help. So to recant what happened here, first of all, they were disconnected twice when they got on the phone. In fact, I'm going to read the, I just want to get the text message. Here it is. Called the SSA number 3 times. Disconnected twice after 2 minutes. And this is the published We Are Here to Help 800 number. Finally got through to wait to speak to a representative. And here's what my staff member encountered for an hour. I mean, they could have at least had Olivia Newton-John or some mediocre 70s music. But for an hour, this repeated over and over again, and then they were disconnected. You can't make this up. I'd encourage anybody, try calling the Social Security 1-800 number. It's 1-800-772-1213. And in fact, it says if you call in the morning, the wait times are usually shorter. Later in the week, a little longer. Later in the month, maybe a little longer. It says our automated telephone services are available 24 hours a day. Disconnected 3 times. And the 3rd time after waiting an hour listening to these really D-grade elevator music. So we've got a lot of work to do to serve the taxpayers in this country and improve their customer experience. I just want to have some help. And I realize this isn't happening on your watch, but let me just put like one of your to-dos is maybe try calling the 1-800 number and see what it's like from your own experience. This was just literally yesterday. As you begin looking at areas for innovation and improvements in the delivery of the vital services and benefits, will you commit to me and to my office to ensure that Montanans have access to Social Security, particularly for Montanans who live in rural areas?
You know, my belief is, first of all, thank you for talking about the phone service, because although we publish a 22-minute wait time, that's an average wait time. And I think the better way to measure it over the long haul is what percent of calls get answered within 30 seconds, right? Because we have percents of calls that are taking an hour and a half, and only half the callers get through. So I bring that up because I have a multi-channel strategy I think about, which is to meet beneficiaries where they want to be. If they want to come to a field office, if they want to do it over the phone, or if they want to do it over the web. But all three of those channels have to execute well. They have to execute well. So it's not enough to just have them. We have to be able to also use all the technology available to us today to do a great job for our beneficiaries. So we have my commitment to work my tail off on all of it.
Thank you. You know, one of the challenges we face oftentimes in the post-customer service hours, particularly with call centers, is the call centers are open when many people are not available because they're at work. And then when they are available, the call center's closed. And so we just described there the multi-channel type approach, whether it's a web experience, getting information directly from the internet, whether it's a call, whether it's an email, to really lock in on service levels that we can make sure we're providing to our customers, the taxpayers of this country, and those beneficiaries who've been paying into that system their entire life. They deserve a lot better. And I hope you will bring much needed change to the Social Security Administration with your leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Senator Sanders.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Bisignano. Mr. Bisignano, in your opening remarks, you mentioned that last year the Inspector General reported that the error rate in Social Security was less than 1%, and it was an error rate that you wanted to improve upon. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. But in his State of the Union address, listened to by millions and millions of Americans, President Trump suggested that, quote, millions and millions, end of quote, of Social Security checks are going out to people who are between the ages of 140 and 360 years old. Millions and millions of checks. You've just acknowledged what is true, is that the error rate in Social Security is less than 1%, 99 point whatever of the people who get their checks paid into the system and deserve those checks. So what I want to ask you is, do you think that President Trump was just expressing an outrageous lie, which I happen to believe, trying to undermine Social Security, or was he just grossly uninformed about the reality?
I think what the president was representing, which further was represented again and proven to be accurate, is that there were millions of Social Security records that did not have people deceased.
Let's not play with words. What you have just acknowledged is that in 2024, the Social Security Administration paid out over 99 point whatever percent to people eligible. The error rate was less than 1%. Millions and millions and millions of people, 200 or 300 years of age, did not get checks. Is that true?
What I represented was that a 1% error rate in a mission-critical function like Social Security is way too high.
I agree with
and
you.
That,
excuse me, I don't have much time. Sorry. President said millions and millions of people. You're saying, and you're right, less than 1%. You want to improve it? You're right. Let's do it. President was lying. And what he was trying to do was undermine the foundations of Social Security by saying the system is out of control. All right, my next question is, Senator Daines made a good point. You call up Social Security today, it's a disaster. Why, if right now it is hard for people to get through in Vermont and all over this country, why do you think the Social Security Administration is now closing down offices and laying off 7,000 employees? And we have heard from Mr. Dudek that he wants to cut up to half of Social Security's workforce. When the department is now understaffed, people can't get through. Do you think it makes sense to lay off half the staff?
First and foremost, I'm not there, sir.
Just answer the question, please. Do you think it makes sense? I know you're not there. Do you think it makes sense to lay off half of the staff when right now it is at a 50-year low in terms of staffing?
Well, I don't know where Mr. Dudek gets his information from, and I don't communicate with Mr. Dudek.
I'll just ask you, I mean, I think what Mr. Senator Daines said was right. Tough to get through right now. I think common sense would suggest that when it's bad now, you don't lay off half your staff. Would you agree with me?
I believe that we can drive efficiency for the rest of our life.
Right.
I also understand that it takes 20-plus minutes to answer the phone.
On a good day.
Right. Well, that's the average published, right? It's not how I would report the numbers because I think...
All right, but all that I'm asking, when you have a system that is not working now, do you think it's a great idea to lay off half of the employees?
I don't know if... do I think it's a great idea to lay off half of the employees when a system doesn't work? I think the answer is probably no.
Okay. All right, now I want to ask you another question, more philosophical, if you like. I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, and you made $100 million recently in compensation in a given year? All right, my question is not to deal with that per se, but right now, we have 22% of seniors are trying to survive on less than $15,000 a year. A lot of people, older people, living in desperation in America. Some of us want to expand Social Security benefits because we think people should not be living on $15,000 a year. We're concerned about the solvency of Social Security. We want to extend it beyond where it is right now. Do you agree with me that it does not make sense for somebody like yourself who makes $100 million a year in compensation to be paying the same amount into Social Security as somebody who makes $176,000? Or would you work with me to raise that cap so more money can come into the system?
I know there's an actuarial function in the area. I know it's analytics. I'm a fact-based, rule-based person. I'm happy to study anything and work side by side with you, sir.
All right, all I ask in general right now, the system is stressed.
I'm sorry?
Financially.
I'm sorry?
The system is stressed now financially. We want to increase the solvency and increase the benefits. Is it a good idea to remove the cap, which is now at, I think, $174,000, so that wealthy people contribute more into the system?
I don't think that's the commissioner's job at all, sir. I think the commissioner's job is to run the agency right. I'm happy to provide all the information you want, and I'm happy to be a partner in solving every problem.
Okay, thank you very much.
Senator Cantwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to follow on my two colleagues in their questions about the operation. And you know, it's clear, you know, I think a lot of the American people, they're very bothered by billionaires taking a shot at their Social Security. And so I just think it sounds out of touch. Secretary Lutnick saying stop payment to find fraud. And then Mr. Musk, who everybody is questioning what his role is anyway, the big one to eliminate. That's what he was saying on Social Security. So those are enough. Right? Those are enough. But now we have these patterns. Let's go after the staffing. Let's go after the office closures. A new requirement to re-register. The American people are scared to death that you're really going after Social Security. So instead of hiring people, like my colleagues are suggesting, to improve the service, basically, you're allowing Elon Musk's little Doge team to go in there and to find fraud. So did they find a dead person in Seattle that was getting Social Security? Yes. Here's the article. from the Seattle newspaper by Danny Westney. Oh, wait a minute, he wasn't dead. So not only did my constituent not get his payment in February, they went to his bank account and tried to claw back previous payments from January and December. And then what did he do? He had to go down to the building in Seattle, the federal building that you're trying to close, and stand in line for hours and hours and hours to try to say he wasn't dead and to stop taking his money. He made an in-person appointment, but it was pushed back 11 days. 11 days. Ultimately had to wait in line, as I said, which he said, quote, "They are so understaffed down there, they think their office is about to be closed down, and they don't know where they're going to go. It feels like the agency is being gutted," end quote. So I have to ask you, why are we allowing these people to go in and cause havoc to our constituents instead of hiring people to do the job? So I have several questions that you can just answer yes or no. Do you think Social Security is a Ponzi scheme?
I've said I believe it's a promise to pay, and it's been here for 89 years. It's been one of the truest things we have for our aged and our disabled, and my objective is to continue it and do a great job for the American public.
Do you think Social Security should be privatized?
I've never heard a word of it, and I've never thought about it. So
Do you think it should be privatized, yes or no?
I don't believe anybody's thinking about that.
Okay. Do you think Social Security age should be raised?
I'm sorry?
The president, other people have suggested in the administration, I think including the president in a prior thing, that Social Security should be raised.
You know, the commissioner's job is to ensure that the agency operates correctly. I want to provide all the information required by Senate and by anyone else in order to make the decisions. But I don't believe I'm a decision maker on any of these items.
Okay.
But I'm happy to provide every piece of information required.
With this kind of havoc going on, my constituents want and deserve answers. Will you commit to opposing any cuts to Social Security benefits?
We have no objective. I have no objective, and I've been told by the president to ensure that we preserve and protect Social Security.
Okay. Do you believe that you should be hiring enough staff to service people and stop the Doge people from cutting my constituents off of their well-deserved check? Now, Mr. Lutnick said he doesn't care. It's okay if they miss a payment. I don't know who his mother-in-law is or what kind of support she's got, but I know my constituent needed that check and he wasn't dead. And so the notion that he has to go through these extraordinary efforts and you guys are encouraging it. So I want to know when it's going to stop, when they're going to stop doing that and instead fund, as my Republican colleague said, the services of Social Security so that these poor seniors can get their checks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 90 years ago, Congress passed the Social Security Act, and the deal was simple. You work hard, you pay into Social Security across all your earnings years, and then when you retire, you can count on having those Social Security benefits that you paid for. And now, co-presidents Trump and Musk want to renege on that deal. So Doge has taken a sledgehammer to the Social Security Administration, firing staff, closing field offices, and pulling the plug on phone services. Last week, the acting commissioner of Social Security, who is openly working with Elon Musk, actually threatened to shut down the entire agency. Now, this isn't about efficiency. Elon said the quiet part about his plans right out loud. Musk said we should, quote, eliminate Social Security. The richest man in the world said that Social Security for 73 million Americans should be destroyed. Mr. Bisignano, you have been nominated to be in charge of Social Security, and seniors need to have a right to know if you're going to protect their benefits. So let's start simple. Say a 66-year-old man qualifies for Social Security. Mr. Bisignano, could the Social Security Administration or Elon Musk or Donald Trump decide to cut her benefits by $5,000 for no reason without a new law passed by Congress?
Is that a question, ma'am?
Yeah, that's a question.
I don't see that happening.
I didn't ask if you see it happening. Could they, by law, cut those benefits without coming to Congress?
No.
No. All right, so let's dig deeper. Suppose this same 65-year-old calls the helpline to apply for Social Security, but he's told about the new DOGE rule, so he has to go online or in person. He can't drive, he has trouble with the website, so he waits until his niece can get a day off to take him to the local Social Security office. But DOGE closed that office, so they have to drive 2 hours to get to the next closest office. When they get there, there are only 2 people who are staffing a 50-person line, so he doesn't even make it to the front of the line before the office closes, and he has to come back. Now, let's assume it takes our fellow 3 months to straighten this out, and he misses a total of $5,000 in benefits checks, which, by law, he will never get back. So, Mr. Bisignano, is that a benefit cut?
Well, first of all, Senator,
Is that a benefit cut? I'm sorry, my time is limited here. That's an easy question, yes or no? Is it a benefit cut?
I have no intent to have anything like that happen on my watch,
I understand that. Is it a benefit cut?
I'm not sure what to call it. It sounds like a horrible
Is the
situation.
person getting the $5,000 they were legally entitled to?
That was your scenario. And
So are they getting $5,000 they were legally entitled to?
I don't know. I mean,
You don't
you just told
know?
me. Yeah,
Look,
I mean,
let's be clear. That you keep $5,000 from them by announcing a policy, it's illegal. But there are backdoor ways to accomplish the same thing. DOGE is considering slashing up to 50% of the Social Security Administration's workforce. That means longer lines, more errors. And for everyone who gives up or who dies before they get their benefits sorted out, those delays and errors also turn into benefit cuts. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world, so he doesn't need Social Security. He'd be glad to get rid of it, but only Congress can cut Social Security benefits, and Elon is trying a backdoor way. So, Mr. Bisignano, if you are confirmed in this job, will you commit to reversing these cuts so that seniors get the money that the law says they are entitled to?
what I will commit to is that I will run the agency and I will be in charge of the agency and I will look at every item you want me to look at.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you just answered the previous questions by saying you would follow the law.
Yes.
The law is to deliver the benefits that people are legally entitled to. If you don't have the staff, if you don't answer the phones, if you don't fix the mistakes, people don't get what they're legally entitled to. So I want to know, are you willing to commit right now that you will put enough people back to work so they can do the job of delivering the benefits that Americans earned?
I will commit,
yes or no?
I will commit to have the right staffing to get the job done.
To get the job done, meaning delivering the benefits people are entitled to?
Yes.
I'm going to hold you to that.
I appreciate that.
Senator Young.
Welcome, Mr. Bisignano. Congratulations on your confirmation. And my mom, who's a Social Security recipient, told me I should really be at this hearing and kick the tires, make sure you're qualified for the job, because the Social Security Administration needs skilled leadership. They need effective administrators and people who will level with Congress about the finances of this program and all the rest. So it appears, based on your strong background, that you possess the requisite skills to carry out this mission. I can tell you, as someone who's represented the state of Indiana for a number of years, lots of my constituents contact our offices about challenges they're facing with the administration. Specifically, they report long hold times on the phone, being turned away from walk-in services, difficulties scheduling appointments with local Social Security field offices. If confirmed, do you commit to working with my office to ensure that my constituents, people like my mom, their cases and concerns are addressed in a speedy and thorough manner?
Yes, sir.
All right. In addition to individual cases brought to you by my and other congressional offices, do you commit to working to ensure that the Social Security Administration provides robust customer service to all Americans?
Yes, sir.
Along with long wait times and other lapses in customer service, my constituents report a high volume of errors being made by Social Security payment centers. Those errors are particularly frequent when processing disability payments, and these errors can take months to resolve and correct, creating stress and uncertainty for beneficiaries. I don't know why there are so many errors. Do you commit to finding out?
Yeah, I've said that a 1% error rate, which the Inspector General reports, I believe is probably 5 digits, needs to move 5 digits to the right, you know, decimal, starting with a decimal point. I think we'll do all the root cause analysis. We'll do all the process engineering and everything that's required to get to why we have them and how to eliminate them.
Sounds workmanlike. That's what I would want. You have an extensive background in the payment services industry, including overseeing large, complex payment systems. How exactly would you apply this previous experience to improve the payment processing systems of the administration?
Well, I think one thing is about this error rate. I think we have to understand it, and in there we're going to find a lot of opportunity to improve. You know, I think when we look at what we do every day and how we do it. I do also say this idea of the phone rings. It takes us on average 20 plus minutes to answer it. We only answer half the calls. When we understand why all those phone calls come, we can figure out how to serve the American public a lot better. So to me, the job is to analyze everything we do. I know there's a lot of stats out there. I'm not in the department. I'm not doing anything there, but I look at all the data it produces, and I see a land of opportunity.
There's a lot of conversation in our country, within Congress, about artificial intelligence and the promise it might bring to large organizations, efficiencies, and reduction of errors and all the rest. So in the context of improvements at the Social Security Administration, I'm impressed by the potential that AI might have to enhance government service. As a former tech executive, do you have thoughts about how AI might be integrated into your service delivery and improve operations for the American people?
Yeah, I think, you know, originally when people hear you say you're going to apply AI, they're concerned, you know, this is a very vulnerable population and we have to be available. And that's why I like to say we're going to meet people where they want to be met. If they want to be met on the phone, we'll answer the phone. If they're going to come in the field office, we'll be available and, you know, obviously on the web. But we're also going to improve the jobs of the people within the agency, right? We can do a lot of what they do through AI and be able to get to answers faster. I think AI doesn't only have to be client-facing. It needs to be helping out people in the organization do their jobs better. I think it'll help us understand what the right staffing level is. I know we talk a lot about the staffing level here, but we don't really know what the right staffing level is. And I think that'll help us across the board. It's, you know, I like to say, and I've said it before, AI is just technology. We were using AI before it was called AI.
Yes, sir. Thank you for answering my questions. Chairman?
Thank you.
Senator Bennett.
Chairman, I'm glad, thank you for letting me defer for a moment. I'm glad it was to hear Senator Young's questions about his mom, because I think those are exactly the questions that everybody in Colorado has. So thank you, Mr. Bisignano. Thank you for your for being here and your willingness to serve. I know how you understand, I hope, and this is your testimony, how important it is that Americans receive their Social Security benefits on time, and that if a problem arises, that they're able to resolve it quickly and easily, which they have not been able to do for a long time. And you've emphasized the need to, quote, the need to meet beneficiaries in the 3 places they want to be, including on the phone, online, and in person. But last week, the Social Security Administration said that Americans wouldn't be able to access a number of service options over the phone. Instead, they'll need to either use an online verification process or call to make an in-person appointment. The agency itself estimates that this will add 75,000 to 85,000 in-person visitors a week to field offices. As my colleagues have already said, wait times for appointments can already take a month, and that in-person appointment is only going to get harder to make if the agency cuts 7,000 employees and ends up with the lowest headcount in decades. That, I'm worried that that's not going to meet the American people where they are. I realize you haven't been over there making these decisions. I know you spent a lot of time in the private sector, and I know that there is no well-functioning corporation that would have the kind of weights that we're talking about here. And so I think when it comes to Social Security, really the American people are the ultimate shareholders, not the members of the Senate and not you. It's the American people and Senator Young's mom that matter. I want to ask you whether you'll commit to hearing from my constituents in Colorado and people across the country before making cuts to staff or before restricting access to customer service. I guess the point I'm making is don't just make assumptions about it, but let's engage your customers, our constituents, the true shareholders, in a discussion about how best to serve them. What are your thoughts about that?
First of all, thank you, Senator Bennett, and thanks for taking the time in your office with me previously. And I thought you were highly insightful, and I'm appreciative.
I hope my mom's watching.
I thought as I've watched what I consider a fair amount of press releases and announcements that have gone out, because that's just kind of how I learn what's going on. I work on the daily. I get up in the morning and look at Social Security news. And I thought to myself that, and I was fortunate enough during the last week to meet with Senator Wyden's staff and Senator Crapo's staff, and then have a session with all the Senate Finance Committee staffs, that we should have some form of group that before we make a statement of what we're doing, that we go have a conversation about it, much like I do all the time on anything you do. You're going to affect your constituents. You should get some buy-in in the process. Now, we're never going to get 100% of agreement on many things, but people also understanding the reason why. This is why we're doing that. We get, I serve tens of thousands of bank branches. They're in communities all over. They're in rural communities. And what we have to do with our technology and innovation there is different than what we may have to do in large cities. And you have to take in the full population and think it through. It doesn't mean you're not going to do it, but I commit to us thinking through a better way for change and understanding what the constituents have to go through.
I appreciate that. I'll submit my other question for the record, Mr. Chairman, but I'll say you're new to government, and which is not necessarily a bad thing. What I'll say is that one way or another, we're going to hear from our constituents. If offices are closed, if they can't be served, I think you'd be a lot better listening on the front end than taking the incoming on the back end from Republicans and Democrats up here who have
concerned constituents when it comes to Social Security. Thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Bisignano, for being here today. So you can rest easy. I actually don't have any questions for you today. I can see the handwriting on the wall here, and I've heard your responses to the questions so far, so I'd like to just take my time to make a couple of observations about where we are. I have no doubt that you approach this job with the faith that your private sector experience can help make the Social Security Administration work better. But I have no doubt. It has become clear to me that since Elon Musk's Doge took over the Social Security Administration last month, that this administration is intent on dismantling Social Security and cutting millions of Americans' benefits, including the more than 1 million Minnesotans who rely on it. And I don't think that I've heard anything today that has changed my assessment of that. And I honestly don't think that there's anything you could say, Mr. Bisignano, that would change that either. You recently said on CNBC that you are fundamentally a Doge person, and I take you at your word. So what I see happening here is that President Trump and Elon Musk's move fast and break things game plan is, in fact, breaking Social Security. As several of my colleagues have noted today, Musk recently called Social Security the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time and described entitlement spending as the big one to eliminate. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick said that if Social Security checks didn't go out, seniors like his 94-year-old mother-in-law would just assume their check would come the next month, and that would be fine. Obviously, Secretary Lutnick is not in touch with the reality that 22 million Americans, including more than 16 million seniors, would be living in poverty were it not for Social Security. Missing a check means missing dinner. Last week, Acting Social Security Commissioner Leland Dudek threatened to shut down the entire agency in a fit after a federal judge informed him that Doge is not allowed to root around in people's private data. This is a travesty. And we can see what's going on here, and Minnesotans can see it as well. This is a wholesale effort to dismantle Social Security from the inside out. And this is not about rooting out waste and fraud and abuse, what's happening in the Social Security Administration right now. This is about undermining Social Security. Now, President Trump understands that Americans love Social Security, and so he's claimed that his administration won't touch Social Security. But that is not what is happening, and Americans can see it. They are crippling the Social Security Administration. They're making it nearly impossible for people to get their benefits. You know, Trump and Musk, President Trump and his administration, Elon Musk, are simultaneously trying to fire the people that make the Social Security system work. They're closing field offices and then requiring seniors and others to visit those offices to prove that the money that they need is theirs, that they earned. And I know what this means for Minnesota. I hear it from my constituents loud and clear when I was home last week and in my office today. Last week, the Social Security Administration announced that it would drastically reduce phone service and force people to apply for benefits in person. And yet a leaked internal memo acknowledged that this change would cause foot traffic and offices to rise sharply, but instead of expanding capacity, they're shuttering offices. So you can call this rank incompetence, or you can call it the don't know, don't care game plan that Doge has taken across the board. But to me, it honestly looks like sabotage. So I know the people, Republicans, are saying that they want to save Social Security, but this is a funny way to go about it. And if you want Social Security workers to feel like they're winning again, I can tell you that right now the public servants at SSA feel like they are losing, and the people that they serve are losing too. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Lujan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it, sir. And thank you to Mr. Bisignano for being with us today. And just to start, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate many of my colleagues on the committee that they hit on some of the same themes and notes that I'm going to touch on today as well. Now, Mr. Bisignano, yes or no, do you believe that every American who has earned Social Security benefits deserves equal access to their benefits regardless of their zip code?
Yes.
Since his appointment in February, Acting Commissioner Lee Dudek has made several changes to service delivery at the Social Security Administration. One of those changes is a new requirement that all individuals applying for benefits or requesting a direct deposit change through the National 800 number visit in person a field office to verify their identity. Now, as you may know, New Mexico is a largely rural state. We're not the only one. In some areas, requiring folks to visit an office in person can mean driving several hours in one direction, making benefits harder to access. If confirmed, will you commit to completing an analysis of how this policy change will impact Social Security recipients in rural and frontier counties who will now have to drive and travel to access the services they've earned?
If confirmed, I will analyze exactly what this is about.
Mr. Bisignano, will you commit to not closing any field offices in New Mexico?
I have no idea whether I can make that commitment because I don't really know what the issue in New Mexico is, but I'm happy to look at it and come back to you, sir.
Will you commit to not closing any field offices in rural and frontier America?
I think it is hard to commit to not doing things without ever having analyzed it. I commit to you or anybody that before an office is closed, they will be notified of the analytics and be a partner in the decision.
Mr. Bisignano, do you think Social Security beneficiaries would prefer to have their benefit claims handled by an American worker or an AI chatbot?
Can you ask me that question again, please?
Do you think that Social Security beneficiaries in America would rather have their calls answered by an American, a person, or an AI, artificial intelligence chatbot?
I think it's a choice of the beneficiary. I can't determine that for every beneficiary, but I think they're owed the option to do all of it.
When I call someone based on the wrong charge on a credit card or a ticket that I bought that I can't get my hands on, I keep pressing that 0 button until I get a real person. I don't like.
You're exercising your choice.
No, I don't want
You're
to
exercising your choice, sir.
You know, it's nice to speak to someone that can answer the question instead of just wasting your time. And, you know, a chatbot that keeps saying, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Well, repeat yourself, answer your name, answer your name. It just, you get the point. The Social
Probably not very good chatbots.
None of them are. None of the AI chatbots are good. I'll say that. The Social Security Administration stores a range of sensitive personal information, including medical information, bank account numbers, and Social Security numbers. Now, according to the acting commissioner, he's authorized several members of DOJ to access Social Security Administration systems and view the sensitive personal information that is stored at the agency. In our meeting, you confirmed that you've been in contact with individuals affiliated with DOJ. During this contact, has anyone affiliated with DOJ shared with you a justification for accessing the sensitive personal information of Americans outside of agency protocol?
I haven't talked to anybody in DOJ about anything around any of that, sir.
As an American citizen who was assigned a Social Security number at birth, do you feel comfortable with DOJ having access to your sensitive personal information?
I think I like to answer the question even more broadly, sir. I've spent my whole career protecting PII, whether it was at Citigroup, whether it was JP Morgan, whether it was First Data, and whether it was Fiserv. So I don't think it's a DOJ question. I think it's a everybody question. PII is PII, you know, and it needs to be protected.
I appreciate that. If I'm not mistaken, Mr. Chairman, that was the answer you gave me in the office, that it needs to be protected. So I'm going to ask the question one more time because it sounds like we're in agreement here. As an American citizen who was assigned a Social Security number at birth, do you feel comfortable with DOJ having access to your sensitive personal information?
I guess I'm answering the question much broader. I'm not comfortable with having it exposed
You're
to
not able
anybody.
to say yes or no?
No, I think you're limiting the item to DOJ, and I'm trying to tell you the job is to protect all PII.
Do you feel comfortable with anyone having access to your sensitive personal information?
No.
I appreciate that we're on the same page here. And just, Mr. Chairman, I think that's what we're trying to illustrate here, is just to get to the bottom of this nonsense of what we see happening and people's information just being attacked. Who knows where it's going? There was an article this weekend about, what's the name of that company that you said your DNA and then something 21? And I saw article after one another saying, suggesting to people across the country they should go in there and try to clean up their information because they don't know who's going to buy it. Well, what's going to happen with this? Anyhow, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Senator Barrasso.
Well, thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Thanks so much. Congratulations on your nomination. I think you're the right person for the job. I appreciate the chance we've had to meet and to visit because, look, in Wyoming, clearly, Social Security is critical to the people of our state. Aging population. I travel the state. I hear from individuals all around, and they depend upon the program, the viability of the program, and we're looking for you to continue to make sure that people of Wyoming and people all across the country continue to receive the benefits that they've earned, they've paid into. And I think it's critical the program remains strong, keep our promises to current beneficiaries as well as to future generations. In order to do that, there are a number of issues that I think need to be addressed. Social Security Administration needs to focus on improving customer services, need to reduce wait times and backlogs, need to modernize and streamline technology and prevent improper payments. And improper payments is a part of this as well. So I think you're the right person to fix these problems. Are you committed to doing everything you can to strengthen the Social Security program and to helping our seniors?
I'm 100% committed. I appreciate the question, and, I want to work on every aspect of what you talked about. It's just a services org that has to have a high degree of quality and accuracy.
Well, it's interesting. We talked here recently about some of the problems with the press's reporting that are just plain wrong. And they might have looked at lists, and as the previous senator from New Mexico said, he said, I read articles that say this. Well, he may be reading articles that say that, but it doesn't mean it's correct. And case in point is we have a Social Security office in Rock Springs, Wyoming, Sweetwater County. People depend upon it. And I understand that there is a hearing room that is hardly ever used. We want to close the hearing room, but not the field office. Well, yet what gets reported in the news is the whole thing is going to be closed. When there's no truth to that whatsoever, as my office looked into it. So I think it's incumbent on people to, if you can't get a direct answer, go to one of your representatives and let them try to check into it. But I'm sure you've seen cases after case of similar misrepresentation in the press.
Yes.
So under the current law, and I want to talk about legislation helping terminally ill individuals. Under current law, individuals who are given less than 6 months to live, they're currently forced to wait more than 5 months to receive their Social Security disability insurance benefits. Over the last several Congresses, I've been working on a bipartisan basis across the aisle on legislation to help these people with terminal illnesses receive timely access to benefits. People facing terminal illnesses shouldn't be worrying about whether and when they're going to receive the benefits that they need, especially when they have so little time to live and they, by law, have to wait 6 months. That's why I've co-sponsored legislation called the Expedited Disability Insurance Payments for Terminally Ill Individuals. It ends the 5-month disability insurance waiting period for those diagnosed with a terminal illness that have less than 6 months to live. It ensures people with terminal illnesses receive disability benefits in a timely manner while still preserving the integrity of the system. Last year, 30,000 people died waiting for their disability decisions from the Social Security Administration, of course, previous administration. The last thing people need to deal with when they're facing these end-of-life decisions should be concerned about trying to work their way through the red tape of the Social Security Administration. Americans or loved ones facing significant hardships should get help when they need it the most. So do you have views on the need to streamline and expedite these SSDI benefits for terminally ill individuals?
Well, I think in a case like that, many of these are really about process engineering on how to change how we do it. Obviously that should hit, high priority because of the sensitivity of the issue, and I'm happy to go look at it if I'm fortunate enough to be confirmed, sir.
So will you commit to working with me, with my office, including providing technical assistance as needed on making sure that we can get through this red tape?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In terms of improving customer service, and my colleague from New Mexico was just asking the same thing about the average wait times on the national 800 numbers doubled from about 20 minutes in 2019 to over 40 minutes in 2024 under the last administration. You know, days and days, what are your plans for addressing performance management and improving customer service?
Well, I think call centers is one of the easiest areas to manage and monitor and generate individual performance reports and collective performance reports. I also think that we need to ensure that we have the right technology for the agents who answer the phones, right? Because obviously we got to look at what the length and duration of call is, what they have to do to answer the call, what they have to do to collect the information. I think AI, while still talking to a human, can help the person, the call center agent, get to the problem much quicker.
And final question, Mr. Chairman, I know my time has expired. What's the biggest obstacle that you might face in trying to upgrade the systems and the infrastructure, as you just talked about the technology?
I think it's all about will. I think it's all about will. If you want to get it done, it's not hard to get it done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Welch.
Thank you. And I want to tell the Senator from Wyoming that I commit to working with you, getting those benefits for terminally ill people. Thank you. You know, we had a very good meeting, and I appreciate it. You've got incredible experience. And one of the things you have experience in is cutting costs and making things more efficient. Here's my question. When you did that, you would examine the function in the program and assess where changes could be made. That might include changes that reduce personnel, but it also might be a function where you had inadequate personnel. And the point would be to enhance the delivery of the purpose of that mission. Isn't that right?
Yes.
Yeah. And this gets to DOGE. Here's my problem with DOGE. It's not about efficiency. There's nobody here who doesn't want to have our committee run more efficiently. No, or our Congress run more efficiently. No, you first among them. But this, my point here is it's a point you've made, Mr. Chairman. But what's happened with DOGE, and the news is in on this. I mean, this isn't a debatable proposition. They're cutting first, shooting first and aiming later. And it's really had incredibly damaging effects on what's going on. Just this morning, all of us are concerned about the service that is being provided to the citizens that we all represent. But there was an article in the Washington Post that just was talking about how the service is totally deteriorating. The wait times are longer than ever. That's been in the Wall Street Journal as well. And with DOGE doing this, isn't that upside down where they shoot first and aim later? Just as a matter of process, not asking you to comment on the great Elon Musk.
What's the question?
The question is, doesn't it make sense for an agency whose goal is to have it place be more efficient to study the function first before they start firing people?
Yeah, I think, first of all, I think that the agency needs is a multidisciplinary.
No, but I mean, that's what I'm asking. I mean, let's be just direct here. DOGE has sent out termination notices to people by DOGE employees who have no idea who the people are that they're firing. They just know they're on a list, and they need a body count in order to be able to claim they're saving money. But nobody took a look at what the function was before they started firing people. I mean, have you ever done that in all of the time of your successful career that's been a hallmark of being able to make organizations run more efficiently? Would you do it that way?
No. I'm just.
All right. Well, that's the right answer.
No.
Nobody would do it. Well,
I'm not trying to get the right answer. I'm going to give the honest answer.
Nobody would do it that way. And here's the dilemma that you and every other nominee is in. Musk is running roughshod. He could care less about what the function is. He wants a body count. And he, from our perspective, has way more control over every agency than the head of the agency. And I'd much prefer to have somebody who, with your experience, looks carefully at what the function is and then makes determinations about how to improve the delivery of that function. So you're going to be under the thumb of DOJ. That's the aspect of this that worries me.
I'm planning on running the agency, reporting to the president, and I think the president has made it clear that DOJ is there for input, but the agency heads own their decisions.
Keep Musk the hell out of Social Security, please. Totally. One Vermonter contacted me about the death benefit. I think we talked about this in my office.
We did. I appreciate the time in your office.
1955, Mr. Chairman, is when the death benefit in Social Security was established, $255. It doesn't go as far today as it did before. And I want to work to have that come up to 2025 standards. Do you support doing that in a way that's fiscally responsible for the Social Security benefits?
As I say in your office, I'm happy to work on it with you.
Okay, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo. Mr. Bisignano, welcome to you and to your family present today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
On your nomination. Thank you for meeting with me in my office a couple of weeks ago.
I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you. I look forward to continuing our conversation. I want to follow up on some of the issues that we discussed in my office. When we met, I shared with you my strong view that retirees in Georgia who rely on Social Security deserve reliable, timely delivery of their full benefits with world-class customer service. And you've got a long record of delivering that in the private sphere. That's why so many Georgians and I were alarmed looking at what's happening last month when several news outlets reported that Elon Musk and his DOJ team announced on their own website plans to permanently close 5 Social Security customer service offices throughout Georgia. These closures in Brunswick, Columbus, Gainesville, Thomasville, and Vidalia would give Georgia the highest number of planned Social Security office closures of any state. Those 5 cities represent 5 counties with over 136,000 people who rely on Social Security benefits. But since I raised the alarm, since I made some noise about this, DOJ is suddenly out on X, I guess that's what you call the platform now, denying the closures that it posted on its own website. They posted those closures on their website. And now no one seems to know what's true or whether or not these announced closures will affect Georgians' access to their benefits or other services. So, sir, I know that you aren't currently at the Social Security Administration. And perhaps you can't speak to the plans hatched by Elon Musk or DOJ without you. But if you're confirmed to lead the agency, Americans deserve to know who will actually be in charge of their benefits. I think we heard an answer from you a moment ago from my colleague, but I'm going to ask you again for the record, where will the buck stop on this decision, specifically with respect to office closures? As someone who represents a state where they announced 5 closures, I made noise about it. It was on their website. Then they withdrew them and acted like I made it up. They put it on their website. I just need to know when it comes to office closures, who's going to be making that decision, you or Elon Musk?
Me.
That's a good answer. And so I hope to be able to follow up with you
And I'm
on that.
100% available for you, sir.
What was that?
I'm 100% available for you.
I appreciate that, and not with, you know, I appreciate that, but so that the seniors in my state, those are the folks I'm concerned about.
Yeah.
My
That
own
makes
mom
2 of us.
and others. Will you commit to keeping all field offices in my state open for Georgia seniors?
You know, I've asked this question more than one time today, and what I will commit to is that there will be no decision made without you knowing about it. I have no intent to close field offices, but I've studied nothing on the topic. So it's a little hard to commit to something without...
I think study is a good thing, and what we've seen so far is no study, no real knowledge about what's going on, just an effort to close offices to be able to announce that you're addressing waste, fraud, and abuse. And we all know this is true, regardless of whether we're Democrats or Republicans, because then they've had to go back and rehire some of the people they fired. And you're a businessman, sir, and you said earlier you wouldn't operate in this way. And the reason I'm asking about these field offices and these announced changes, because it could lead to an increase of 7 million visits to field offices per year across the country. The fact that they're now not allowing you to call on the phone. An estimated 200,000 additional visits in Georgia alone, which is why, frankly, I think that it's a terrible idea. But if confirmed, will you commit to increase staffing at Georgia field offices to account for this massive expected increase in appointments and to help ensure Georgians can easily and efficiently make appointments? Let me be clear about what I'm asking. If you're no longer able to call on the phone, which is a decision that's already been made, and you got to go online or go to the office and actually have an in-person appointment, you're going to have a backlog. So I want to know what's the answer to that. How is it that I can assure the seniors in my church that their lines are going to get longer and longer? I disagree with the Commerce Secretary who said, well, if his mother-in-law missed a check, she wouldn't worry about it. I guess she wouldn't. Her son-in-law is a billionaire. That is not the story of the seniors in my church. Will you make sure that they have access to find out what's going on with the benefits that they have earned?
Senator, first of all, thank you very much. You know, I've spent my career overseeing financial institutions, and today I serve 3,500 financial institutions in America. And that means we have community banks, rural banks, and I know what it means to have to serve neighborhoods and also serve rural communities. You know, my commitment is that it will be a fact-based, rule-based organization we run, that we will ensure we have the staffing to get the best level of service for our constituents. So I'm giving you a longer answer, but we will have the talent that we need to get the job done at a service level better than today's.
I appreciate the answer. I'm just trying to get Georgia residents, senior citizens, the benefits that they have earned.
Yes,
no
sir.
one's giving them anything. They've paid into the system. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations to you. We are
Thank you.
delighted to have you before us, and we look forward to getting you confirmed and to the Social Security Administration so you can begin to address the problems that exist. And as my colleagues across the aisle have talked this morning, I have found it so interesting that they have wanted to speak in favor of protecting the status quo. And we know that service and wait times and backlogs have existed. You've heard us all mention this. But you know what is so interesting is they accepted that during the Biden administration, and they refused to call it out. And now they are wanting to blame the problem they caused and inaction caused and lack of oversight caused on someone who is not even there and confirmed at this point. So we do look forward to getting you there, and we do look forward to having someone who is going to bring the expertise to make certain that the accountability, the transparency that is necessary for a payment system is going to be put in place. I have found it to be so interesting, some of their questions around this, because what I have found is that the union employees, the labor unions, have sought to protect the people that work at Social Security, but their emphasis has not been on the retirees and the recipients. And in order to overhaul an agency, then there are going to have to be new systems, new protocols, new approaches put in place. So when you are confirmed, I would hope that your emphasis will be on protecting those retirees and their payments and not on protecting these labor unions, and that you will go through this process of right-sizing, downsizing, and eliminating some of these union employees who have really been obstructionists in this process.
I plan on assessing everything we have and having it operate optimally in a manner that serves our beneficiaries, all the people who have paid into the system with their hard-earned money.
You mentioned in several of your responses today using AI and quantum networks, AI. Basically, what I've discerned from what you've said is you would more or less build a new infrastructure. Is that accurate?
Well, I think we would, in order to get there quickly, many times you keep what you have, but you peel away parts of it technically, you build a middle layer, and then you put in modern technology in front of it. When I took over First Data, it was a lumbering legacy company that was supposed to be out of business. And we had the same situation, but we're able to build a product called Clover, which became the leading small business software technology. And that was able to change the paradigm of the company. I feel we could do the same thing with Social Security. I think we have a strategic advantage with AI. I think we can make all of the work simpler, easier within the department. I think we could drive the accuracy level, multiple decibels to the right.
And then speak as your approach to fraud and improper payments by using technology to trace and chase.
Yeah, I mean, today I help 3,500 banks figure out how to eliminate their fraud. It's a data business. We can protect all the PII in the world. We don't need to expose any PII to minimize fraud. We need to use better analytic tools. Obviously one of the things I'm going to look at is the anti-fraud group and understand how well we're doing there and do they have the right tools to do their job.
We appreciate that. We know you have done this for other companies. You have that expertise. Our goal is to make certain that our Social Security recipients are going to receive what they're entitled to in a timely manner. And we know that rooting out the waste and the fraud and the improper payments will help to assure that they get every single penny they're entitled to. Thank you so much. We look forward to confirming you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Senator Tillis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bisignano, thank you for being here. I also appreciate you taking time to meet with my staff. I apologize for not being able to meet with you, but I'd already decided I was going to confirm or vote in support of your confirmation. You have exactly the right sort of skills that we need in this, whether it's your business acumen that helped turn around the mortgage banking business unit at JPMC in the middle of a fiscal crisis, whether it's the Clover project. You've got a pretty wide array of experience that I think is going to serve the agency well. One thing I would encourage you to do, Mr. O'Malley, I supported his confirmation. That there are things that as you get in there, give me just an indication. There's this current body of work that some of which makes sense. The key performance indicators are not moving in the right direction yet. But give me an idea of what your first 30, 60, 90 days looks like in the agency.
I think, first of all, this conversation about the field offices, I want to understand how they actually operate.
And you answer that question. We want what you're going to find out is after you do the analytics, every member of Congress, except for me probably, will like your analytics except to the extent that it affects one of their offices in their district or state.
Yes.
And you have my commitment. If you present analytics that say the best and highest use of American taxpayer dollars to support those who are on Social Security is somewhere else, then I'm going to support it. Do not pull any punches. Go after it the way you would in private sector, but continue.
Yeah, I think secondly, the phone rings a lot and we don't answer it a lot. We got to understand, why is it ringing? What are the staffing levels we need to do the job? What's the technology that we need to do the job? And when I say the staffing levels, that doesn't mean I'm saying we need to add people. We may not know how to shift manage right.
Or you may not have the right people in the roles.
Yeah, so I think it's assessing where we're meeting beneficiaries, because job one is taking care of all those that rely on this. There'll be a full tech assessment.
Are you going to be the executive sponsor for the transformation of Social Security?
100%.
Do you see anybody else being outside of the organization be anything more than advisors and strategists to help you to that role?
Never in my career.
Would you ever knowingly allow any PII to be viewed by anyone who's not authorized part of a process that you're running?
Never in my life.
I believe someone mentioned in an interview, you said you're fundamentally a Doge person. My guess is what you were saying there is you're fundamentally an efficiency-driven person. Is that what you meant to say?
I believe that higher quality, pristine control gets more efficiency. The largest thing that causes large expense in a company is bad control environments. So I said it in the manner of,
yeah,
I was driving efficiency before there was such a word.
People only have to look at your
Doge.
resume to understand the context that you intended in that comment. That's why I think you're going to be great for the role. There were other people that were suggesting I knew I was going to be last, so I get to finish wind up. I'm not going to go too far over though, or at all. But I really feel like people need to, there were suggestions made that maybe you're going to cut benefits. Even the president, I was in the White House with the president 2 weeks ago. He made it very clear that benefits cuts are off the table, period, full stop. And he said the same thing about Medicare, and he said the same thing about Medicaid. So you're really there to make sure that people who are eligible for it, who are not necessarily gaming the system, there may be some of that, the vast majority, like my 92-year-old mother, are not a part of gaming the system. And no, she really would appreciate getting the check every month, although family members would chip in. That is her source of income. You're committed to making sure the checks get out every month, right?
Yes, sir.
You're committed to making sure that where there is fraud, you root it out, right?
Yes, sir.
You're committed to making sure that every key performance indicator, whether it's wait times, payment processing, you're committed to moving those in a positive direction, right?
Up to the right.
Thank you very much. I look forward to supporting your confirmation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. And Mr. Bisignano, you have one more question. Senator Wyden has asked if he could ask one more question, and certainly he can. And then he and I will probably make very brief wrap-up statements, and we'll be done. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The nominee has been talking to people at Social Security, as far as I can tell, almost every day for weeks now. And as far as I can tell, he's made no objection to anything going on, and quite the contrary, he's been getting people, by his insistence, brought into the Doge mentality there at Social Security. So my question to our nominee today is, I look at Doge and I say to myself, I'm dying to know what our nominee would give the Doge people for a grade. What kind of grade would you give them for the last couple of months? Because I look around and I see phones out of whack, offices out of whack, databases being invaded. I'm not sure I'd give him a very good grade, but you're a Doge guy. What kind of grade would you give him for the first couple months?
I'm a high-quality provider of services to customers. I have my whole life, right? When you look at any indicator of mine, it's about increasing control, increasing employee satisfaction.
Respectfully, that's not the question.
I'm about to answer.
Your appraisal of what their track record is for the first couple of months.
I was trying to get to the answer, sir. Right? I believe you need to focus on the client, and in this case, it's the beneficiary, right? And at this point in time, what I see is an acting commissioner that has maybe been put in a position. As I've said, I do not talk to him. I do not know him, but there's no substitute for experience. I have experience at this. I have experience at this inside and out. Motivating people, delivering for clients, that being the beneficiaries here, being rule-based, being overseen by regulators, reporting to authority, the Senate Finance Committee, as opposed to a board of directors. And, I think we have somebody in the acting role, and you hear him in the papers every day. So I don't know if this is a Doge issue. I think we have a leadership issue, and that's why I'm hopeful, and if I'm to be confirmed, that I will be in charge of the agency.
So let the record show that I asked our nominee twice to give a grade for the Doge operation. He said he's not even sure it has anything to do with them. I can tell you, my constituents, I have town hall meetings, open to all. I've had more than 1,100 of them, every county, every year. They are terrified because they can't get through on a phone. I spent time with you yesterday. I think you think that AI is a silver bullet. We need phone service. That's what people are asking for right now. I'm all in on trying to work with longer-term approaches if seniors are interested in that. But right now, they're interested in phone service and somebody who can help them. And you have taken a pass all through the last 2.5 hours on giving us any ideas, and you want us to accept that because you have had some background in business, we should accept you as face value. Well, I heard from the whistleblower, and that whistleblower thinks that you haven't told the truth. So I look forward to the answers we're going to get, and until then, I'll keep the record open on my side for any ideas that you have to do something now that'll help people, or your assessment of Doge's performance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. We're ready to wrap it up now, and I just want to say I think that what you have shown today, Mr. Bisignano, is that you are the person that needs to have this job. You know how to deliver what we all want from Social Security, and we are all looking forward to moving ahead expeditiously with your nomination. I want to repeat something that Senator Tillis said. The attack all day has been on Doge and undercutting Social Security and shutting it down or privatizing it or whatever it is. The bottom line is the President of the United States has said very clearly that we are not going to cut Social Security benefits. He has said we are not going to cut Medicare benefits, and we are not going to cut Medicaid benefits. And no matter what folks, whether it's the media or whether it is those who want to attack the administration, want to say, the reality is that it is scare tactics. We look forward to having you at the Social Security Administration to deliver on the performance that you've discussed so well today. And we thank you for being willing to step into this situation and help our country. With that, this hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Sorry for that break, long break. But OG 45th and the 47th President of the United States had a cabinet meeting today concerning a lot of things, and also he spoke about the war chat leak. All right. Of course, Dems like the rising star Jasmine Crockett, she spoke about it as well, and how incompetent that was. A lot of Republicans have been talking about the war chat that was leaked on. It's very, it's going crazy right now, really. Pete X that was on there, Tulsi Gabbard, and the rest of them. But let's listen.
Thank you very
Was
much
it this
for
one?
being here.
Wait.
We had a very, very good cabinet meeting.
Let me be sure.
We're on our way to some tremendous numbers. I think, first of all, many companies are now moving into the United States. They're coming back. Some of them left us from many years ago, decades ago, and seems they're all coming back. We have probably.
This is the right one. This right here is the right one. This is it.
Very much. We're going to have. The ambassadors, it's a group of people that were selected. They're doing very well. They're very far along in the process. And they're going to each introduce themselves and talk about the country that they're going to. They might say a little bit about themselves also, because people are very interested in that. We're also going to sign right now some executive orders. And Will, if you would come forward?
Yes, sir.
I'll start thinking about signing them, right?
A few things for you today, sir. First, we have a pardon for Devin Archer. Devin Archer was a former business partner of the Biden family. He's was prosecuted relating to a fraud investigation, but notably, the tone and tenor of that prosecution changed dramatically after he began to cooperate with congressional investigators and serve as a witness against Hunter Biden and the Biden family. We believe that was an injustice, and therefore we're asking you to pardon him.
And many people have asked me to do this. I think he was treated very unfairly. And I looked at the records, studied the records, and he was a victim of a crime, as far as I'm concerned. So we're going to undo that. All right. That's Devin Archer. Congratulations, Devin.
Next, sir, we have a presidential memorandum for your attention. This memorandum requires the immediate declassification of all FBI files relating to the Crossfire Hurricane investigation. This was obviously one of the instances of the weaponization of law enforcement powers of prosecution against you and others. We believe that it's long past time for the American people to have a full and complete understanding of what exactly is in those files.
Which gives the media the right to go in and check it. You probably won't bother because you're not going to like what you see. But this was total weaponization. It's a disgrace. Should never happen in this country. But now you'll be able to see for yourselves, all declassified. Is that correct? Would you
Yes, sir.
say? All declassified?
Yes, sir.
Everything?
The FBI file with there's a classified annex, but other than that, this we'll put everything in the public eye.
Is anybody going to look? What about you? You going to look? And frankly, the FBI should be ashamed of themselves, and so should the Department of Justice, and so should Biden. Okay?
Next, sir, we have an executive order for your attention. We've taken action against a number of law firms that have participated either in the weaponization of government, the weaponization of the legal system for political ends, or have otherwise engaged in illegal or inappropriate activities. The law firm of Jenner and Block is one of these law firms. This is a law firm that, as you know, employed Andrew Weissman after he came off of the Mueller investigation. It's a law firm that's engaged in invidious racially and sexually discriminatory practices. It's also a law firm that has participated in the weaponization of the legal system against American principles and values. And we believe that the measures in this executive order will help correct that.
And Andrew Weissman is the main culprit?
He's certainly...
With respect to this firm?
He is one of a number of reasons that we believe this executive order is warranted.
He's a bad guy. Okay.
Next, sir, we have an executive order for your attention relating actually to government payments. Historically, checks issued by the Treasury are, I believe, 14 times more likely to become the subject of fraud than electronic transfer payments. This is an executive order that's going to push the Treasury Department to modernize its payment system to ensure that where possible they're using electronic methods of payment as opposed to paper checks in order to reduce waste, fraud, and abuse in the government, which is obviously an endeavor that we've been pursuing in numerous aspects of government under your leadership.
It's basically modernization of equipment and methods, and it's something that really I think he's going to be a great Secretary of the Treasury wanted, Scott, and so we're doing this, and we have other modernization programs going on. We could let somebody else, whoever's next, whoever that may be, do it, but it's something that should have been done 25, 30 years ago. Okay.
Along similar lines, sir, this is an executive order. We're calling it Protecting America's Bank Account. The basic idea here is that instead of having lots of different departments and agencies and offices issuing payment, often without justification, often without any provided rationale, we're going to be centraling payment processes where possible in the Department of the Treasury and ensuring that measures are taken in Treasury against waste, fraud, and abuse to ensure that money that's leaving the public Treasury is as protected as it possibly can be.
All right, good. Many of these things should have taken place decades ago or longer.
Lastly, sir, we have an executive order for your attention on the very important subject of election integrity. We believe that this executive order is the farthest reaching executive action taken in the history of the Republic to secure our elections. Among numerous other aspects of this executive order, this is going to cut down on illegal immigrants on the voter rolls, ensure that the Department of Homeland Security and the data that they have available is being fully weaponized to ensure that illegal immigrants aren't voting. This will include a citizenship question on the federal voting form for the first time. This executive order instructs the EAC to cut federal funding to states that don't take reasonable steps to secure their election. This calls on the Department of Justice to vigorously prosecute election crimes, particularly in states that we don't believe are in compliance with federal law around election integrity. I could go on and on for a while, sir, but compliance with National Election Day rules, cracking down and investigating and prosecuting foreign interference in our elections, revoking President Biden's Executive Order 14019, which essentially weaponized government to corrupt and pollute our election process. There's a lot in here, but we believe that these are very important steps that we need to be taking as an administration at your direction to ensure that our elections are as secure as they possibly can be.
Okay, you all understand that? Yes? Mm-hmm. Election fraud, you've heard the term. We'll end it, hopefully. At least this will go a long way toward ending it. There are other steps that we will be taking in the coming weeks, and we think we'll be able to end up getting fair elections. Perhaps some people think I shouldn't be complaining because we won in a landslide, but we got to straighten out our election. This country is so sick because of the election, the fake elections and the bad elections, and we're going to straighten it out one way or the other. And it's an honor to sign this one. To sign all of them, but to sign this one is a great honor.
He said he was going to do this. He said he was going to do this.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, sir.
So we're going to go around the room a little bit quickly, and we're going to introduce these very outstanding people. They've had, in all cases, outstanding careers. They're very incredible people that are going along as rapidly as the system can go along. We're ahead of, I guess, anybody else thus far. So I want to thank John Thune. He's done a very good job, and the whole Senate. We're being delayed as much as possible by Democrats, but that's standard. It gets to be just standard. But the process is moving along very quickly. So, Sergio, just say hello, and then we'll introduce everybody.
Absolutely. Sergio Gorham, Director of Presidential Personnel. It's been an absolute pleasure again to know every one of you every step this way. As the President said, we're at a record pace. We have more nominees today from the Senate than at any previous point, over 70. And that's a record in 2 months. And we're proud of that. And we're determined to ensure the world has America First patriots in all of our posts.
Charlie?
Charles Kushner. I'm going to France and Monaco, and I'm proud to serve under the greatest president of our country. Very proud to serve.
Thank you. Thank you, Charlie.
James Blair, honored to work here in the White House as Deputy Chief of Staff. And Mr. President, I think that all of these successful people would want to go serve the United States under your leadership as a testament to your vision and leadership.
Thank you, James.
I'm David Perdue. I'm going to the People's Republic of China. And it's my honor to represent President Trump, people of America, and represent our interests and values in China.
I'm Leah Campos. I'm going to represent the President in the Dominican Republic. Mr. President, thank you for the honor to serve you in the
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mike Waltz, National Security Advisor. Look forward to working with every one of you on behalf of the President, his leadership, and the American people.
John Arrigo. I am going to the Republic of Portugal, and I'm very excited to do so and serve what I consider one of my closest friends and one of the best presidents this country has ever had. Thank you.
Kevin Cabrera, nominated to be Ambassador to Panama. It truly is an honor, President, to be part of your administration.
Thank you.
Tom Barrack, nominee to the Republic of Turkey. Delighted and honored to be with you, Mr. President, and the host country, which is one of the most ancient in civilization, is in search for your peace, prosperity, and security program. Thank you.
Good place.
Mr. President.
Good leader, too.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you. It's an honor. I'm Pete Hoekstra, you know that. But I am going to Canada.
Ooh.
I look forward to serving you in Canada and your agenda.
And you do a great job. Thanks, Pete.
Bon Johnson, sir. Thank you for the nomination to represent you and the United States to the United Mexican States. And I'm really encouraged by some of the conversations you've had with President Sheinbaum recently and to the increase in support that we've seen of her government along our border on the important issues. So thank you, sir.
They have stepped it up a lot, yes, Mexico and Canada, so see how it works, right?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Matt Whitaker from Des Moines, Iowa. I'm proud to, as soon as I'm confirmed, go represent you at the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Thank you.
George Glass, on my way to Japan. Previous administration, I served for you in Portugal. It is a great honor to be able to do this a second time. Thank you
very
for
much.
the opportunity.
Thank you, George.
President Trump, my name is Ken Howry. I'm your nominee to be ambassador to the Kingdom of Denmark, a very close partner and ally. I served for you last time for the Kingdom of Sweden. I want to thank you for the faith you place in me as your nominee to Denmark.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump, thank you for the honor of a lifetime. My name is Stacy Feinberg, and hopefully I'll have the honor of serving in Luxembourg. And I think that this is the greatest presidency and the greatest time in history, and it's all because of you.
Thank you very much.
Nicole McGraw, nominated to serve in Croatia, and it's such an honor to be here with you today and to serve you and the American people.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
President Trump, thank you very much for your nomination to the Republic of Chile. And let me tell you, Border Patrol agents are so thankful for everything that you've done.
But it's,
That man knows more about the border than anybody. I'm going to tell you. Thank you.
President's a great honor. Thank you.
Thanks, man. Good luck.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Brian Birch. If I'm confirmed, I'll be representing you at the Holy See. And Catholics are very proud of your work. Your team is doing an excellent job, so thank you. Very honored to serve.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you again for the honor, the greatest privilege. My name is Summer Sparkus. I will serve this great man at the Republic of Malta. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe Popolo from Dallas, Texas. Very proud to serve you at the Kingdom of the Netherlands, the very first country to recognize the United States 250 years ago. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I'm confirmed, I will be representing you in the state of Israel. It will be an extraordinary honor, and you've done more for Israel than any president in any time of its history, and we are grateful. And I'm hoping I'll get to be there by Passover.
Thank you, Mike. And Mike is an outstanding guy. They all are. Mike, I think is going to do wonders for Israel. He actually probably gets along with both sides, and that'll be interesting to see. But the world is watching you, Mike, so good luck.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good luck. You're going to do well. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, thank you for this great honor to serve the Republic of Italy and San Marino. I'm so looking forward to going over there and working with that great ally, and for the pleasure to serve you. Your staff has been great working with us and have done a great job, and we really appreciate them. Thank you, sir, for pushing this along.
And have a good time. A really good time.
I'm Warren Stevens from Little Rock, Arkansas, and I have the honor to represent the President and the United States in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and to be chosen to go to such an important ally of ours is, I know, sort of enough. Looking forward to it, but thank you for the honor.
Yeah, you're going to do fantastically. These are tremendously successful people, and you two guys, and then you add on Mike. I think they have a little more money than Mike, but he's got some other advantages. He's got some other, like upstairs, he's got some big advantages.
He does.
It's very exciting. It's really exciting to have all of you. Would you have any questions, media, for the people that you just saw? So outstanding, and I thought it would be nice to bring them before you. And so if you have any questions, please.
Well, I wanted to ask about the talks in Saudi Arabia. It sounds like you made some progress on a Black Sea ceasefire. Yeah. Could you update us on that? What happens now?
So we've made a lot of progress on two fronts, on both sections that we call them sections, but they're much more than that, Russia, Ukraine, and also the Middle East, and we'll see what happens. We're in deep discussions with Russia and Ukraine. And I would say it's going well, but it's a situation we should have never had to even think about. Should have never happened. And on the Middle East, that's been going on for a lot of years, centuries and centuries. It just keeps going, and we are making a lot of progress. So that's all I can report. But some very, very big talks are going, and detailed talks are going on right now on both fronts.
Mr. President, you said that your national security advisor learned a lesson after a reporter.
Excuse me, I didn't make you. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, the ceasefire agreement that was brokered today allows for third-party countries to help implement the agreement. What does that look like, and who's going to be involved?
The ceasefire agreement?
Yes, the maritime ceasefire agreement between Russia and Ukraine.
Well, they're going to get together. Look, it's they agreed to something and it got broken. There's tremendous animosity. There's a lot of hatred, as you can probably tell, and it allows for people to get together, mediate it, arbitrate it, and see if we can get it stopped, and I think it will. It'll get stopped.
What countries are you looking to work with, sir, to help implement and monitor that ceasefire?
We have other countries involved, and they're involved very strongly in the process, and that'll be resolved. That's actually, as bad as it is, that's the least of the problems. So we'll get that resolved, and we are being aided by other countries too. Yes, please.
Yes.
Brian?
Tomorrow, the subcommittee on DOGE is going to review funding for NPR and PBS. Now, every Republican president has always promised to take away this money that's going to these two public news outlets. If if they're successful, I know Senator Kennedy has backed it, Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress has backed it, would you be interested in defunding and taking away taxpayer dollars to NPR and PBS?
Well, I would love to do that. I think it's very unfair. It's been very biased with the whole group. I mean, a whole group of them. And frankly, there's plenty of, look at all the media you have right now. There's plenty of coverage. I was from a different age, and they spend more money than any other network of its type ever conceived. So the kind of money that's being wasted, and it's a very biased view, you know that better than anybody. And I'd be honored to see it end. We're well covered. Look at all the people that we have here today. We're well covered, and we don't need it, and it's a waste of money. Especially, I don't even know what Doge's recommendation is. I assume their recommendation is to close them up.
Well, after they hear all the testimony, I think they're going to make a decision relatively sooner than later.
Yeah.
But we'll see what that turns out.
I can't imagine that they wouldn't, because they have found so much waste, fraud, and abuse. Hundreds of billions of dollars, and just waste, fraud, abuse. You heard yesterday some of the new things that were found. 22 billion just in environment. Billion. You know, if you had 22 million, Warren, it would be nice, but 22 billion put into environment.